Chapter 29:16. The Dean of the Mystic Academy scanned the Kongxian school from top to bottom with his piercing gaze. Those who were caught in his gaze shuddered in fear and dared not look him in the eye. Even the Divine King experts of the Kongxian school reacted the same way. The Dean of the Mystic Academy was the true overlord of the Qin Tian Star Zone. He stood at the pinnacle of the universe, and most divine kings were no match for him. In the entire Kongxian school, only the dragon Zhou Shan was a match for the Dean of the Mystic Academy. This was also the reason why the Kongxian school was able to become the leader of the top 10 sections. The other sect lords of the top 10 sects were no match for the Dean of the Mystic Academy. Now that Dragon Zhou Shan was not around, no one dared to face the Dean of the Mystic Academy. Where is Dragon Zhou Shan? Get him out here. The Dean of the Mystic Academy shouted. Senior, we don't know where Overlord Dragon Zhou Shan is either. An elder of the Kongxian school replied. You don't know where he is? Do you think hiding is going to help? I will destroy the Kongxian school and see where he can hide. The Dean of the Mystic Academy said coldly. His voice was filled with murderous intent. Not good. Everyone in the Kongxian school was shocked. Boom. The Dean of the Mystic Academy made his move. He waved his hand and a gigantic demonic palm appeared and pressed down on the Kongxian school. The demonic palm was so big that it covered the Kongxian school's inner and outer gates. If the palm landed on the Kongxian school, it would be razed to the ground. Stop him. Let's work together. Inside the Kongxian school, there were angry voices. Then, 9 figures rose into the sky. They were the 9 founding elders of the Kongxian school, all of them were divine kings. They attacked together, each of them unleashing their ultimate skills. 9 brilliant attacks were launched towards the demonic palm in the sky. Boom! 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 9 terrifying collisions were heard. The sky and the earth trembled violently. Finally, the demonic palm was blocked and dispersed in the air. However, the 9 elders of the Kongxian school let out muffled groans. Their bodies trembled violently as they fell towards the Kongxian school's mountain gate and heavily smashed into the ground. Those with weaker cultivation spat out mouthfuls of blood, their faces pale. After all, there was still a huge gap between them and the Dean of the Mystic Academy. Although they managed to block his attack, they were also injured. Let's see how many of my moves you can block. The Dean of the Mystic Academy snorted coldly. A demonic sword flew out from his body and he held it in his hand. A terrifying sword intent emanated from the sword. Everyone in the Kongxian school was in despair. If the Dean of the Mystic Academy were to attack with his full strength, the Kongxian school would have to mobilize most of the founding elders to stand a chance. However, one must not forget that the hybrid Devil Academy still had other grand elders. In addition, there were also the elites from the invincible Kenzo and the immeasurable sacred ground. If all of them attacked together, the Kongxian school would be destroyed in an instant. It's over. Some people's faces were pale. Were they going to die here today? Headmaster, my Paragon clan is willing to submit to the Yimo Academy. Headmaster, please spare our lives. At this moment, a voice was heard from the Kongxian school. Then, a person stepped out of the voice and stood in midair. He bowed respectfully to the Dean of the Mystic Academy. Zhi Zuandong, it's him. He's going to submit to the Mystic Academy. Shameless, traitor. Many people from the Kongxian school cursed in their hearts, but they did not dare to say it out loud. Oh. You want to submit to me? The Dean of the Mystic Academy said. Not me, but the Supreme Family. Why aren't you coming out? Zhi Zuandong glanced at the people from the Supreme Family. Following this, several figures flew out from the formation. Among them were Zhi Qingquan and the other members of the Supreme Family. There were many elites and even 2 founding elders. Okay, I agree. The Dean of the Mystic Academy nodded and agreed. This was a powerful force. It would be a waste if he did not take it. Thank you, Dean. From now on, the Supreme Family will follow your lead. Ji Zuandong hurriedly said. Ji Zuandong, you despicable traitor. How dare you betray the Kongxian school? At this moment, an angry roar sounded. It was Yu Wuya. He stared at Ji Zuandong with an angry face. What do you mean by shameless? This is called a wise man submits to circumstances. Yu Wuya, I advise you to surrender. What's the point of resisting? Ji Zuandong sneered. Despicable is despicable. You still have so many excuses for yourself. Yu Wuya shouted angrily. Ji Zuandong, I've misjudged you. Your supreme family is full of ungrateful wretches. The other founding elders of the Kongxian school also shouted angrily. Humph. Ji Zuandong snorted. His face was extremely gloomy. He said coldly, a bunch of stubborn fools. I won't accompany you if you want to die. After saying that, Ji Zuandong led the people from the supreme family and flew toward the dean of the Mystic Academy. Then, they stood obediently beside the dean of the Mystic Academy like obedient dogs. Lu Ming, let's see how you're going to die this time. Ji Zuandong roared in his heart as he stood among the crowd. His gaze scanned the Kongxian school. He wanted to find Lu Ming and kill him. It was a pity that he could not find Lu Ming even after looking around. Since you're not here, then the people closest to you will die. Ouyang Qingxiang and Lu Ming's faction. Ji Zuandong's gaze swept over Ouyang Qingxiang, and Hai, Lu Chang, and the others. Who else wants to surrender? If you join the invincible Kenzo, I won't pursue the matter. At this moment, the invincible Kenzo's sect master stepped forward. The Kongxian school's subordinates weren't weak. They were also envious. If you join the immeasurable sacred ground, I won't pursue the matter. The immeasurable sacred ground sect master also spoke. Within the Kongxian school, some people's eyes flickered. Some people were tempted. If they insisted on contending with the major factions, they would only die. Surrendering would give them a chance to live. They had cultivated for so many years, and their lifespans were extremely long. Once they reached the martial god realm, they would be able to live for a stellar star year. Who would be willing to be killed? You want us to be traitors? Don't even think about it. Once we become traitors, we'll be cursed for eternity. Not only us, but our future generations won't be able to raise their heads. We're definitely not traitors. You can give up. Roared Yu Wuya. His words made some people from the Ji Zun families turn red with shame. It also made some people who originally wanted to surrender hesitate. That's right. Once they betrayed, they would be cursed for eternity. Others might not dare say it in front of them, but they would definitely point fingers behind their backs. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The Mystic Academy's sect master's eyes turned cold as he looked at Yu Wuya. Then, a demonic sword slashed at Yu Wuya. This sword's power was boundless. Yu Wuya's expression was extremely grave as he pushed his strength to the limit. He wanted to block this sword. Chapter 29:17. Yu Wuya's body glowed with radiance as he turned into a full moon. The moon shone brightly in the sky. The power of this move was not weak, but it was still inferior to the attack of the Dean of the Mystic Academy. The demonic sword pierced through the air and slashed the full moon. The full moon shook violently before it was split in half by the demonic sword. The moonlight dissipated as Yu Wuya's figure appeared in midair. He was coughing out blood as his body was almost split in half. There was a deep wound on his body that was extremely hideous. There was even a pitch-black demonic chi on it. Yu Wuya's body was thrown back and fell towards the entrance of the Kongxian school. Father. Grandfather. A few voices rang out as a few figures flashed and caught Yu Wuya. They were Yu Xian, Ouyang Qingxiang, and the others. Their faces were filled with anxiety. Old man Yu, you're so stubborn. You're courting death. Seeing that Yu Wuya was severely injured in one move, Ji Zun was extremely happy and mocked him. The faces of the other members of the Kongxian school were pale. Some of them hesitated again, considering if they should surrender. The Dean of the Mystic Academy was too strong. Other than Dragon Zhou Shan, no one in the Kongxian school could defeat him. Even someone as strong as Yu Wuya was injured in one move. I'll give you one more chance. Swear on your life origin that I'll spare your life if you surrender to me. The Dean of the Mystic Academy stared at Yu Wuya and said again. Kill me if you want. You want me to surrender and be your dog? Dream on. Yu Wuya roared. Ji Zun moved. Ji Zun and the others' faces darkened when they heard this. It was obvious that Yu Wuya was calling them dogs. All right, since you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. The Dean of the Mystic Academy said coldly. A demonic sword soared into the sky, exuding a terrifying aura. The fatal attack was about to land. With Yu Wuya's current state, he would definitely not be able to block this attack. Xing Mo, if you want to die, why don't you try? At this moment, a voice came from afar. It was filled with cold killing intent and an unquestionable tone. Many people were shocked. Xing Mo was the name of the Dean of the Mystic Academy. However, in the Qin Tian star field, other than a few people, no one dared to call him by his name. They all respectfully addressed him as Dean or Lord Dean. But now, there was someone who dared to call the Dean of the Mystic Academy by his name and even threatened him. Who was it? How audacious. This is? Ouyang Qingxiang, Yu Linglong, and Hai, and the others were astonished. This was because they recognized the voice. It was Lu Ming's voice. Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming, that bastard. Paragon of Universe roared furiously. He hated Lu Ming to the core and naturally remembered Lu Ming's voice clearly. Who is it? Show yourself. The Dean of the Mystic Academy stopped his attack and stared coldly in the direction of Lu Ming's voice. Roar. A dragon's roar came from that direction, causing the void to tremble. Following that, an incomparably huge divine dragon appeared in front of them. This divine dragon was naturally the Nether Dragon, and Lu Ming was standing on its head. A divine dragon. What a terrifying aura. Look, there's someone on the divine dragon's head. It's Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. Many of the Kongxian school's disciples cried out. They recognized Lu Ming. Even more people were shocked. Lu Ming had appeared on a divine dragon. This divine dragon's aura was extremely terrifying. Brat, were you the one who spoke just now? The Mystic Academy's dean stared coldly at Lu Ming. If it were anyone else, they would probably tremble in fear if they were stared at by someone like the Mystic Academy's dean. But Lu Ming completely ignored him. He was still glaring at the Mystic Academy's dean with killing intent. Not bad. Looks like you're not that stupid. Lu Ming said indifferently. Many people's hearts pounded. They were almost scared to death. Did Lu Ming eat a bear's heart or a leopard's gall? He actually dared to call the Mystic Academy's dean stupid. Did he not want to live anymore? This brat is really courting death. Haha, that's good. Saves me the trouble of doing it myself. Universe Supremacy laughed inside. This brat is dead for sure. Many people had the same thought. Ouyang Qingxiang, Yu Linglong, and the others were sweating for Lu Ming. Haha, good, very good. I don't know how many years it has been since someone dared to say that to me. Very good, I'll make you beg for death. The Mystic Academy's dean laughed in anger. His body emitted cold killing intent. Boom. Suddenly, the Mystic Academy's dean attacked. A huge demonic claw appeared and grabbed at Lu Ming, enveloping both Lu Ming and the Nether Dragon. Not good. Ouyang Qingxiang and the others' expressions changed. However, with their strength, they could only watch. They couldn't help. However, facing this attack, Lu Ming's expression was still calm. There was even a trace of disdain. When the demonic claw was about to reach, the Nether Dragon moved. Roar. The Nether Dragon roared. A black dragon claw emitted a dim light as it grabbed at the dean. Bang! When the Nether Dragon's claw clashed with the Mystic Academy's dean's demonic claw, there was only a slight poof before the nether dragon's claw was destroyed. Following this, the nether dragon roared. 7 dragon claws from its abdomen stepped out and clawed at the Mystic Academy's dean. So strong. Many people's hearts pounded. The nether dragon's strength exceeded everyone's expectations. It easily destroyed the Mystic Academy's dean's attack and even started a counterattack. The Mystic Academy's dean's expression changed. He roared and the demonic sword in his hand howled. Rays of terrifying sword light slashed at the nether dragon. Clang! Clang! The demonic sword light clashed with the dragon claw, creating an ear-piercing sound. It was like metal clashing. Sparks flew everywhere. A terrifying force swept in all directions. Not good. Retreat. Many people's expressions changed. The battle between the nether dragon and the Mystic Academy's dean was too shocking. The force that spread everywhere was terrifying. If anyone below the Divine King level was caught in it, they would probably die. However, Lu Ming was naturally fine. He stood on the nether dragon's head and was protected by the nether dragon's energy. Continuous explosions sounded. In an instant, the two sides had exchanged over 100 blows. Roar! The nether dragon roared furiously. Its huge body twisted and powerful divine power surged out. It shot out along the dragon claw. The Mystic Academy's dean's sword light shook violently. It couldn't block it and started to shatter. In the end, a dragon claw pierced through the sword light and grabbed at the Mystic Academy's dean. The Mystic Academy's dean's expression changed. He roared and slashed out a vast sword light. In the next moment, the sword light shattered. The Mystic Academy's dean's body shook violently. He retreated thousands of miles and a trace of blood seeped out of his mouth. Simony people gasped. The Mystic Academy's dean wasn't a match and was injured. This was unbelievable. Chapter 29:18. In the Qin Tian starfield, the dean of the Hybrid Demon Academy stood at the pinnacle. Even the sect leader of the Immeasurable Sacred Ground and the sect leader of the Indestructible Sword Sect and the sacred leader of the Immeasurable Sacred Ground were on par with him. Only the legendary figures of the Scarlet Flame Tribe and the Ice Soul Tribe could injure him. But now, a young man riding a divine dragon had appeared and injured the dean of the Mystic Academy. This, Ouyang Qingxiang, Yu Linglong, and the others were stunned. Where did this divine dragon come from? It was too strong. It could injure the dean of the Mystic Academy. It was definitely an overlord. However, such a powerful existence actually allowed Lu Ming to ride on its head? The stronger the existence, the more arrogant they would be. Riding on their head was a great humiliation. It was like an ordinary person stepping on the dean of the Mystic Academy. It was unbelievable. Lu Ming, I can't see through him at all. Ouyang Qingxiang whispered. They weren't the only ones who thought so. The others had the same thought. At this moment, Lu Ming's figure was growing taller and taller in their eyes. He seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mist, giving people an unfathomable feeling. How is this possible? How is this possible? Supreme Universe Master and the others' eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Especially Supreme Universe Master. He was so jealous that he was about to go crazy. He kept yelling in his heart. Why was Lu Ming so lucky? Why didn't all of this belong to him? You're just a third king god realm cultivator. You can only do whatever you want in the Qin Tian star area. Let me send you to hell. Lu Ming stood on the head of the underworld dragon, looking down at the dean of the Mystic Academy. The dean of the Mystic Academy, Xing Mo, was a third king god realm cultivator. Of course, Lu Ming didn't know that. Guo told him that. It was extremely difficult to break through to the Divine King realm. Each breakthrough was extremely difficult. It required a huge amount of resources, talent and luck. Otherwise, it would be difficult to break through. Of course, the gap between each level was huge. Although the gap between the empty god realm, the true god realm, and the heavenly god realm was huge, it was far from the Divine King realm. In the Divine King realm, the higher one's cultivation base, the higher one's cultivation base, the higher one's cultivation base, the higher one's cultivation base. In the Qin Tian star area, most God realm cultivators were at the first King God realm. Second King God realm cultivators were the strongest among the divine kings. For example, Yu Huya of the Sky Xian sect was a second heaven King God realm expert. Divine King God realm cultivators of the three great were Divine King God realm. Besides, the patriarchs of the top 10 sects were also at the second King God realm. Of course, the Dragon Mountain was an exception. On the other hand, the Dean of the Hybrid Demon Academy, the Patriarch of the Imperishable Sword sect, and the Boundless Saint Prince were all existences of the third King God realm. Realm Divine Heaven God realm S's gods. Earth levels. Third King God realm was the peak of the Qin Tian star area. However, it was said that the Scarlet Flame clan and the Ice Soul clan had fourth King God realm experts. But they were rare. They were usually in seclusion. After the Nether Dragon's voice, he continued to attack the Mystic Academy's dean. The Mystic Academy's dean shouted furiously. He tried his best to fight against the Nether Dragon. However, he was still defeated. After a few moves, he was pushed back again. His body was almost torn apart by the Nether Dragon's dragon claw. Even so, there was a wound on his body. Who are you? Who are you? You're definitely not from the Qin Tian star area. Which star area are you from? The Mystic Academy's dean shouted. You don't have the right to know who I am. Die. The Nether Dragon roared and continued to attack the Mystic Academy's dean. Attack. Attack together. Do you two want to watch him defeat us one by one? The Mystic Academy's dean shouted. At first, he was talking to the godly kings of the Mystic Academy. Then, he was talking to the invincible Kenzo's sacred leader and the boundless Sacred Land's sacred leader. He knew that he wasn't Nether Dragon's dean alone. In the next moment, the Mystic Academy's godly kings attacked together with Xingmo. They attacked the Nether Dragon. At the same time, the invincible Kenzo's sacred leader and the boundless Sacred Land's sacred leader also attacked the Nether Dragon. With so many experts working together, their power could destroy the heavens and earth. Good. A bunch of ants. Today, I'll show you how strong I am. The Nether Dragon, or Gumo, roared. The Nether Dragon's body shone with a dark light. His huge body twisted as he charged at the experts. Bang! Bang! The Nether Dragon's dragon claw continuously stepped out. Each claw was huge and could destroy hundreds of mountains. At the same time, the Nether Dragon's horn shone with light. It was even sharper than a divine blade. The Nether Dragon attacked with all his strength. He didn't care about his own defense. Die! Xingmo, the invincible Kenzo's sacred leader, and the others roared. Terrifying attacks landed on the Nether Dragon's body. They wanted to kill him. But the instant their attacks landed, their expressions changed dramatically. This was because when their attacks landed on the Nether Dragon's body, it was like attacking a sturdy weapon. Let alone breaking through the Nether Dragon's defense, they couldn't even leave a mark on the dragon's scales. How is this possible? Their eyes widened. They couldn't believe it. Not good. Following this, their hearts beat wildly. The Nether Dragon's attack had already arrived. They could only defend with all their strength. Bang! Bang! With a series of explosions, the experts of the three overlord forces were sent flying like cannonballs. Some of the weaker ones even spat out mouthfuls of blood. In this clash, the Nether Dragon had the complete advantage. Everyone else was stunned. They couldn't believe their eyes. Facing so many experts, the Nether Dragon still had the upper hand. They naturally didn't know that the Nether Dragon was an existence that surpassed godly kings. His physical body was unbelievably strong and his defense was shocking. Even if he didn't counterattack, a mere third-layer godly king couldn't break through his defense. Not to mention the second and first layer godly kings. If it weren't for the fact that the Nether Dragon's injuries were too severe and he didn't even have 1/10,000th of his original strength, killing the Dean of the Mystic Academy and the others would be a piece of cake. This wasn't an exaggeration. If the Nether Dragon was at his peak, he could kill the Dean of the Mystic Academy and the others with a single breath. In the Godly King realm, the difference between each layer was huge. A fourth layer Godly King could crush a third layer Godly King, let alone those that surpassed Godly Kings. Die. The Nether Dragon roared and continued to attack the experts of the three Overlord forces. This time, the Nether Dragon didn't attack the Dean of the Mystic Academy and the invincible Kenzo's sacred leader. Although the Nether Dragon could suppress third-layer Godly Kings in his current state, it would be difficult for him to kill them. Therefore, the Nether Dragon attacked the first-layer Godly Kings. Chapter 29:19. The Dragon Claw grabbed a first-layer Godly God Layer expert. That first-layer Godly God Layer expert was a senior elder of the Mystic Academy. His expression changed drastically. His God Chi surged, shooting out beams of God light. He wanted to break the Nether Dragon's attack and escape. However, with the Nether Dragon's current strength, dealing with a first-layer Godly God Layer expert was very easy. The Dragon Claw slashed down and the first-layer Godly God Layer expert's attack instantly collapsed. Ah! The first sky of King God Realm Warrior was like a balloon being squeezed by the Dragon Claw, bursting into pieces. A Godly King had fallen just like that. Kill. Kill the people of the Mystic Academy first. Lu Ming said coldly on the dragon's head. As expected, the Nether Dragon focused on killing the people of the Mystic Academy. Many people were astonished. They hadn't thought that the powerful Nether Dragon would actually listen to Lu Ming. Stop him. Stop him. The Dean of the Mystic Academy shouted furiously. He and the other experts attacked unceasingly. However, the Nether Dragon didn't care about their attacks at all. He let the attacks land on his body, but he was completely fine. Slash. After a while, another senior elder of the Mystic Academy was grabbed by the Dragon Claw. With a ripping sound, the senior elder was torn into two halves. The Mystic Academy had lost another Godly King. The Godly Kings of the three Overlords and the other top forces were scared out of their wits. The first-layer Godly God Layer experts were even forced to retreat. The Dean of the Hybrid Demon Academy let out an unresigned roar. His heart was bleeding. That was two Godly Kings. In the Qin Tian Star area, Godly Kings were the top forces. Even the three Overlords didn't have many of them. Two of them had died consecutively. Retreat. Retreat. The Dean of the Mystic Academy finally wanted to retreat. He roared furiously and led the other experts of the Mystic Academy to retreat quickly. They didn't dare to continue attacking the Nether Dragon. As for the invincible Kenzo, the immeasurable Holy Land, and the other top forces, they retreated even faster than the Mystic Academy. Kill. The Nether Dragon roared. He didn't want to let them go so easily. He twisted his body and attacked again. Go. The three Overlords and the other top forces experts' expressions changed. They didn't dare to stay. They turned around and fled as far as they could. The others can leave, but you traitor must stay. Lu Ming's dragon's head. Following this, the Nether Dragon changed directions and charged towards the Supreme Beings and the Supreme Beings' families. Damn it. Go. Go. With a roar, Paragon Move unleashed a stream of god power and fled with the Paragon of the Cosmos. However, there were many people in the Supreme Clans. The others didn't have this kind of speed. The Nether Dragon turned and caught up to the Supreme Clans. Emperor of Emperor. Godly Emperor of. Traitor, you must pay the price. Be on your way. Lu Ming said coldly. The Nether Dragon's huge dragon claw swiped down. Bang! Bang! Large groups of Supreme family members exploded. Under the terrifying power of the Nether Dragon, they turned to ashes, their bodies and souls destroyed. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of Supreme Being clans had fallen. Jizun couldn't care less about the other members of the Jizun clan. He took Jizun, the most talented junior of the younger generation, and the other two god kings of the Jizun clan and fled frantically. Once a Supreme Being moves, you won't be able to escape. Lu Ming roared. The Bone Devil controlled the Nether Dragon to chase after the primes. The Nether Dragon's body was huge, hundreds of thousands of meters long. With a twist of its body, a terrifying power burst forth. Everywhere it passed, large amounts of Supreme family members were killed. The reason why Lu Ming was so decisive and merciless was to intimidate them. To intimidate those who wanted to betray Kongxian School. As expected, seeing this scene, many Kongxian School members turned pale. Cold sweat flowed down their backs. They secretly rejoiced that they hadn't surrendered before. If they had, they would have ended up like this. We can't let the traitors go. The traitors must be punished. We roared. That's right. We can't let the Supreme family members go. Disciples of Kongxian School, follow me and kill all the traitors. Another Doyen also roared. He soared into the air and charged toward the Supreme family members. Kill. Kill, kill, kill. Everyone in Kongxian School charged toward the Supreme family members. How could a single Supreme clan be a match for the entire Profound Sky sect? In just a short while, all of the Supreme clans were surrounded, and an iron-blooded slaughter began. No, spare me. Senior Brother Gu, we have such a good relationship. Please spare me. The Supreme family members kept begging for mercy. Traitors, don't try to be friends with me. I was blind in the past and mistook you for a friend. Go on your way. Kill. How could the Kongxian School members be merciful? In order to prove their loyalty and that they weren't on the same side as the Supreme family members, they were even more ruthless. Large groups of Supreme Being clans were being slaughtered. At this moment, the Nether Dragon carrying Lu Ming had almost caught up to Jizun Dong and the other two godly kings of the Supreme family. Dean, save me, save me. Jizun Dong roared, begging for help from the Mystic Academy's Dean. He knew that with his strength, he wasn't a match for the Nether Dragon. If he was caught, only death would await him. Only the Mystic Academy's Dean could save them. However, the Mystic Academy's Dean couldn't be bothered with him. He didn't even look at him as he quickly flew forward. What a joke. Why would he go save Jizun Dong and the others? He wanted nothing more than for Jizun Dong and the others to be caught. That way, he could buy some time for them to escape safely. Seeing the Mystic Academy's Dean ignore him, despair appeared on Jizun Dong's face. Xingimo, you shameless bastard. You'll die a horrible death. Jizun Dong roared furiously and cursed. Jizun Dong, you're courting death. The Mystic Academy's Dean's gaze turned cold. He turned around and slashed his devil's sword at Jizun Dong. Jizun Dong was startled and unleashed a series of attacks to block. Although this was just a casual attack from the Mystic Academy's Dean, its power was still terrifying. Although Jizun Dong blocked it, he had no choice but to stop. As soon as he stopped, Lu Ming caught up to him. Jizun Dong, die. The Nether Dragon's claw slashed at Jizun Dong. This attack was much stronger than the Mystic Academy's Dean's attack. Supreme God Fist. Jizun Dong roared crazily. His body was covered in a resplendent golden light as he continuously punched out with his fists. Huge golden fists shot towards the Nether Dragon's claw. However, Jizun Dong was only at the second Godly King layer. The Nether Dragon could even suppress a third Godly King layer. How could a second Godly King layer resist? Bang! Bang! Explosions rang out continuously. Jizun Dong's fists collapsed. The dragon's claw didn't stop attacking Jizun Dong. Chapter 29-20. The Nether Dragon's massive claw slammed into Sovereign Dong's body. Sovereign Dong cried out as he was sent flying thousands of kilometers away. He coughed up large mouthfuls of blood and half of his body had exploded. He looked as wretched as possible. Even Jizun Dong, who was beside Jizun Dong, was affected. The lower half of his body exploded. He floated in the air, terrified. When the other two godly kings of the Supreme Family saw this, their expressions changed drastically. Without thinking, they split into two different directions and flew away, leaving Jizun Dong behind. Lu Ming, leave those two traitors to us. At this moment, two elders flew past Lu Ming and chased after the two godly kings of the Supreme Family. These two elders of the Kongxian school were extremely powerful elders. They had both reached the second heavenly layer of the godly king realm. The two godly kings of the Supreme Family were only at the first heavenly layer of the godly king realm. They couldn't escape from the second heavenly layer of the godly king realm. The nether dragon stopped and looked at Jizun Dong and Jizun Kuan coldly. Jizun Dong and Jizun Kuan both looked desperate. Lu Ming, I beg you, spare me. As long as you spare me, I'll be your slave in the future. I'll follow you wholeheartedly. Suddenly, Jizun Kuan cried out, begging Lu Ming for mercy. Zun Kuan, what are you doing? If you want to die, then die. Why are you begging him for mercy? Even if the men of the Supreme Family die, they have to die with dignity. Shouted Jizun Dong. Shut up. If you want to die, I don't want to accompany you. Shouted Jizun Kuan. His face was incomparably sinister. He was a heavenly genius. He had a bright future ahead of him. With his talent, breaking through to the godly king realm was a cinch. Once he reached the godly king realm, his lifespan would increase explosively. He could live for 5 eternal star years. With such a long lifespan, how much happiness could he enjoy? Why should he die? In order to survive, he was willing to give up his backbone. Immediately, Paragon of Heaven and Earth turned to Lu Ming. There was a fawning expression on his face as he said, Lu Ming, no, holy son Lu Ming, as long as you let me off, I'll do anything for you. I'll be loyal to you in the future. How shameless. I really misjudged him before. How could such a person become the first saint of our Kongxian school? Bah! Many of the Kongxian school's disciples looked at the Supreme Saint with disdain. Oh, it's not impossible for me to let you go. How about this, you go and kill him, and I'll let you go. Lu Ming pointed at Jizun and said. Kill him? But he's a divine king realm powerhouse. I'm not his match at all. Autarch Universe Sovereign said with an ugly expression. This is simple. Yu Long. Lu Ming transmitted to Yu Long, kill. Yu Long roared and pounced at Jizun. At this moment, Jizun was already heavily injured and could not escape. He could only barely resist, but Yu Long's dragon claw slammed down and sent Jizun flying. This time, Jizun's injuries were even more serious. His body was in tatters, and even his divine flame was almost extinguished. His strength was not even a tenth of his original. Now, he doesn't have much strength left. Go and kill him. I promise you, as long as you kill him, I won't kill you. Lu Ming said. Alright, I'll go and kill him. Autarch Universe Sovereign clenched his teeth and charged at Jizun. Autarch Universe Sovereign, you dare? Jizun roared, his eyes filled with disbelief. He never thought that Autarch Universe Sovereign would really kill him. Jizun, didn't you say that I am the future hope of the Jizun family? That's why I can't die. Help me. As long as I'm alive, the Jizun family will rise again in the future. Do you understand? Autarch Universe Sovereign secretly transmitted to Jizun. At the same time, his body lit up and he unleashed a sovereign divine fist at Jizun. You disobedient son! Jizun roared. He was extremely disappointed in Autarch Universe Sovereign. Furthermore, he did not want to give up. He would rather die at the hands of Lu Ming than die at the hands of Autarch Universe Sovereign. If he really died at the hands of Autarch Universe Sovereign, the Jizun family would go down in history as a joke. So, Jizun resisted. He mustered his remaining strength and also punched. Boom! Jizun and Autark Universe Sovereign's attacks collided, releasing dazzling golden light. Then, the two of them rapidly retreated. You still want to resist? Die! Autark Universe Sovereign roared. In order to show his loyalty to Lu Ming, his eyes turned red and he madly attacked Jizun. However, Jizun was a cultivator of the second king god layer. Although he was severely injured, he was still very strong. He fought Autark Universe Sovereign and it was hard to tell who would win. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged more than 100 moves. At this moment, the other two cultivators of the first king god layer of the Jizun family had been defeated by the two cultivators of the second king god layer of the Kongxian school. Their cultivations had been destroyed. A large number of Kongxian school's elders and disciples surrounded the area, watching the battle between Autark Universe Sovereign and Jizun from afar. On the other hand, the three overlords and some other top forces had already escaped. Lu Ming did not let Yulong chase after them. With Yulong's current state, he could suppress the Mystic Academy's dean and the others. However, it was impossible for him to kill them. Yulong's current state was that with his strong physical body, his defense was shocking. He could protect himself, but his attack power was not enough. Therefore, he could only let them escape. Die, old man. Why are you still resisting? Die. Autark Universe Sovereign had gone crazy. He kept attacking Jizun. At this moment, the two of them were already injured. Lu Ming, kill me. Just kill me. Jizun roared. He wanted to die at Lu Ming's hands. I have a dog of the Jizun family following my orders. Why should I do it myself? Lu Ming sneered. When Autark Universe Sovereign heard this, he was furious. However, he did not dare to show it. He was afraid that Lu Ming would be dissatisfied. He had no choice but to vent all his anger on Jizun Dong. Sigh, forget it. Jizun sighed. He did not want to resist anymore. If he continued, he would only become a joke. Suddenly, Jizun retracted all his divine power and stopped resisting. Bang! Autark Universe Sovereign punched Jizun's head, causing it to explode. Jizun had died. A god king of a generation had died at the hands of the junior he had favored the most. It was truly a great tragedy. Ha ha ha, old man, you're finally dead. Ha ha ha. Autark Universe Sovereign laughed crazily. After a long while, he stopped and then looked at Lu Ming with a flattering smile. Holy son Lu Ming, look, I've already killed Jizun. Chapter 29-21. That's right. Lu Ming nodded, then said mockingly, Supreme Universe Supremacy, you're worse than a dog. You killed your own elder to save your own life. Creak. Supreme Universe Supremacy clenched his fists, feeling greatly humiliated. He lowered his head, his eyes full of murderous intent. Lu Ming, I'll compromise first. As long as I can save my own life, one day, I'll make you pay 10 times, no, 100 times, 1,000 times. I'll kill your family one by one in front of you. I'll cripple your cultivation and let you live like a dead dog in pain. Supreme Universe Supremacy roared in his heart, hating Lu Ming to the core. However, when he raised his head, the murderous intent and hatred in his eyes disappeared, leaving only a smile. Lu Ming the Bachelor Sage is right. However, Supreme Universe Supremacy is too stubborn. He even dared to offend a prodigy like the Bachelor Sage Lu Ming. He deserves to die. Supreme Universe Supremacy smiled apologetically. Shameless. Oh my god, he's really shameless. He's too shameless. Bachelor Sage Lu Ming said that Supreme Universe Supremacy is worse than a dog. I used to respect him so much. How disgusting. Many disciples of Kongxian school saw this scene and scolded and mocked. Now, they were not afraid of Supreme Universe Supremacy. Supreme Universe Supremacy was filled with murderous intent, but he still had a smile on his face. Bachelor Sage Lu Ming, can I follow you from now on? Follow me? I only promised not to kill you. I didn't say that I wanted you to follow me. Lu Ming said calmly. Yes, yes, yes. I don't deserve to follow Bachelor Sage Lu Ming. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Supreme Universe Supremacy nodded repeatedly. He was even happier that Lu Ming didn't want him to follow him. Leave? Traitor, you still want to leave? Lu Ming's voice turned cold. Supreme Universe's figure stiffened and his expression turned ugly. Saint Lu Ming, what do you mean by this? You said that as long as I kill Supreme Universe, you will not kill me and let me off. That's right. I did promise not to kill you, but that's only on behalf of myself. I can't represent all the elders and disciples of Kongshan School. You betrayed the Kongshan School, so naturally, you will be punished by the Kongshan School. Lu Ming said indifferently. You Lu Ming. You're despicable. You're shameless. You don't keep your word. Autark Universe Sovereign roared. He knew that he had been tricked by Lu Ming. When did I go back on my words? I said that I wouldn't kill you, so I won't kill you. However, I'm just the holy son of the Kongshan School. I don't have the authority to represent the founding members of the Kongshan School. Fellow founding members, what do you think should be the punishment for betraying the sect? Lu Ming looked at the founding members of the Kongshan School. Those who betray the sect should be executed. Yu Weia said coldly. Alright, then I'll leave Autark Universe Sovereign to you. Lu Ming said. Ah, Lu Ming. You're despicable. Autark Universe Sovereign roared hysterically. How could he not know that from the start, Lu Ming had no intention of letting him go? Even that powerful nether dragon listened to Lu Ming's orders. If Lu Ming said something, who in the Kongshan School would dare to go against him? However, Lu Ming said that he couldn't represent the founding members of the Kongshan School. Traitor, die. Yu Weia stepped forward. With a wave of his hand, a ray of moonlight slashed at Autark Universe Sovereign. Although Yu Weia had suffered some damage, it was still far from something that Autark Universe Sovereign could block. Lu Ming, I curse you. Autark Universe Sovereign roared. But before he could finish, he was struck by Yu Weia. His body was torn apart, and his soul was extinguished. He died on the spot. Now, the Autark family was practically completely destroyed. After dealing with the Autark family, the people of the Kongshan School looked at Lu Ming. Especially when they looked at the nether dragon beneath his feet, they were filled with reverence. The founding members of the Kongshan School flew over to Lu Ming. Lu Ming, I wonder who this is? Yu Weia looked at the nether dragon. He was naturally asking about the nether dragon. This is a friend of mine. Lu Ming smiled. A friend. Everyone's eyes narrowed. In their eyes, Lu Ming had become even more unfathomable. Such a powerful existence was actually Lu Ming's friend. Clang. Clang. At this moment, the sound of a bell rang out from within the Kongshan School. That's a death knell. What's going on? Many people's expressions changed. The death knell wouldn't be rung under normal circumstances. It would only be rung when a major figure of the Kongshan School had fallen. This time, a major figure of the Kongshan School had indeed fallen. That was Autark Universe Sovereign, but Autark Universe Sovereign was a traitor. Naturally, the death knell wouldn't be rung because of him. The schoolmaster has fallen. The schoolmaster has fallen. At this moment, a white-haired old man flew out and cried out sorrowfully. What? The schoolmaster has fallen. Many people were shocked. Founding Elder Shang, what's going on? How did the schoolmaster suddenly fall? The founding members all flew over to the old man and asked. I don't know either. When I saw that the situation was settled, I returned to the Life Palace and saw that the schoolmaster's life tablet had shattered. Founding Elder Shang said. Many of the major figures of the Kongshan School had life tablets stored in their life palaces. Once the life tablet shattered, it meant that they had fallen. What? How could this be? What's going on? No wonder the schoolmaster didn't appear before. Immediately, everyone in the Kongxian school discussed and made all kinds of guesses. However, no one knew the result. Lu Ming naturally wouldn't tell them how Dragon Boat Mountain had fallen. The matter of the schoolmaster's death is to be kept a secret for now. No one is to leak it. In the end, the founding members gave the order. However, they also knew that such a big matter couldn't be kept a secret for long. It was only a matter of time before it was leaked. They secretly rejoiced that there was an expert like Yulong in the Kongxian school. Otherwise, once the news of Dragon Boat Mountain's death was leaked, the Kongxian school would probably be in danger. Not to mention the three overlord forces, even some of the top forces wouldn't be afraid of them. Next, the founding members of the Kongxian school started to discuss what to do next. Lu Ming suggested that the founding members assist Ouyang Qingxiang to temporarily take charge of the Kongxian school. When Ouyang Qingxiang became the divine king, she would officially take over the Kongxian school. Ouyang Qingxiang was a Zongzi, and with Lu Ming's suggestion, the founding members naturally agreed. Lu Ming's words now carried a lot of weight. Once he spoke, the founding members of the Kongxian school had to think twice. Just like that, the founding members assisted Ouyang Qingxiang in managing the Kongxian school, and the Kongxian school was on the right track. The Nether Dragon's secret realm. Lu Ming, this Yulong is too heavily injured. I can still use this Yulong's body for now. I'll stay in the Yulong's body and heal in the Yulong's secret realm. You'll have to rely on yourself for everything else. The Bone Demon's voice sounded. Chapter 29-22. Alright, just focus on recuperating. Don't worry about me. Lu Ming nodded. He was still looking forward to it. This Nether Dragon was originally an existence that surpassed the Godly King realm. Once it recovered, it would be extremely terrifying. Of course, the Nether Dragon's soul had already been destroyed. The Bone Demon was only temporarily borrowing its body. It was impossible for it to recover to its peak. But even if it couldn't recover to its peak, as long as it recovered to the peak of the Godly King realm, Lu Ming could do whatever he wanted. Then I'll be leaving. The Bone Demon said as he controlled the Nether Dragon. With a twist of its body, it flew into the depths of the Nether Dragon's secret realm and disappeared. As for Lu Ming, he left the Nether Dragon's secret realm. Not long after, Lu Ming arrived at a mountain peak. This mountain peak was an independent peak of the Kongxian school. The divine aura was extremely dense and the cultivation environment was extremely good. Even in the entire Kongxian school, it could be ranked at the top. But now, it belonged to Lu Ming alone. After setting up a simple array around the mountain peak, Lu Ming came to a large hall at the center of the mountain peak and sat down cross-legged. Then, a storage ring appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Looking at the storage ring, Lu Ming's eyes were filled with intense anticipation. Because this storage ring belonged to the Dragon Mountain. What kind of treasure would the storage ring of a sect master contain? Lu Ming didn't know about other things, but Lu Ming knew that the stellar core was definitely in this storage ring. There really is a restriction. Lu Ming scanned the storage ring with his spiritual sense and found that there was indeed a restriction on it. However, this was the storage ring of the Dragon Mountain. He couldn't ask the Kongxian school's godly king for help. He could only break the restriction himself. With a thought, the 6 divine fires in his dantian burned fiercely. With the sovereign's god force as the lead, the 6 types of god force mixed together and surged towards the restriction on the storage ring. Lu Ming wanted to slowly erase the restriction on it. Even with the mysteries of the sovereign's god force, Lu Ming still took 3 months to erase the restrictions on the storage ring. As soon as the restriction was obliterated, Lu Ming's spiritual sense entered the ring and impatiently scanned it. The first thing he saw was a jade box in the spatial ring. Even though they were separated by the jade box, they could still feel the surging energy emanating from it. Star core. Lu Ming concluded that what was inside this jade box was definitely a star core. Lu Ming's palm glowed as the jade box appeared in his hand. So heavy. Lu Ming's expression changed. He almost couldn't hold the jade box. The weight of the jade box was shocking. Kid, with your current cultivation, you won't be able to absorb this stellar core. In the sea of consciousness, the voice of the quantifying character formula sounded. Then what cultivation level do I have to be able to absorb it? Lu Ming asked. This stellar core was refined by someone with a great ability. Its energy is strong and powerful. At the very least, you need to be in the Divine King realm to be able to absorb it. Otherwise, your soul and body will be burned to ashes. The quantifying character formula said. Only a Divine King realm can absorb it? God knows how long that will take. Lu Ming looked depressed. Originally, he thought that after obtaining the stellar core, he could rely on it to advance by leaps and bounds. It seemed that he had thought too much. Hee, kid, don't be depressed. Have you forgotten that there is still this old lady here? The quantifying character formula's proud voice sounded. You can absorb and refine this stellar core? Lu Ming's tone was full of doubt. Back then, the quantifying character formula needed a long time to refine a piece of nether dragon blood jade and the energy of the ancient god flower. The energy of the stellar core was many times stronger than the nether dragon blood jade and the ancient god flower. How could the quantifying character formula refine it? Lu Ming seriously doubted. Kid, what kind of tone is that? Are you doubting this old lady's ability? I'm so angry. The quantifying character formula roared. I'm not doubting your ability. It's just that you needed such a long time to refine the energy of the nether dragon blood jade and the ancient god flower. Then, wouldn't it take tens of thousands of years to refine this stellar core? Lu Ming muttered. Nonsense, kid, what do you know? This old lady is now residing in your body and is living with you. This old lady's ability is also determined by your cultivation. If your cultivation is weak, this old lady's ability will be weak. The higher your cultivation, this old lady's ability will be stronger. In the past, this old lady's refining ability was weak because you were a good-for-nothing. Do you understand now? The quantifying character formula screamed. Lu Ming's face was full of cold sweat. However, he finally understood that the quantifying character formula's energy was closely related to his strength. This made sense. Otherwise, the quantifying character formula was one of the origin ancient characters. Just its previous refining speed was too slow. Kid, now that your cultivation has reached the heavenly god realm, this old lady's refining ability has also been greatly improved. I can barely refine this stellar core. However, I can only refine it slowly. It will take a long time to completely refine it. However, even if I can only refine it bit by bit, when I transfer the refined energy to you, it will greatly increase your cultivation speed. Kid, your cultivation method is special. You need to cultivate many different kinds of divine power and divine fire. Especially when you reach the Divine King realm, you will condense more stellar cores than others. At that time, every time you break through, the energy you need will be many times more than others. Your cultivation speed will also be many times slower. However, with this stellar core, your cultivation speed will not be slow. The quantifying character formula went on for a long time. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Indeed, he cultivated the universe myriad Tao technique and cultivated many different kinds of divine power. The energy he needed to break through was much more than others. In this way, his cultivation speed was bound to be very slow. Therefore, during this period, he did not dare to cultivate other divine techniques. He was afraid that it would affect his cultivation speed. However, with this stellar core, no matter how many divine techniques he cultivated, no matter how much divine power he cultivated, he was not afraid. Old Liang, can you swallow this stellar core directly? Lu Ming asked. Of course. The quantifying character formula said. Then, Lu Ming's glabella glowed and the quantifying character flew out from his glabella. Lu Ming, open the jade box. The quantifying character formula said. Lu Ming immediately circulated his divine power and condensed two large hands. He grabbed the jade box and opened the lid of the jade box. As soon as the lid of the jade box was opened, Lu Ming saw a crystal the size of a human head in the jade box. It was dazzling like a small sun and emitted a terrifying energy fluctuation. In an instant, there was a terrifying energy that was about to soar into the sky. Fortunately, the quantifying character formula rapidly expanded and enveloped the stellar core. The next moment, the energy fluctuation disappeared along with the stellar core to avoid alerting others. After the quantifying character formula swallowed the stellar core, it flew into Lu Ming's glabella and settled down in his sea of consciousness. Lu Ming knew that it would take time for the quantifying character formula to refine the stellar core. He just needed to wait patiently for the harvest. Chapter 29-23. After dealing with the stellar core, Lu Ming began to organize the other items in the Dragon Mountain's interspatial ring. Even though he was mentally prepared, Lu Ming was still shocked. There were too many treasures in the interspatial ring. Low-grade divine crystals and mid-grade divine crystals were piled up like a mountain. It was hard to tell how many pieces there were, but it was enough for Lu Ming to use for a long time. There were also divine pellets with different functions, but all of them were of excellent quality. In addition, all kinds of crafting materials and metallic materials were also piled up like mountains. Lu Ming's face was full of smiles. When Xiuqiu woke up, he wouldn't have to worry about food for a long time. In addition, there were all sorts of divine artifacts of various grades. Lu Ming's thoughts flickered and a scarlet spear appeared in his hand. Buzz! Lu Ming circulated his god force and brandished the spear. A terrifying rumble resounded in the air. Good spear. Lu Ming smiled. This was a high-grade 9th-grade divine artifact, most suitable for Lu Ming's current use. Lu Ming immediately refined this divine artifact. After refining it, the spear flew into Lu Ming's sea of consciousness. It would be very convenient for him to use it in the future. Other than that, the Dragon Mountain had also collected a lot of secret manuals of divine skills, cultivation methods, and secret techniques. Lu Ming went through the interspatial ring. What made Lu Ming the happiest was that there were 2 sets of Saint-grade divine arts. These 2 divine arts were not the ones collected by the Kongxian school. Lu Ming had never seen them before. Clearly, they were the Dragon Mountain's private collection. Ha ha ha. Lu Ming laughed heartily. Now that he had the stellar core, he wanted to cultivate a few more types of god force. Now, there were divine arts delivered to his doorstep. As long as he could cultivate these 2 divine arts, his divine power would become even more vigorous. After putting away the 2 Saint-grade divine arts, Lu Ming took out some interspatial rings. These interspatial rings were obtained by Lu Ming after killing the Mystic Academies and Invincible Kenzo-S prodigies. Lu Ming organized these interspatial rings. What made Lu Ming ecstatic was that he had obtained another 2 sets of divine techniques. One of them was from the Mystic Academy's 4-eyed hollow court, called the multi-eyed divine art. When cultivated to the peak, one could cultivate the multi-eyed divine art. The 4-eyed hollow quartz divine art was this kind of divine art. Lu Ming was most excited about the other one. It was from the Invincible Kenzo-S prodigy, Zhuo Budong. It was called the Invincible Sword Art. This divine art was the Invincible Kenzo-S signature art. However, there were very few who could cultivate it to the peak because once cultivated to the peak, one would be able to cultivate the Invincible Sword Art, a divine-grade divine art. For example, the Invincible Kenzo-S prodigy, Sword Dao Wuji, had cultivated this divine art to the peak and cultivated the Invincible Sword Art to the peak. He had cultivated the Invincible Kenzo-S divine art to the peak and cultivated the Invincible Sword Art to the peak. As for Zhuo Budong, he had only cultivated the Saint-grade divine art. He was far from cultivating the divine-grade divine art. Lu Ming's heart thumped wildly. He had the Universe Myriad Dao technique, so he did not need to cultivate it to the peak. He only needed to cultivate a strand of divine art. Immediately, Lu Ming decided that he would spend the rest of his time practicing these 4 divine skills. As for those king-grade divine skills, Lu Ming was not interested in them at all. This was because it was very difficult for a king-grade divine art to condense a star nucleus. When Lu Ming stepped into the divine king realm, the king-grade divine art would not be of much use. Lu Ming planned to find an opportunity in the future to integrate the 3 types of king-grade divine power in his body into the sacred-grade divine power or divine-grade divine power that had similar attributes. Let's start with the divine-grade martial art, indestructible sword art. Lu Ming thought, then took out the invincible sword art and studied it carefully. The difficulty of cultivating a divine-grade divine technique was naturally incomparable to that of a sacred-grade divine technique. Lu Ming spent a full year before he succeeded in cultivating the first level. After cultivating the first level, Lu Ming condensed a strand of invincible sword force. For Lu Ming, this was enough. After cultivating the first level, Lu Ming put down the invincible sword art and began to comprehend the other saint-grade divine art, the many-eyed divine art. In this way, Lu Ming spent a few years to cultivate all 4 divine arts to the first level and cultivate a strand of divine art. Cultivating to this point was just the beginning. Then, Lu Ming wholeheartedly operated the Universe Myriad Tao technique to strengthen these 4 types of divine arts. It would take a long time to cultivate these 4 types of divine arts to the same level as the other divine arts. Then, Lu Ming fell into a deep level of seclusion. After the previous turmoil in the Qin Tian star field, it also fell into peace. Time passed quickly. 200 years had passed. 200 years was just a blink of an eye for the Qin Tian star field. But for Lu Ming, it was a great harvest. After 200 years, Lu Ming finally cultivated 3 of the saint-grade divine arts to the same level as the other divine arts. Only the invincible sword force was harder to cultivate because it was a divine-grade divine art. It had not reached the same level as the other divine arts, but the difference was not too big. In a few more decades, he should be able to catch up. As such, Lu Ming had a total of 10 divine arts in his dantian. They were extremely bright like 10 stars in the sky. Among them, there were 2 divine-grade divine arts, 5 saint-grade divine arts, and 3 king-grade divine arts. Now, although Lu Ming's cultivation was still in the first level of the heavenly god realm, compared to 200 years ago, Lu Ming's divine arts were much stronger. His battle prowess had also increased by a notch. Moreover, in these 200 years, he did not just cultivate the Universe Myriad Tao technique. He took time to comprehend the mystical dragon aspect technique, various divine skills, and the battle character technique. He had made significant improvements in all aspects. In terms of divine skills, Lu Ming had successfully cultivated the 3rd move of the apocalyptic 3 strikes, Star Explosion. This move was called Star Explosion. It was easy to imagine how powerful it was. In addition, the 9 heavens Kuan Peng art and 9 layers of crimson gold armor had both reached the 7th layer. The 9 heavens Kuan Peng art had reached the 7th layer, which was the peak. However, the 9 heavens Kuan Peng art was an incomplete speed-type divine skill. There must be other higher layers. Lu Ming planned to spend some time looking for them. As for the battle character technique, Lu Ming had finally reached the peak of multiplying his battle prowess by 4 times, achieving a success rate of 100%. Lu Ming had already started to comprehend the 5 times battle prowess. However, it was too difficult. After many years of cultivation, Lu Ming was still clueless. In short, after 200 years, although Lu Ming's cultivation had not improved, his battle prowess had improved significantly. If Lu Ming were to face the god son of the Mystic Academy, Lu Ming was confident that he could defeat his opponent. Meanwhile, outside the mountain, a slender figure arrived. Autumn Moon. Lu Ming rose with a smile and went up to her. He held Autumn Moon's hand and observed Autumn Moon carefully. His eyes flickered as he exclaimed in surprise, "Autumn Moon, you've broken through to the heaven god realm." Chapter 29-24. Yes, I just made a breakthrough a while ago. Autumn Moon nodded with joy on her face. She had finally caught up with Lu Ming. Lu Ming was amazed. Ever since Autumn Moon had awakened her 9 apertures sacred heart, her cultivation speed was amazing. Even without any fortuitous encounters, her cultivation speed was still very fast. 200 years ago, Lu Ming's words carried more weight in the Kongxian school. Almost no one would go against his words. Therefore, Autumn Moon could enter and leave the Kongxian school as she pleased. In addition, Lu Ming had given her a large number of resources to help her. Thus, Autumn Moon's cultivation was improving at an amazing speed. Now, Autumn Moon had broken through the Heavenly God realm and reached level 1 Heavenly God realm. She was on par with Lu Ming. Moreover, Autumn Moon had also cultivated the Universe Myriad Tao technique to the highest level. She had successfully cultivated the Sovereign Divine Power. Her combat strength was also very strong. If she were in the major sects, she would be a divine son. Of course, no one knew about this. Xiao Yu, take these divine arts and profound techniques and cultivate them. Lu Ming gave Xiao Yu the indestructible sword technique, multi-eyed divine technique, ultimate cold divine technique, and other divine techniques. With Autumn Moon's talent, it was only a matter of time before she could cultivate many divine powers. Moreover, with Autumn Moon's 9 apertures sacred heart, her cultivation speed would not be slow even if she could control many divine powers. If it were others, even if they had the Universe Myriad Tao technique and cultivated many divine powers, their cultivation speed would be as slow as a snail. However, Lu Ming had the quantifying character formula and Autumn Moon had the 9 apertures sacred heart. They did not have to worry about this. So many. Autumn Moon was shocked when she saw so many divine skills and divine skills. Of course, don't you know who your young master is? These divine skills and divine skills are nothing. I will give you more in the future. Lu Ming began to boast. I knew it from Autumn Moon that young master is the best. Autumn Moon blinked her big eyes and kissed Lu Ming on the lips. Then, she immediately retracted her hand. However, Lu Ming reached out and held Autumn Moon's slender waist, pulling Autumn Moon into his arms. Now that you know how powerful the young master is, I'll make it up to him today. Lu Ming smirked. Young master is up to no good again. Autumn Moon giggled. Then I'll show you how bad I am. Lu Ming laughed and carried Autumn Moon into a room. Soon, a seductive voice came from the room. In the days that followed, under Lu Ming's guidance, Autumn Moon practiced all kinds of divine arts and techniques. Her progress was astonishing, and even Lu Ming felt inferior. In the blink of an eye, another 3 years had passed. On this day, the Senate of Kongxian School suddenly sent a message to Lu Ming, saying that there was an important matter. Lu Ming rushed to the meeting hall and found Ouyang Qingxiang and the other saints there. When Fuko Seiko and the others saw Lu Ming, their faces turned pale, and their faces were full of respect. Greetings, Saint Lu Ming. Fuko Seiko and the others greeted Lu Ming politely. Now, if Lu Ming said 1, they would definitely not dare to say 2. Lu Ming nodded casually and swept his gaze across the hall. In addition to the saints and saintesses, the Senate of Kongxian School and many inner sect elders were almost all present. Lu Ming. Saint Lu Ming. These Senate and inner sect elders also greeted Lu Ming. Everyone, why are you all gathered here today? Lu Ming asked. Lu Ming, we received news not long ago that the emissary of the Taishu dynasty is coming to Kongxian School. Ouyang Qingxiang said. The Taishu dynasty. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly shone brightly. Lu Ming had known for a long time that the Taishu sacred court was a universe-level force. It ruled over a vast territory and countless star zones. Qin Tian Starfield was a remote starfield under the rule of the Taishu dynasty. Because of Jing Yu's matter, Lu Ming would sooner or later visit the Taishu dynasty. He did not expect that the Taishu dynasty would suddenly send an emissary to Kongxian School. Why did the emissary of the Taishu dynasty suddenly come to Kongxian School? Lu Ming asked. His mind was racing. Could it be that the emissary of the Taishu dynasty knew about his relationship with Jing Yu and came because of him? That was impossible. He did not reveal anything about Jing Yu. The emissary of the Taishu dynasty should not know about it. Then what was the reason? We don't know. In the vast Taishu dynasty, Qin Tian Starfield is a remote place. The Taishu dynasty has always been indifferent and rarely sent an emissary. This time, they suddenly sent an emissary. I don't know why. Ouyang Qingxiang also frowned. The others also looked dignified. They did not know whether the arrival of the emissary of the Taishu dynasty was a blessing or a curse. Although Kongxian school dominated Qin Tian Starfield, compared to the Taishu dynasty, they were like ants. The difference between an ant and a divine dragon was like the difference between an ant and a divine dragon. Any cultivator from the Taishu sacred dynasty could destroy the Kongxian sect. Therefore, they could not help but feel nervous. It's not the emissary of the Taishu dynasty, but the residents of the Nine Extinction Heavenly Lord. At this moment, Yu Wuya said. Residents of the Nine Extinction Heavenly Lord? Some people, including Lu Ming, were puzzled. You might not be clear about the division of power in the Taishu dynasty. Let me explain it to you. Yu Wuya said. He sorted out his thoughts and continued, the Taishu dynasty used a system of enfeoffment. In addition to the Taishu dynasty's emissary occupying a large area of the core and the best territory, they also enfeoffed 27 heavenly lords. These 27 heavenly lords were the top experts of the Taishu dynasty. They were also people who had contributed greatly to the Taishu dynasty. The 27 heavenly lords established 27 heavenly lords' residences and ruled over a territory. It was like a country within a country. Their strength was also very shocking. And our Qin Tian Starfield is under the rule of the residents of the Nine Extinction Heavenly Lord. Yu Wuya explained. I see. Lu Ming nodded. He had a rough understanding of the division of power in the Taishu dynasty. The 27 heavenly lords were the vassals of the Taishu dynasty. However, the people's faces did not relax. To them, whether it was the Taishu dynasty's emissary or the residents of the Nine Extinction Heavenly Lord, they were both giants that they could not fight against. There was no difference. The emissary from the residents of the Nine Extinction Heavenly Lord is almost here. Let's go out and welcome him. Yu Wuya said. Immediately, the higher-ups of the Kongxian school all flew out into outer space. They stood in space and waited quietly. Roar! Roar! About half an hour later, a series of dragon roars could be heard from afar. Then, the crowd saw 9 huge divine dragons pulling a chariot towards them at high speed. The 9 divine dragons were crimson red and were 10,000 meters long. Their auras were extremely shocking. Each of them gave off a terrifying pressure. They're using peak heavenly god divine dragons to pull the chariot. What a big deal! An elder exclaimed. Chapter 29-25. Using 9 divine dragons at the peak of the heavenly god realm to pull the chariot was indeed shocking. Everyone knew that the emissary from the Nine Extinction Heavenly King Mansion had arrived. Roar! Roar! The 9 dragons pulled the chariot at an astonishing speed. It soon arrived in front of Lu Ming and the rest and stopped in the starry sky. Everyone saw that there were more than 10 figures on the chariot. Among them, there were 4 middle-aged burly men. They were burly and exuded a terrifying aura. Supreme being, they were definitely supreme beings. Moreover, they were definitely elites among the supreme beings. The other 6 people were all young people. There were both men and women, and all of them had arrogant looks on their faces, as if they were high and mighty. Kongxian School's Zongzi, Ouyang Qingxiang, leads the entire Kongxian School to welcome the emissary from the Nine Extinction Heavenly King Mansion. Ouyang Qingxiang stepped forward and cupped her fists. Welcome the emissary from the Nine Extinction Heavenly King Mansion. The rest of the people from the Kongxian School also cupped their fists and bowed respectfully. Of course, Lu Ming was an exception. He just cupped his fists casually and looked at the people from the Nine Extinction Heavenly King Mansion curiously. Zongzi? Where's your sect leader? Why isn't he here to welcome us? A young man with 3 red scales between his eyebrows flew down from the chariot and said coldly. However, when his eyes fell on Ouyang Qingxiang, there was a flash of surprise in his eyes. To be honest, my sect leader has fallen a few hundred years ago. I'm the temporary successor of my sect leader. Ouyang Qingxiang replied. Oh. The young man with the scales between his eyebrows said softly and did not comment further. May I ask why you've suddenly come to my Kongxian school? Ouyang Qingxiang nervously asked this question. I was just about to tell you that the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion's treasure, the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal, has been stolen. The young man with the scales between his eyebrows said. Ouyang Qingxiang and the rest looked at each other. What did the theft of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion's treasure have to do with them? After investigation, the one who stole the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion's treasure, the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal, is from Qin Tian Star Field. The young man with the scales between his eyebrows suddenly said coldly. What? Ouyang Qingxiang, Yu Wuya, and the others' faces changed drastically. The person who stole the 9 Absolute Heavenly King Mansion's treasure was actually someone from Qin Tian Starfield. Could it be that the experts of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion suspected that it was done by their Kongxian school? When they thought of this, the Grand Elders and Inner Court Elders of the Kongxian sect broke out in a cold sweat. Esteemed emissaries, are you suspecting that it was done by people from my Kongxian school? That's impossible. With the number of experts in the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace, how could someone from my Kongxian school enter and steal the treasure? Yu Wuya hurriedly said. What you're saying is that the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion's defense is failing? The young man with the scale on his forehead said with a solemn expression. No, that's not what I meant. Lord Envoy has misunderstood. Yu Wuya bowed repeatedly, cold sweat dripping down his face. He was a second sky of King God Realm warrior, but he had to bow and bend his knees in front of a junior. The other party's background was too big. It's best that you didn't. The young man with the scale on his forehead snorted and said, this time, every force in the Qin Tian Star Field is a suspect. We will investigate all of them, no exceptions. How do you want to investigate? Ouyang Qingxiang asked. It's simple. Gather everyone from the Kongxian school and take out your storage rings for us to check. Also, open your Sea of Consciousness and Dantian. We will also check your Sea of Consciousness and Dantian to prevent you from storing the treasure in your Sea of Consciousness and Dantian. The young man with the scale on his forehead said. What? You want to check our storage rings? And our Sea of Consciousness and Dantian? Many people exclaimed, their faces pale. If that was the case, they would have no more secrets to hide. Storage rings, Sea of Consciousness and Dantian were the biggest secrets of a cultivator. It was impossible to let others see them. Who didn't have a secret? However, the other party wanted to check everyone's storage rings, Sea of Consciousness and Dantian in the Kongxian school. How overbearing. What? Do you have a problem with that? The young man with the scale on his forehead asked coldly as his face darkened. The others stepped down from the war chariot and looked at Lu Ming and the others with unfriendly eyes. It would be strange if we don't have any objections. Everyone shouted in their hearts. Dear emissaries, we really didn't steal the treasure of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion. We wouldn't dare to do so even if we were given 100 guts. Yes, and our cultivation is low. We can't steal the treasure of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion. Dear emissaries, please understand. The few elders of the Kongxian school spoke one after another. Nonsense, I don't care. My mission here is to find the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal. Don't talk nonsense with me. Do as I say immediately. The young man with the scale on his forehead shouted coldly as if he was scolding a group of slaves. He was direct and overbearing, showing no mercy. Yu Wuya and some other Divine King experts looked pale. The other party was just a young man and they could see that he was only a level 6 heavenly god. If he dared to talk to them like that elsewhere, he would have been slapped to death. However, the other party was an emissary of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion, accompanied by a terrifying expert. They did not dare to do so. That being said, they were not willing to take out their storage rings and open their divine sense Dantian for the other party to inspect. For a moment, the atmosphere at the scene was somewhat heavy. What's wrong? You're still not willing? Does your Kongxian school want to be wiped out? The young man with the scale on his forehead snapped furiously. How bold of you! A voice could be heard. Lu Ming could not stand it any longer and stepped forward. Right from the start, the other party had been acting all high and mighty, looking down on them. It was as if Lu Ming and the rest had to do whatever he said. This really made Lu Ming unhappy. As soon as Lu Ming stepped forward, the young man with the scale on his forehead fixed his gaze on Lu Ming with an icy flicker. Kid, what did you say? The young man with the scale on his forehead snapped coldly. Can't you hear what I said? Is there something wrong with your ears? Lu Ming said coldly. Once his temper flared up, he would not care who the other party was. You want us to give you our storage rings, Divine Sense Dantian, and Divine Sense Dantian as soon as you arrive. Why? Just because you said so. Then, let me check your Divine Sense Dantian first. Lu Ming continued. Kid, you want to check my Divine Sense Dantian? Who do you think you are? You're just a lowly ant. How can you be compared to me? You'll do whatever I tell you to do. Do you understand? Trash. The young man with the scale on his forehead bellowed, looking as if he had Lu Ming under his control. Hee hee, you're talking as if you're very noble. In my opinion, we're all the same. There's no difference between high and low. If you want to investigate us, why can't we investigate you? Lu Ming sneered. Kid, you're bringing trouble to your Kongxian school. Do you understand? The young man with the scale on his forehead threatened as his face turned colder. Chapter 29-26. You don't have to threaten me. Justice is in our hearts. Let me tell you, I, Kongxian School, did not steal the treasures of 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion. It's impossible for you to search our Dantian and Sea of Consciousness. All cultivators know that the Dantian and Sea of Consciousness are the most important secrets. If you want to search our Dantian and Sea of Consciousness, you might as well kill us. Lu Ming said loudly. His Dantian and Sea of Consciousness contained a lot of secrets. The universe myriad Tao scripture could cultivate many kinds of divine powers. There was also the battle formula and measure formula. If any of them were exposed, he would die a horrible death. How could he let them search his Dantian? If you really have doubts, we can swear on our life origin to confirm that we did not steal the treasures of 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion. In the end, Lu Ming gave in. After all, he had to think for the Kongxian school. Swear on your life origin? Hee hee, I don't trust you. The treasures of 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion are precious. You can sacrifice a few of your lives for it. It's totally worth it. The young man with the scale between his eyebrows said coldly. Swearing on their life origin, if they broke the oath, it would not be triggered immediately. Instead, they might die from Qigong deviation later on in their cultivation. The other party's meaning was obvious. Even if someone from Kongxian School really stole the treasures of 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion, they could swear on their life origin. At that time, those who stole the treasures would die because of the oath. However, it was worth it for the treasures of 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion. Yu Guya and the others looked pale. It was obvious that the other party wanted to search their Dantian and Sea of Consciousness. If that's the case, there's nothing more to say. Please go back. It's impossible for you to search our Dantian and Sea of Consciousness. Lu Ming's face turned cold. He had already made a concession, but the other party was still pressing on. He was too lazy to talk nonsense. He, great, great. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. After all, I can still check your Dantian and Sea of Consciousness after killing you. The young man with the scale between his eyebrows laughed sinisterly. Boom. 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 At this moment, the 4 burly men to release their life origin. The vast pressure covered the entire Kongxian star. Ah, what's going on? What a terrifying aura. A terrifying expert has arrived. Danger. The Kongxian school was in a state of chaos. Many people felt the aura and were horrified. Some people were even in the middle of cultivation. Their bodies shook violently and they vomited blood when the aura pressed down on them. Third King God Layer, all of them are at the Third King God Layer. Yuya couldn't help but cry out in shock. The other eminent elders of the God King realm shuddered as their faces changed drastically. The four of them were intimidating experts of the Third King God realm. In the Qin Tian Star area, they were the Dean of the Mystic Academy and the Patriarch of the Invincible Kenzo. They were absolutely overlords. However, four of them had come at the same time. Lu Ming's expression changed too. The Nine-Ju Heavenly King Palace was indeed intimidating. They could casually send out a third sky of King God Realm Warrior. Moreover, he didn't seem to have a high status. Seems like I can only ask the Bone Devil to come here. Lu Ming's mind was racing. Facing this situation, he could only ask the Bone Devil to take action and beat them back. Then, he would take the Kongxian school to a place to hide. Except for this method, there was no other way. A bunch of country bumpkins. You haven't seen the world yet. A few third sky of King God Realm warriors can scare you like this. Seeing Lu Ming and the others change their expressions, the young man with the scale between his eyebrows felt happy. He couldn't help but mock them. Now, I will give you one last chance. Open your storage rings and your dantian and sea of consciousness for us to check. Then, we will spare your lives. The young man with the scale between his eyebrows continued coldly. Yu Wuya and the other eminent elders of the Kongxian school changed their expressions. The other side had 4/3 sky of King God Realm warriors. Once they attacked, they would definitely die. Thus, they hesitated. Compared to being killed, it was acceptable to let them check their dantian and sea of consciousness. However, Lu Ming's attitude was firm, which made them hesitate. Lu Ming had the nether dragon behind him. I will give you 3 breaths of time. If you don't agree after 3 breaths, you will die. 3. The young man with the scale between his eyebrows said coldly. Yu Wuya and the others changed their expressions. They looked at Lu Ming and then at the young man with the scale between his eyebrows. They were extremely anxious. 2. The young man with the scale between his eyebrows said again. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Qin Wushang, you are really impressive. You came to the Qin Tian Star Zone to act like a tyrant. Haha. At this moment, a mocking voice came from afar. Who is it? The young man with the scale between his eyebrows shouted coldly. He looked in the direction of the voice. In that direction, there was a sword light flying towards them at an astonishing speed. In the next instant, the sword light disappeared and a battle sword appeared in the starry sky. The battle sword was 10,000 meters long. It was incomparably huge. 5 figures stood on the sword. A young man and 4 big men. Wu Zifeng, Lu Ming, Ouyang Qingxiang, and the others were somewhat shocked. The young man on the sword was really Wu Zifeng. Miss Qingxiang, Lu Ming, Grandpa Yu. Wu Zifeng stepped down and greeted Lu Ming and Ouyang Qingxiang. Finally, he bowed to Yu Wuya. Zifeng, you came. Good, good, good. Seeing Wu Zifeng, Yu Wuya was overjoyed. He said good 3 times in a row and seemed to have completely relaxed. Wu Zifeng, it's you. The young man with the scale between his eyebrows couldn't help exclaiming when he saw Wu Zifeng. He seemed to recognize Wu Zifeng. Qin Wushang, now scram. Wu Zifeng coldly shouted. The young man with the scale between his eyebrows was called Qin Wushang. Wu Zifeng, I came this time to investigate the theft of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Manor's treasures. Do you want to interfere? Qin Wushang said coldly. Don't use the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Manor to pressure me. You can deceive others, but you can't deceive me. You're just an ordinary disciple of the Qin family, you can't represent the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Manor. Don't use a chicken feather as a token of authority in front of us. Wu Zifeng sneered. At the same time, the 4 burly men behind Wu Zifeng also burst out with shocking auras. They were all existences of the 3rd layer of the Divine King realm. Looks like Wu Zifeng also came from the Taishu dynasty. Lu Ming's heart moved. He already knew that Wu Zifeng wasn't someone from the Qin Tian star field. It turned out that he came from the Taishu dynasty. His background was bigger than he imagined. Even Qin Wushang seemed to be quite afraid of Wu Zifeng. You! Qin Wushang's face turned ugly. The 9 Extinction Heavenly King Manor's territory was vast and boundless. Naturally, there were also many powerful forces under their command. These forces all existed in the form of families. Each and every huge and ancient family helped the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Manor to rule the vast territory. Chapter 29-27. These ancient families had been passed down for countless years. Their foundations were deep and their strength was unfathomable. They were not something the Qin Tian star field could compare to. The Wu family and Qin family were such families. However, Qin Wushang's position in the Qin family was not high. Just like what Wu Zifeng said, he was not doing well in the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace. He had only come to the Qin Tian star field to show off, and could not represent the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace. Wu Zifeng, it seems like you must get involved. This is related to the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal. If something happens, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Not to mention you, even your Wu family won't be able to bear the consequences. Qin Wushang said coldly. You don't have to worry about this. Moreover, I can guarantee that the Kongxian school is not the culprit who stole the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal. Now, you can scram. Wu Zifeng said. Good, very good. I can leave, but, Qin Wushang gritted his teeth. Halfway through his words, his gaze suddenly swept towards Lu Ming. His figure trembled, and like a ray of light, he charged towards Lu Ming, sending a palm strike towards Lu Ming. The energy whistled and the palm force pressed toward Lu Ming with overwhelming force. 6th level Heavenly God Realm, Saint Grade Divine Power. In an instant, Lu Ming judged Qin Wushang's strength. At the crucial moment, Lu Ming did not have time to think. He could only circulate his divine power and block with his palm. However, Lu Ming did not expect Qin Wushang to suddenly attack him. In a hurry, he could only circulate 30% of his divine power. Boom! The palm strike collided, and Lu Ming's body violently shook. He retreated 1,000 meters before stabilizing his body. Qin Wushang, what are you doing? Wu Zifeng furiously shouted. What am I doing? This lowly ant doesn't know how to respect his seniors and dares to talk back to me. Today, I will not pursue the matter of the Kongxian school. However, this person must die. Qin Wushang shouted, his face malevolent and filled with powerful killing intent. After he finished speaking, Qin Wushang's aura became even stronger. He took a step forward, and a strong pressure pressed down on Lu Ming wave after wave. This person isn't any weaker than Paragon Cosmos. A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Qin Wushang's cultivation was at the 6th layer Heaven God realm, and the God force he controlled was at the sacred level. He was a genius on the same level as 9 Supremes. However, from Wu Zifeng's tone, Qin Wushang seemed to be doing well in the Qin clan. Such a genius was only average in the Qin clan. How many geniuses did the Qin clan have? In other words, how many geniuses did the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion, or even the entire Taishu dynasty have? For a moment, Lu Ming's imagination ran wild, and he even had some desire in his heart. Now, among the younger generation of the Qin Heavenly Star Field, Lu Ming was almost standing at the peak. For example, Mo Jiuyi, Limitless Sword Dao, Zhang Yan, Jun Pe, and the others. As long as they had not broken through, he was confident that he could defeat them. Therefore, he longed for stronger opponents who could bring him pressure and make him stronger. As long as I'm here, don't even think about touching a hair on Lu Ming's head. Wu Zifeng said coldly. He waved his hand. Bang! Behind Wu Zifeng, a burly man stepped out. His berserk aura immediately blocked Qin Wushang. But then, another burly man behind Qin Wushang also stepped out. His aura erupted like a volcano, instantly breaking apart the Wu clan's aura. Qin Wushang regained his freedom. Let the younger generation handle their own matters. We, the older generation, will just watch. That burly man from the Qin clan coldly stared at the Wu clan's expert. Both sides' experts faced each other. However, both sides had brought about the same number of people, and their cultivation bases were also about the same. They just happened to be in a standoff. They couldn't interfere in the matter between Lu Ming and Qin Wushang. That's right. The younger generation's matters should be handled by themselves. I want to see what gave a lowly ant from the Qin Tian star field the courage to speak to me like that. Qin Wushang laughed. His sixth-layer heavenly god cultivation base rose to the peak. He took a step forward, walking toward Lu Ming confidently. Just now, he had forced Lu Ming back with a single palm. He could see that Lu Ming was only a first-layer heavenly god. In his opinion, a first-layer heavenly god would not be able to withstand a single blow. Qin Wushang, you dare! Wu Zifeng shouted. Unfortunately, his cultivation base was even lower than Qin Wushang's. He couldn't wipe his hands. Brother Wu, since he wants to fight, then I'll accompany him. You don't need to interfere. Lu Ming raised his hand, stopping Wu Zifeng. Hee, kid, you've got guts. However, a piece of trash like you still wants to fight me? Kneel down. Qin Wushang harumphed coldly and raised his hand once again. A giant palm was formed and slammed down at Lu Ming, trying to force Lu Ming to his knees. You're the one who should kneel down. Lu Ming's calm voice appeared. Meanwhile, 10 godly flames were ignited in his body. 10 types of divine powers circulated wildly, gathering together and dashing toward Lu Ming's arm. Whoosh! Lu Ming pointed forward, firing a spear glow into the sky. It soared into the sky, brighter than a meteor. Bang! The spear glow collided with Qin Wushang's palm, resulting in a great explosion. Qin Wushang's palm exploded and dissipated. What? Qin Wushang was astounded. Why had Lu Ming's aura suddenly skyrocketed? His attack was utterly shocking too. It had shattered his attack with a single move. The people who came with Qin Wushang couldn't help but widen their eyes in shock. So powerful, Lu Ming is getting more and more powerful. Wu Zifeng was also astonished. You only have this bit of strength. I thought the geniuses of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace were stronger. Lu Ming's voice was filled with mockery. Kid, you do have some strength. However, I didn't use my full strength just now. Now, regret it. 7 injuries divine fist. Qin Wushang shouted and changed his attack. His palm turned into a fist. His body emitted a strange radiance that gathered on his fists. Boom! Qin Wushang threw out 2 consecutive punches. The 2 fists were like 2 meteors that shot towards Lu Ming. They were fast, but their power was shocking. This kind of battle strength was no longer below Sovereign Universe's full strength. He was definitely one of the top geniuses in the Qin Tian star field. However, with Lu Ming's current strength, it was easy for him to deal with an opponent like Sovereign Universe. In fact, Lu Ming didn't even need to use his ancient god physique or the battle character art. It was enough to rely on his 10 types of divine power, as well as various divine skills and secret techniques. Divine Dragon Dharma Idol. Lu Ming also threw out a punch. Roar! A dragon's roar resounded through the sky. A huge 9-clawed dragon appeared and pounced at Qin Wushang. Then, Lu Ming threw out another punch. Another 9-clawed dragon appeared. The 2 9-clawed dragons twisted their bodies and pounced forward. The 9 dragon claws on their abdomens continuously clawed out, letting out a terrifying whistling sound as if sharp swords were tearing through the air. In reality, that was indeed the case. Now that Lu Ming had cultivated the invincible sword art, he could control the invincible sword energy. His divine power contained terrifying sword energy attacks. The invincible sword energy was used on the 9-clawed dragon's claws, causing them to become as sharp as swords. This allowed Lu Ming's attack power to reach a new level. Chapter 29-28. Bang! Bang! The 9-clawed dragon's sharp claws continuously clawed at the fist seal, resulting in a series of explosions. The fist seal continued to vibrate as cracks began to appear on its surface. How is this possible? How is this possible? Qin Wushang yelled in his heart. This was simply unbelievable. He had already used 100% of his strength and used his ultimate move, but now, he was still at a disadvantage. This was simply inconceivable. He was a 6th-layer heaven god, and had even mastered the sacred divine force. On the other hand, Lu Ming was only a 1st-layer heaven god. An existence that he had treated as an ant had actually displayed such shocking strength, causing his pride to suffer a great blow. I can't lose. How could I lose to an ant from the Qin Tian star field? 7 injuries godly fist, 7 injuries stacking. Qin Wushang yelled in his heart. His face turned pale as he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. After spitting out the blood, Qin Wushang's face turned pale, but his fist intent had grown stronger. Bang! 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 Qin Wushang continued to throw out punches. Terrifying fist intents were fired continuously, merging with the fist seal from before, causing the power of his fist seal to skyrocket, emitting a blinding glow. Using your own injuries in exchange for an increase in attack power, such a brainless secret technique, hee. Lu Ming chuckled coldly as he took a step forward. Godly dragon, come out! Lu Ming yelled. Roar! 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 In the sky, the cries of dragons continued, and another 4 cries were heard. Following this, another 4 9-clawed dragons appeared above Lu Ming's head. Including the previous one, there were a total of 6 9-clawed dragon transcendents. After 200 years of cultivation, Lu Ming had already refined 6 godly dragon transcendents. The true power of the godly dragon transcendence technique was gradually revealed. The 6 9-clawed dragon transcendents lunged at Qin Wushang. The vast dragon aura caused the 9 dragons pulling the Qin clan's chariot to be terrified as they backed off. This was the suppression of rank. In the mystical dragon tribe, the 9-clawed dragon was undoubtedly at the top. The power of 6 9-clawed dragon dharma forms was astonishing. Moreover, Lu Ming had mastered the battle character's secret art. Even if he didn't multiply his battle prowess, any divine skill or secret art would be strengthened by the battle character's secret art. The attacks from both sides met in the air and exploded into a shocking collision. Following that, Qin Wushang's fist imprints continuously exploded and crumbled. Puff! Qin Wushang spat out large mouthfuls of blood as his figure retreated rapidly. Lu Ming stepped out. The 6 9-clawed dragons roared and chased after him. Quick, come and help me suppress this ant. Qin Wushang roared. Even now, he still felt that he was high and mighty, a level higher than Lu Ming. This was the common problem of those who were born into great powers. Just like the geniuses of the Qin Tian star field, when facing the people of the chaotic astral river, they would look down on the people of the chaotic astral river, thinking that they were superior and had a noble status. As for those who had climbed up from the bottom, they would not have such a mentality. Kill. There were 5 other youths who came with Qin Wushang. At this moment, all of them were charging towards Lu Ming. The moment these 5 youths attacked, the people of the Kongxian school were shocked. Because these 5 youths were all terrifying geniuses. All of them had mastered divine powers. 3 of them were at the 6th level of the heavenly god realm, and 2 were at the 5th level of the heavenly god realm. The 3 of them were at the 6th level of the heavenly god realm, and were no weaker than Qin Wushang. The 6 experts joined forces and launched their respective ultimate moves towards Lu Ming. Kid, die. 7 injuries divine fist. Qin Wushang roared. He was injured by Lu Ming, but the power of his fist energy was stronger. He had cultivated a secret technique unique to the Qin clan. The more injured he was, the stronger his fist energy would be. However, facing such an attack, Lu Ming's expression was still calm. Battle character secret, double battle strength. With a thought, Lu Ming activated the double battle strength of the battle character secret art. A powerful force burst out from his body, filling his entire body. The 6 9-clawed divine dragons roared. As their bodies twisted, they swelled up rapidly. Their bodies grew larger, and they became even more powerful. The 6 9-clawed dragons lunged at the 6 youths. Meanwhile, Lu Ming condensed a long spear in his hand, which was as huge as a mountain, and slammed it towards one of the youths. The young man was using all his strength to fight against a 9-clawed dragon, and had no ability to resist the attack of the long spear. He was directly suppressed by the spear and was sent flying like a broken sandbag. He was severely injured, and his aura was weak. Following that, Lu Ming attacked another young man with his spear. After Lu Ming activated the double battle strength, trash like Qin Wushang was no longer a match for Lu Ming, and was easily crushed. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming continuously attacked with his spear. Every spear attack was able to suppress one person. In an instant, the 5 youths who attacked were all sent flying by Lu Ming, and were severely injured. Finally, Lu Ming's cold gaze swept towards Qin Wushang. Ah! Qin Wushang screamed in fright and turned to run. You haven't even knelt down, and you want to leave? Lu Ming spoke coldly. He manipulated the 6 divine dragon dharma characteristics and surrounded Qin Wushang. Brat, stop! At this moment, a big man from the Qin clan shouted and stepped forward, wanting to personally deal with Lu Ming. However, a big man from the Wu clan stopped him. Let the younger generation solve their own problems. It's better for the older generation not to interfere. The big man from the Wu clan sneered. This sentence was previously said by the big man from the Qin clan. Now, the big man from the Wu clan returned it to him. You! The big man from the Qin clan was furious. He stared at Lu Ming and said coldly, Qin Wushang is a disciple of the Qin clan. Although he isn't a core disciple, if you want him to kneel, you should think carefully about whether you can bear the consequences. His voice was cold and full of threat. Even if Qin Wushang wasn't a core disciple of the Qin clan, he was still a member of the Qin clan and represented the Qin clan's face. Making Qin Wushang kneel was equivalent to slapping the Qin clan's face. I've never heard of the Qin clan. I only know that if you want someone to pay for something, you should be prepared to pay for it. If he wants me to kneel, then he should be prepared to kneel. Kneel for me. Lu Ming shouted coldly, not giving him any face at all. The 6 9-clawed dragon's huge dragon claws continuously pressed down. How could Qin Wushang resist? After barely blocking a few moves, he was controlled by the 9-clawed dragon Dharma idol. With a plop, he knelt down in the air in front of Lu Ming. Ah! Qin Wushang let out a roar like a pig being slaughtered. This was a great humiliation. He wasn't a core disciple in the Qin clan and didn't have a good life. If this matter were to spread to the Qin clan, his life would be even worse and he would become a disgrace to the Qin clan. At this moment, he even had the heart to die. The other 5 youths from the Qin clan were pale with fear. They secretly rejoiced that they weren't the first to step forward. Otherwise, their ending wouldn't be any better. Chapter 29-29. Scram! With a wave of his hand, a burst of energy sent Qin Wushang flying. A large man from the Qin clan caught Qin Wushang, his expression extremely cold. Brat, you have guts. I hope you never step into the 9 Extinction Heavenly King mansion in your lifetime. Otherwise, you will regret what you did today. Let's go. The large man from the Qin clan left behind those words, then brought Qin Wushang and the others up to the war chariot. Then, the 9 dragons roared and pulled the war chariot away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Hu, Yuwuya and the others let out a long breath, but their hearts were still very heavy, as if a huge rock was pressing down on them. Although the Kongxian school was temporarily safe, they knew that this matter was far from over. The treasure of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion being stolen was definitely a big matter. Immediately, they welcomed Wu Zifeng and the Wu clan into the Kongxian school. After some explanation, Lu Ming found out that when Yu Guya was young, he had unintentionally become friends with Wu Zifeng's grandfather. The two of them had gone on adventures together, and had a friendship of life and death. After that, Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng were betrothed before they were born. Therefore, Wu Zifeng often went to the Kongxian school, and Yu Linglong also often went to the Wu clan to play. Zifeng, what exactly is going on? In a large hall, Yu Guya asked Wu Zifeng. I'm also not very clear about the details of this matter. I only know that about a few months ago, the treasure of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion, the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal, was suddenly stolen. The thief's methods were extremely brilliant, and no one discovered it. However, the thief still left behind some traces. The experts of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion used those traces to come to a conclusion. The thief is very likely from the Qin Tian star field. Wu Zifeng said. How is that possible? The defense of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion is extremely secretive, and experts are as numerous as clouds. Who in the Qin Tian star field would be able to steal the treasure from the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion? Yu Guya and the others could not believe it at all. In the Qin Tian star area, Xing Mo, the dean of the Mystic Academy, had the strength of the 3rd King God realm. However, in the Jiuju Heavenly King Palace, such a cultivation base was far from enough. Not to mention the 3rd layer of the King God realm, even the 4th or 5th layer of the King God realm was far from enough. Who in the Qin Tian star field had the ability to steal the treasures of the 9 Extremes Heavenly King Mansion? I'm also confused about that. However, the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace won't give up. This time, it's not only the Qin clan that has come, the other clans have also sent their people. Wu Zifeng said. Everyone's expression became even more serious. This matter was not simple at all. Everyone chatted for a while more before dispersing. Sure enough, a few days later, news began to spread throughout the Qin Tian star field. The 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion and the various aristocratic families came. Not only was the Kongxian school visited, but all the major forces in the Qin Tian starfield were also visited. For example, the 3 overlord forces, the Ice Soul Clan, and the Scarlet Flame Clan. The people of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion were overbearing. No matter which force they belonged to, they would check their storage rings and Dantian's Sea of Consciousness. The other forces were not like the Kongxian school, who had the Wu clan's help. Facing the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion and the other major forces, all of them were helpless. They could only accept the inspection of their storage rings and Dantian's Sea of Consciousness. Even the Scarlet Flame Clan and the Ice Soul Clan were no exception. However, the result was that they did not find anything. There was no clue about the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal. The people of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion were furious. They gave the Qin Tian star field 10 years. If they did not hand over the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal after 10 years, they would send an army to trample the Qin Tian star field. For a time, the people of the Qin Tian star field were in a state of panic. Who stole the treasure of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion? Why aren't they handing it over? Do they want to kill everyone? Who is it? For their own selfish reasons, they have harmed the entire star field. They will die a horrible death. Many people cursed. The Qin Tian star field was in a state of turmoil, but they did not find anything. Not long after, another piece of news spread throughout the Qin Tian star field. During this period of time, the geniuses of the various major forces of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion entered the Qin Tian star field one after another. There were even some geniuses who set up an arena in the Myriad Spirit Star to challenge the geniuses of the Qin Tian star field. In the end, the geniuses of the Qin Tian star field were crushed and did not obtain a single victory. Ants will always be ants. So useless. What geniuses? They are all trash. The geniuses of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion were extremely powerful. They belittled the geniuses of the Qin Tian Star Field as if they were worthless. Some people were furious and went to challenge the geniuses of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion. However, the result was destined. No one won. This made the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion even more arrogant. If the younger generation of the Qin Tian Star Field can defeat us, we can extend the time limit to 100 years, or even 1,000 years. In the end, some of the geniuses of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion said. This made the experts of the various major forces of the Qin Tian Star Field excited. If they could really extend the time limit, they might have a chance to find the person who stole the treasure and avoid being annihilated. In an instant, the top geniuses of the various major forces moved out and rushed to the myriad spirit star. For example, the divine princes of the 3 overlords, as well as the top geniuses of the Ice Soul race and the Scarlet Flame race, all rushed to the myriad spirit star. Of course, the various major forces also secretly sent experts to the myriad spirit star. In an instant, the myriad spirit star, the largest trading planet in the Qin Tian Star Field, became extremely lively. Lu Ming, Autumn Moon, Ouyang Qingxiang, Yu Linglong, Wu Zifeng, and the others also came to the myriad spirit star. The arena set up by the geniuses of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion is in the central square. Let's go take a look, Lu Ming said. Soon, they arrived at the central square. The central square was a huge open space. In the middle of the open space, there was a huge battle arena. During this period, the area was crowded with people. On one side of the battle arena, there was a row of seats. On the seats, there was a group of young men and women. These young men and women were all arrogant. Their eyes swept across the crowd in all directions with faint disdain. They were all geniuses from the various major families of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion. There are quite a lot of people. Unfortunately, they're all trash. None of them are decent. A young man in a golden robe said indifferently. That's right. They're all trash. No matter what, this is still a star field. It's really disappointing to have just a few cats and dogs. Another young man said disdainfully. When the surrounding people of the Qin Tian Star Field heard this, they were furious. Humph, the real geniuses of our Qin Tian Star Field haven't arrived yet. Don't be arrogant. Someone couldn't help but say. Oh, and the real geniuses? Don't tell me you're just bragging. Ha ha ha. The young man in the golden robe laughed disdainfully. Who's bragging? I believe those geniuses will arrive soon. At that time, they might be able to fight with you. The person from the Qin Tian Star Field said. Chapter 29:30. So much nonsense. If you have the ability, then get him to come out. The golden-robed youth coldly shouted. This brat, it's this brat. Suddenly, a youth on the stage roared as he furiously stared at Lu Ming. That's right, he was staring at Lu Ming. That youth had a scale between his eyebrows. He was one of the 6 youths who had gone to the Kongxian school with Qin Wushang. In fact, Lu Ming had seen this youth when he arrived, but Lu Ming had no intention of avoiding him. He had come here to find an opportunity to fight, so why should he avoid him? All of a sudden, all the youths in the fighting ring looked at Lu Ming. This is the guy who defeated you? And humiliated Qin Wushang? Another youth coldly said with a cold gaze. This youth also had a scale between his eyebrows. It was silver-white and flickered under the sunlight. Clearly, this youth was also from the Qin clan. This person was called Qin Wuyo. That's right, it's him, it's this guy. The youth who had gone to the Kongxian school roared. Good, very good. Qin Wuyo's indifferent voice sounded, and his body emitted a cold killing intent. Boom! He abruptly stood up from his seat as a berserk aura spread out in all directions. Divine grade divine power, he has divine grade divine power. What a terrifying aura. Heavens, he's a god's son. Many people around the stage roared. God's sons were rare in the Qin Tian star field, and each one of them was a peerless genius whose name shook the vast starry sky. Now, a random person from the other side was such a person. It was truly shocking. You dare to humiliate my Qin clan's disciple? Although he's trash, it's not up to you to humiliate him. Now, get up here and accept your death. Qin Huio's cold voice sounded, and the gaze he looked at Lu Ming became even colder. Everyone's gaze turned to Lu Ming. Who is this? In the Qin Tian star field, many people did not know Lu Ming. After all, only a small number of people knew about the battle in the galaxy for the planet core. Most people didn't know that Lu Ming had fought with Mo Jui, the divine prince of the Mystic Academy, and even suppressed him. I know him. He's a saint from Kongshen School. It's said that he's very talented. The holy son of Kongshen School? The gap between him and the other party is too big. He probably doesn't dare to accept the challenge, right? That's for sure. He's a divine son. Wouldn't he be courting death if he went up? Around the fighting ring, many people were discussing. Who are you? Lu Ming's expression was calm as he spoke. Qin clan, Qin Huio. Qin Huio said. Sorry, you misunderstood me. What I meant was, who do you think you are? You want me to fight, and I have to fight? Lu Ming smiled faintly. What did you say? Qin Huio's expression instantly darkened, and his murderous intent became several times colder. What's wrong with your ears? Lu Ming said faintly. Around them, the hearts of many people from the Qin Tian star zone beat wildly. They were all impressed by Lu Ming's courage. Some people even thought that although Lu Ming didn't dare to fight, he was really brave to speak to the other party like that. You're courting death. Qin Huio's voice became extremely cold. As soon as he finished speaking, his body dashed down like an angry lion, pouncing on its prey. 6th level Heavenly God Realm. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. He saw through the other party's cultivation as soon as he attacked. A 6th level Heavenly God Realm with divine grade divine force. This person was likely to be at the same level as Mo Jui. His combat strength was far above Qin Wushang's. Lu Ming circulated the divine force in his body and was about to attack. Want to fight? I'll take you on. Suddenly, a voice was heard not far away from Lu Ming. Then, a burly figure dashed out, and a blazing aura filled the air. Boom! The two figures met in mid-air and collided fiercely. Like two meteors colliding, circles of shockwaves were formed, rushing in all directions. It was extremely terrifying. Then, the two figures trembled and floated backward. It's him. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The one who rushed out to exchange blows with Qin Huio was the godson of the boundless sacred ground, Tsangyen Pajun. It's Tsangyen Pajun. He's made his move. A god's son has arrived. This is going to be interesting. Lu Ming is really lucky. Otherwise, he would have been in danger just now. Seeing Tsangyen Pajun make his move, many people were overjoyed. Tsangyen Pajun, as the top figure of the younger generation in the Qin Tian star zone, was far more powerful than the other Sky Prides. With him making his move, they could finally fight with the Sky Prides of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion. Interesting. I didn't expect there to be a decent opponent in the Qin Tian star zone. Qin Huio stared at Tsangyen Pajun, revealing a strong fighting spirit. Cut the crap. Make your move. I want to see how strong the Sky Prides of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion are. Tsangyen Pajun shouted coldly. The burning aura on his body became hotter and hotter. His fighting spirit was stronger than his opponent's. Dong! Tsangyen Pajun moved and rushed to the fighting stage. His intention was self-evident. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Qin Huio said ferociously. His body flashed and rushed to the fighting stage. Boom! Without any superfluous words, Tsangyen Pajun and Qin Huio fought fiercely. 7 injuries divine fist. Qin Wuyo's body glowed as he used the 7 injuries divine fist. 2 terrifying fist prints burst out and crushed Song Yen Pajun. Although it was the same 7 injuries divine fist, Qin Wuyo's was much stronger than Qin Wushang's. Song Yen exploding fist. The Song Yen army destroyer was also a fist technique, but his fist technique was different. It was direct and domineering, and every punch was like a star exploding, containing boundless power. The two of them clashed head-on and fought fiercely. The huge fighting ring was filled with the power of their fists. In an instant, the two of them had exchanged dozens of blows and there was no clear winner. Boom! In the end, the two of them retreated and stood on opposite sides of the fighting stage. Interesting. I didn't expect there to be a decent opponent in the Qin Tian Star Zone. However, one is far from enough. Are there any decent experts? Come out together. The golden-robed young man in the 9 Extinction Heavenly King mansion stood up and said lazily as he looked around. Clang! As soon as the golden-robed young man finished speaking, the sound of a sword rang out not far away. Then, a sword radiance flashed and a young man with a sword on his back appeared above the fighting stage. This young man was handsome. He was the divine son of the invincible Kenzo, Sword Dao Wuji. As soon as Sword Dao Wuji appeared, a demonic light flashed from another direction. A young man in a black robe appeared above the fighting stage. He was the divine son of the Mystic Academy, Mo Jui. The divine sons of the 3 overlord forces had gathered. Interesting. Anyone else? The golden-robed young man asked again. Since you want to meet him, let's meet him. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. In the sky, a young man in a white robe slowly walked over. Chapter 29:31. Every time the white-robed youth took a step, a snow-white divine bird would appear under his feet, making him look like an immortal. He looks a little like Bing Qing. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. It's Bing Xian, the 7th prince of the Ice Spirit clan, the strongest genius. Someone exclaimed. Just as I thought. Lu Ming pondered. No wonder he looked a little like Bing Qing. Bing Qing had told him that there were 4 people in the ancient god world who had cultivated the ancient god body. Her 7th brother was one of them. However, this name was really feminine. However, the temperament of the ice immortal was quite fitting for this name. Boom! Just as the ice immortal came out, a hot aura came from the other side. A wave of heat spread out. Then, a burly young man stepped out and appeared on the other side of the ice immortal. Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine. Someone said that person's name. This youth was a peerless genius from the Scarlet Flame clan and was as famous as Bing Xian. The appearance of Bing Xian and Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine made the golden-robed youth's eyes narrow. This was because the two of them gave him a lot of pressure. Interesting. I didn't expect the Qin Tian Star Field to have so many interesting geniuses. The golden-robed youth said coldly. However, his expression finally became more serious and no longer showed his lazy expression. Does what you said before still count? At this moment, Lu Ming spoke. He was asking about the other party's promise that if the geniuses of the Qin Tian Star Field could defeat them, they would give the Qin Tian Star Field more time. Of course. As long as you can defeat us, we will give you 100 years. The golden-robed youth said. 100 years is too short. As long as we defeat you, you will have to leave the Qin Tian Star Field forever and never come back. Lu Ming said. Leave forever? How arrogant of you. That's impossible. The golden-robed youth's face darkened as he said coldly. What? You're not confident? Lu Ming sneered. What a joke. Although you have a few geniuses, you want to defeat us with just a few of you? What a joke. The golden-robed youth sneered. Then why don't we agree? Lu Ming retorted sarcastically. It's a matter of principle if you don't agree. It doesn't mean that you have a chance to win. It's absolutely impossible for you to withdraw forever. However, I can report it to the higher-ups and ask them to delay it for a while longer. After saying that, the golden-robed young man took out a voice transmission jade talisman and sent out a message. Then, he waited quietly. It didn't take long for the young man in a golden robe to receive a reply. His expression changed, and then he said, "If you can defeat us, then we'll give you 1,000 years at most. That's the longest limit we can give you. Of course, you won't have the chance." The golden-robed young man was still full of confidence. "Whether or not there's a chance, we'll only know after we fight. If it's 1,000 years, so be it. Let's fight." Lu Ming immediately agreed. Mo Jui, Sword Dao Wuji, Zhang Yan, Junpa, the Scarlet Flame Demon Pine, the Ice Immortal, and the rest of the geniuses remained silent. Many people found it strange that Lu Ming was acting on his own, but Mo Yi and the others didn't stop him. In front of these divine sons, did Lu Ming have the right to do so? Naturally, they didn't know that Mo Jui and the others were aware of Lu Ming's strength. They had long regarded Lu Ming as someone on the same level as them. As for the Ice Immortal and the Scarlet Flame Demon Pine, although they hadn't fought with Lu Ming before, they were well informed. Naturally, they knew about the fight between Lu Ming and Mo Jui. Therefore, when Lu Ming agreed, they didn't stand out to oppose. If they could get 1,000 years, it would be good enough. It was much better than 10 years. Wait a minute. Now is not the time to fight. The battle will be held 3 months later. The location will be here. The golden-robed young man suddenly said. 3 months later? That's fine too. Lu Ming's heart moved, and he nodded in agreement. He understood that the other party had delayed for 3 months because there were still geniuses who hadn't arrived. However, he also needed time. How will we fight in 3 months? What are the rules? The Ice Immortal asked. It's very simple. We'll have an arena battle. Both sides will defend the arena. The last person standing on the arena will be the winner. Of course, there will be a limit to the number of people on each side. Otherwise, the battle will be endless. How about this? I'll give you a chance. We'll send 9 people, and you can send 18. How about that? The golden-robed young man said. Okay, it's settled. The Ice Immortal immediately agreed. It would be a bastard if he didn't take advantage of the situation. Although the number of people didn't matter much in a battle between top geniuses, this was an arena battle. Both sides would take turns to fight. The more people there were, the more they could consume the opponent's divine power. More or less, it would be of some use. Then it's settled. 3 months later, let's fight here. Let's see what kind of battle strength the younger generation of Qin Tian Star Field has. Let's go. After the golden-robed young man finished speaking, he turned into a ray of golden light and soared into the sky, leaving the place. Humph, kid. Someone helped you block today, but you won't have this opportunity every time. I hope you won't meet me in the next arena battle. Qin Wuyo glanced at Lu Ming with a cold gaze. Qin Wuyo, I'm afraid you've made a mistake. I guarantee that this kid won't dare to fight in the next arena battle. Another young man from the 9 Extinction Heavenly King residence sneered. There's no need to use such a low-level method to provoke me. I'll definitely participate in the next arena battle. Lu Ming said indifferently. I hope so. Qin Wuyo said and left the place. The people of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King residence left one after another. Let's discuss the candidates for the next arena battle 3 months later. The Ice Immortal looked at the Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine, Mo Yi, Jian Dao Wu Ji, Lu Ming, Zhang Yan and Pajun. You guys can discuss the candidates. It's fine as long as you leave me a spot. Lu Ming said and left with Qiu Yu and the others. Lu Ming, he's really going to fight? He really ate a bear's heart and leopard's guts. If it wasn't for Zhang Yan and Pajun, he would have died. For the sake of his face. He was provoked in front of so many people. If he didn't accept the challenge, wouldn't he lose all his face? That's true. However, it's unwise to risk his life for the sake of his face. The surrounding people were discussing animatedly. Humph, how would these people know how powerful young master is? When Xiao Yu heard this, she pouted unhappily. It's fine. Lu Ming smiled slightly and didn't mind. They left the place and found an inn to stay in. Lu Ming stayed in a guest room alone and sat cross-legged on the bed. Old Liang, 200 years have passed. How's your refining of the star core's energy? Lu Ming asked. Chapter 2932. Given his current cultivation level, Lu Ming did not have the slightest confidence to participate in the arena battle this time. The geniuses of the 9 Extinction Heavenly Emperor Palace were unfathomable. He had no idea how strong they were. The ones that appeared this time might only be a drop in the ocean. Lu Ming wanted to improve himself to his strongest state. Lu Ming needed the energy of the star core to break through to the next level. For the past 200 years, Lu Ming had not used the energy of the star core. He had been absorbing the energy himself. Otherwise, his cultivation would not have improved so slowly. After 200 years, the quantifier formula should have refined a portion of the energy. I did refine a little, but not a lot. It's because your cultivation is too low that my refining speed is greatly reduced. The quantifier formula complained. It should be enough for me to break through to the second layer Heaven God realm. Lu Ming muttered. Why was it that he was the one to blame in the end? Your cultivation has reached the peak first layer Heaven God realm. You should be able to break through to the second layer Heaven God realm. However, since you've mastered 10 different kinds of God force, it's hard to say if you can break through to the third layer Heaven God realm. The quantifier formula said. You already have so much energy. Come, give it a try. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. If he could break through to the next level, he would have a greater chance of success. Then you're ready. The quantifier formula's voice echoed. Following it, the quantifier formula in his divine sense emitted a blinding glow. A pure energy burst out from it and surged into Lu Ming's limbs and bones. Lu Ming fully executed the universe 10,000 Dao art and began to absorb the energy to break through to the next level. The energy was too strong. Lu Ming could feel his body swelling as it was filled with wild energy. Such a strong energy, but it only refined a small part of the star core. Lu Ming was overjoyed instead of being shocked. The energy was extremely pure. Even though it was strong, it was being absorbed at a rapid pace too. Under the effect of the universe 10,000 Dao art, the energy was rapidly absorbed and turned into God force for Lu Ming. The flames of the 10 godly flames in his dantian grew brighter. Boom! A rumbling sound came from Lu Ming's body as the flames of the 10 divine flames strung together. In an instant, Lu Ming's aura rose by a large margin. Second level Heavenly God, breakthrough. After breaking through to the second level of the Heavenly God realm, Lu Ming did not stop, because there was still a lot of energy left in his body. Lu Ming continued to refine this surge of energy. His cultivation level was increasing rapidly. Stable second level Celestial God, early level second level Celestial God, mid-level second level Celestial God. Very soon, Lu Ming broke through to peak second level Celestial Deity. He was not far from the third level of the Celestial God realm. There was still some energy left in his body, but it was not enough to break through to the third level of the Heavenly God realm. Do it in one go. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with determination. With a wave of his hand, a large pile of divine crystals appeared on the ground. These divine crystals were all mid-grade divine crystals. The divine qi within them was many times denser than low-grade divine crystals. This was a rare opportunity. Lu Ming wanted to break through to the third level of the Celestial God realm in one go. Bang bang bang! The pile of divine crystals exploded, turning into rolling divine qi. As soon as Lu Ming opened his mouth, the divine qi rushed into Lu Ming's mouth like a tidal wave, and was swallowed by Lu Ming. Rumble rumble! Lu Ming began to refine the divine qi with all his might. He wanted to combine this divine qi with the remaining energy from before to break through to the third level of the Heavenly God realm. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Lu Ming had accumulated a large amount of energy by refining the divine crystals. Let's begin. With a thought, the energy from refining the divine crystals merged with the previous energy, and began to break through to the third level of the heavenly god realm. 3 months had passed. A large number of living beings had gathered at the central square of the myriad spirit star. The Qin Tian star field was filled with people from all kinds of races. This time, even many of the top experts from the various factions had come. For example, the elders of various factions were secretly observing. After all, this battle was not only a battle between the younger generation, but it was also related to the safety of the Qin Tian star field. The people of the 9 Extinction Heavenly Emperor Palace are here. Someone suddenly yelled. In the distance, several rays of light were flying toward the square. There were a few dozen of them. Among them, there were more than 10 older ones. It was obvious that they were all experts with outstanding strength. The rest were all young people. These people stood in the air above the fighting ring and looked around proudly. Compared to the number of people around the square, their numbers were pitiful. However, their aura had suppressed the people of the Qin Tian star field instead. Qin Tian star field, where are your people? Come out. It was the young man in a golden robe again. He stepped forward and his voice echoed across the square. The ice immortal stepped forward and appeared in the sky. Following it, the crimson flame demonic pine, Mo Jui, Sword Dao Wuji, and the others stepped forward. There were 17 people in total. Almost all of them were geniuses from the Crimson Flame tribe, the Ice Soul tribe, and the 3 Overlord factions. Only 17 people. It seems like one of you is missing. Where's the arrogant kid from last time? Why isn't he here? The young man in a golden robe glanced around and said with a smile. The Ice Immortal and the others looked at each other and their eyes sank. They were indeed short of one person. That was because Lu Ming had not arrived yet. It's Lu Ming. Lu Ming didn't come. Where's Lu Ming? He wouldn't dare to come at such a crucial moment, right? He definitely won't dare to come. He offended the geniuses of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace. Why would he dare to come? He'll only die if he comes. I guessed it. He's just being stubborn and doesn't dare to come out. The people of the Qin Tian star field started to murmur. Most of them felt that Lu Ming didn't dare to come. Haha. That kid only knows how to talk. He's a coward. Qin Wuyo sneered. Who said that the young master doesn't dare to come? At this moment, a shout came from afar. Following it, a few figures stepped forward. It was Lu Ming, Autumn Moon, Ouyang Qingxiang, and the others. The one who spoke was Autumn Moon. Lu Ming wore a faint smile on his face. Not long ago, he had finally broken through to the 3rd layer heavenly god realm. It was also because of that he was late. He really dares to come. Many people's eyes flickered. It was somewhat unexpected. Very well. Qin Wuyo's eyes flickered ferociously as he licked his lips. He did not conceal his cold murderous intent. You guys wait for me here. Lu Ming said to Autumn Moon and the others. He then stepped forward and arrived beside the Ice Immortal and the others. The 18 people of the Qin Tian star field had all arrived. Who are the 9 of you? The Ice Immortal asked. Bang bang. As soon as the Ice Immortal finished speaking, a young man from the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace stepped forward. Including the young man in a golden robe and Qin Wushang, there were a total of 9 people. 9 people, 7 men and 2 women. The Ice Immortal and the others glanced at the 9 people with a stern expression. Because there were some people among them that they could not see through at all. Chapter 29:33. Since everyone is here, I'll be the first to defend the ring. The golden-robed young man nodded at a young man with a horn on his head. The young man nodded and landed on the fighting ring with a flash of his body. Su Hua from the 9 Extinction Heavenly King residence. Who wants to fight me? The young man with a horn on his head shouted. He scanned Lu Ming and the others with a powerful aura. 6th level heavenly god. The single-horned young man, Su Hua, was a 6th-layer heaven god. Judging from his aura, the god power that he possessed was most likely at the saint grade. "I'll fight you." A cold voice was heard. Then, a sword light flashed and a young man with a long sword on his back appeared on the fighting ring. The young man was from the invincible Kenzo. "Invincible Kenzo, Zhuyu." The young man with a long sword on his back said. A sword light soared into the sky. His aura was on par with Su Hua's. He was also a 6th-level heavenly god. Zhuiyu's reputation in the invincible Kenzo was on par with Shua Budong. He was also a genius who was second only to the sword principal Wuji. "It seems like you're a sword cultivator." "Interesting. Come on, let me see how strong a sword cultivator from the Qin Tian Starfield is." Su Hua licked his lips and his eyes lit up. "As you wish." Zhuiyu snorted. As soon as he finished speaking, the battle sword on his back was unsheathed at an astonishing speed. Many people didn't see how he unsheathed his sword. They only saw a beam of sword light, like an immortal flying from the heavens, breaking through the air to kill Su Hua. However, Su Hua's speed was not slow at all. Whoosh! A dazzling white saber light shot out from his hand and slashed forward. Clang! 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 In the next instant, the two of them clashed. Sword light and saber light kept colliding in the air. In a breath's time, the two of them had exchanged at least a few hundred blows. In the next instant, the two of them separated at the same time and retreated. Who won? The crowd quickly observed carefully. On the surface, both of them were 6th-level heavenly gods. The divine power they controlled was also divine grade. There should not be a big difference in their strength. At this moment. Puff! Zhuiyu's body trembled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Clang! He used his sword to support his body, barely preventing himself from falling down. Zhuiyu lost? How is this possible? Many people were shocked. When they looked carefully, they found that there was a deep cut on Zhuiyu's chest that had almost cut him in half. The terrifying blade energy continued to drill into Zhuiyu's body, forcing him to channel all his divine power to defend himself. Su Hua, on the other hand, was calm and composed. His breathing was steady, and he was completely fine. "You're pretty good to be able to take a wave of my attacks and not die. However, as a sword cultivator, you only have this bit of attack power. You really disappoint me," Su Hua said indifferently with a hint of disdain in his voice. Puff! Zhuiyu spat out another mouthful of blood. His eyes were blank. As a sword cultivator, he was known for his powerful attacks. However, in the collision just now, he was completely at a disadvantage and was no match for his opponent. One had to know that they were at the same level. Su Hua's divine power was only at the saint level, not the divine level. It was hard for him to accept this. That Su Hua is simply too proficient in utilizing his divine power. Both his god skills and secret techniques are extremely powerful. Bing Xian said with a solemn expression. As expected of the prodigy of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace. His use of divine power is truly amazing. Mo Jui also said with a solemn expression. Although the strength of their divine power was the same, the difference in the way they used it would result in a huge difference in power. It was just like how an ordinary person could only use brute force to attack recklessly while a martial arts expert could precisely use this strength to unleash power that was several times stronger. Naturally, there would be a huge difference in combat power. Therefore, although Zhuiyu's cultivation seemed to be on par with Su Hua, he was easily defeated. "Since you can take a wave of my attacks without dying, I won't kill you." Scram! Su Hua said with a wave of his hand. "Junior brother Zhua, back down." Jiandao Wuji said. Zhuiyu had no choice but to back down. "Who else? Come up and fight," Su Hua said loudly. "I'll do it." A young man stepped out from the Mystic Academy and landed on the fighting ring. This young man was also a peerless prodigy. Whether it was his divine power or cultivation, he was at the same level as Shuyu. Unfortunately, he was no match for Su Hua. After exchanging a few blows, he was severely injured by Su Hua and fled the fighting ring in a panic. His face was pale. 2 consecutive defeats. This made the hearts of the people from the Qin Tian starfield sink. The other side had only sent out a 6th-level celestial god Holy Sun. The Qin Tian starfield had sent out someone of the same level, but the situation was one-sided. How were they going to fight? Were they going to send out a divine sun? If that was the case, the situation would be too passive. We can't make a move now. Otherwise, we'll be too passive. Continue to send people up and exhaust his divine power. He's using his ultimate move continuously, so his divine power will be exhausted quickly. Bing Xian and the others discussed in secret and finally decided to send more experts up. Then, the boundless sacred ground sent out a prodigy to fight Su Hua. This time, the 18 people from the Qin Tian starfield were at least Shuyu. The 3 overlords, the Ice Soul race, and the Flame race had sent out all their prodigies. This time, the boundless sacred grounds prodigy didn't fight head-on. Instead, he used a prolonged battle to exhaust his opponent's divine power. The 2 sides exchanged close to 100 blows. In the end, the boundless sacred grounds prodigy was no match for his opponent and was blasted off the fighting ring. 3 consecutive defeats. The other side had only sent out a single prodigy to defeat 3 of their prodigies. If the other side sent out prodigies who were invincible in the same level, how were they going to compete? Let me. At this time, a prodigy from the Ice Soul race stepped onto the fighting ring. The moment the Ice Soul race's prodigy attacked, the entire fighting ring was frozen. Even the space seemed to be frozen. Su Hua used a swift blade. His attacks were fast, and his movements were also extremely fast. It just so happened that he was countered by the Ice Soul race's prodigy, so his attack speed was greatly reduced. Moreover, he had fought 3 battles in a row, so his divine power was greatly exhausted. For a moment, he was actually at a disadvantage. There's hope. The eyes of many people from the Qin Tian starfield lit up. They felt that there was hope for victory. After the Ice Soul race's prodigy gained control of the situation, he launched a storm of attacks that forced Su Hua to retreat. Poof! An ice sword slashed Su Hua's shoulder, causing blood to spurt out. Lose, Ice Sword Dominion. The Ice Soul race's prodigy used his ultimate move. He condensed hundreds of ice swords that sealed off all directions and shrouded Su Hua. Su Hua quickly attacked with his blade and destroyed the ice swords. However, there were too many ice swords and he couldn't block them all. Poof! Finally, an ice sword pierced Su Hua's stomach and sent him flying out of the fighting ring. Chapter 29:34. You too. Seeing that Su Hua was about to fly out of the battle stage, he roared. The horn on his forehead shone and flew out, turning into a saber and slashing at the Ice Soul Clan's genius. Ah! The Ice Soul Clan's genius screamed as he was hit. He retreated and fell out of the battle stage together with Su Hua. Su Hua coughed out blood after falling out of the battle stage. He quickly took out a healing pill and consumed it. The Ice Soul Clan's genius was more seriously injured and almost died. An expert from the Ice Soul Clan quickly intervened and saved his life. Both sides were heavily injured in this battle. A genius from the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace had defeated 4 of them. After this battle, the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace sent out another genius who was no weaker than Su Hua. The Qin Tian Star Field had learned their lesson this time. They had more people and used a method of attrition. They didn't aim to win at first, but to exhaust their opponent's divine power. Just like that, the Qin Tian Star Field defeated 2 geniuses in a row, and the third one was heavily injured. In this way, the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace was left with 7 geniuses. The Qin Tian Star Field had lost 7 geniuses and was left with 11. The gap between the 2 sides was quickly closing. The situation was getting worse for the Qin Tian Star Field. I'll go next. A cold voice sounded. Qin Huio stepped onto the battle stage of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace. They've sent out a divine son. Everyone's eyes narrowed. Qin Huio landed on the battle stage and looked at Lu Ming. Kid, get down here and fight with me. Qin Huio shouted coldly. He didn't hide his cold killing intent. You're not qualified for me to fight. Lu Ming said indifferently. He didn't plan to fight. The 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace definitely had stronger geniuses. It wasn't the right time for him to fight. He couldn't expose his strength too early. He could only fight at the crucial moment. This battle concerned the safety of the Qin Tian star field. Lu Ming naturally wouldn't act on impulse. However, others didn't know what Lu Ming was thinking. When they heard Lu Ming say that, they thought that Lu Ming was afraid. I don't have the qualifications to make you attack. Ha ha ha, I really don't know if you're arrogant or ignorant. Qin Huio laughed heartily, his eyes incomparably cold. He was an existence that controlled divine power. Lu Ming actually said that he wasn't qualified enough for Lu Ming to make a move. What a joke. I'm telling the truth. Lu Ming said indifferently. How shameless. Right now, the people of the Qin Sky Star Field were naturally on Lu Ming's side. However, they couldn't help but lament that Lu Ming was really shameless. He clearly didn't dare to make a move, yet he said that the other party wasn't qualified for him to make a move. Back then, the other party was someone who had fought against Song Yan's army. Such a person was not enough for Lu Ming to deal with. To blow one's own horn, of course, everyone only thought this in their hearts. At this moment, they naturally wouldn't help Qin Huio to force Lu Ming. In order to survive, you're really willing to say anything. Qin Huio's anger soared to the sky, but Lu Ming refused to attack. Helpless, he could only look at the others and roar, who's going to fight with me? Who should we send? Bing Xian, Scarlet Flame Devil Pine, Mo Jiuyi, and the others began to discuss. This Qin Huio is very strong. I don't have the confidence to face him. Song Yan and defeating armies frowned. Of course, they were discussing through transmission. I feel that we shouldn't waste our advantage in numbers. Let them exhaust this person's divine power first, then we'll attack and take him down. Mo Jiuyi said. Right now, they still had 11 people. Apart from Bing Xian, Scarlet Flame Devil Pine, Mo Jiuyi, Sword Dao Wuji, Song Yan, defeating armies, and Lu Ming, the other 5 were all 6th-level Heavenly God Holy Sons. Against a genius like Qin Huio, they were definitely not his match. However, they could exhaust his divine power. In terms of fighting and exhausting the opponent's divine power, it's obviously the Ice Soul race. Scarlet Flame Devil Pine smiled faintly. Bing Xian's expression sank. Scarlet Flame Devil Pine clearly didn't have good intentions. Sending someone to exhaust Qin Huio's divine power was extremely dangerous. If they weren't careful, there was a risk of dying. That's right, I also think so. No one is more suitable than the Ice Soul race to exhaust their divine power. Mo Jiuyi also said. Bing Xian was also helpless when several people spoke up. Bing Hu, you go. Remember, be careful. Only fight with the opponent. If the situation isn't right, rush down the stage and admit defeat. Bing Xian looked at a youth from the Ice Soul race. Okay. Bing Hu nodded and jumped onto the stage, standing far away from Qin Huio. You actually sent trash to fight with me? Are you trying to exhaust my divine power first? Huh, how laughable. Qin Huio sneered, seeing through Bing Xian and the others' thoughts. Ice Seal. Bing Hu was the first to attack. He slammed his palm down on the stage. Endless cold energy surged out, freezing the entire stage. Incomparably sharp ice sword stabbed into the ground. Whoosh! 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 Countless ice swords formed and enveloped Qin Huio. Insignificant skill, break for me. Qin Huio shouted coldly. Dazzling light burst out from his body. Terrifying divine power formed a wave of divine power that rushed out. Peng peng peng, the ice swords that were rushing towards him, along with the surrounding ice, instantly exploded. 7 injuries divine fist. Qin Wuyo took a step forward and threw a punch at Bing Hu. Boom boom boom, wherever the fist energy passed, all the ice would shatter into pieces and scatter in all directions. The fist energy didn't stop, continuing to press down on Bing Hu. Ice sword slash. Bing Hu shouted and clenched his fists. Endless cold energy gathered and formed a huge ice sword, slashing down on Qin Wuyo's fist energy. Boom! The ice sword collided with the fist energy, causing a violent tremor. But in the next moment, Bing Hu's body shook violently. The ice sword in his hand exploded and his body madly retreated. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood in the air. Both of them were at the 6th level of the heavenly god realm, but one of them controlled saint-grade divine power, while the other controlled divine-grade divine power. The difference in battle strength was truly shocking. Bing Hu was no match for Qin Wuyo. He was completely suppressed. Die! Qin Wuyo shouted coldly. His body turned into a ray of light, charging towards Bing Hu. Not good, Bing Hu, quickly retreat from the stage. Bing Xian's expression changed greatly, and she immediately transmitted her voice to Bing Hu. Bing Hu was also shocked. He circulated his divine power with all his might, wanting to retreat and escape from the stage. But he had just been sent flying, and his body was no longer as nimble. It was already too late when he wanted to retreat. Die! Qin Wuyo shouted and punched out with both fists. A terrifying fist energy broke out from his body and charged towards Bing Hu. In the blink of an eye, the fist energy arrived in front of Bing Hu. Under such circumstances, Bing Hu could only use all his strength to resist. He placed a shield in front of him. They were all condensed from ice, and there were a total of 9 layers. Chapter 29:35. However, even with so many layers of defense, Bing Hu could not change his fate. Boom! Boom! When Qin Wuyo's 7 wounds fist force came crashing down, the 9 layers of ice shield shattered one after another. Bang! The fist force landed on Bing Hu's body. Bing Hu screamed as his body crashed heavily onto the fighting stage. Countless bones in his body were broken. His body was like a pile of mud as he laid on the ground with blood flowing out continuously. However, he was not dead yet. However, Qin Wuyo did not stop there. Looking down from above, he condensed a long spear in his hand and threw it towards Bing Hu. Puff! The long spear directly pierced through Bing Hu's forehead. This time, Bing Hu had completely fallen. Damn it! Bing Xian roared as she stared at Qin Wuyo. She roared, he was already defeated just now. Why did you still want to kill him? In my hands, defeat means death. Qin Wuyo said coldly. You! Bing Xian was furious. Defeat means death. I'll kill you. Zhang Yan defeating armies roared as he rushed onto the fighting stage. His body was emitting a scorching aura. You should have made your move earlier. You asked a piece of trash to die. Do you really think you can exhaust my divine power? You're delusional. Qin Wuyo sneered. Kill. Zhang Yan defeating armies roared as his body was covered in flames as he charged towards Qin Wuyo. 7 wounds divine fist. Qin Wuyo used the 7 wounds divine fist to fight Zhang Yan defeating armies. The two of them had fought before and there was no clear victor. This time, the battle was even more intense. Boom! Boom! Both of their attacks were domineering. Their fists collided continuously and in an instant, they had exchanged over 100 punches. Raging Fire Guardian. Suddenly, Zhang Yan defeating armies roared. The flames on his body burned even more fiercely. The endless flames condensed into a giant that was over 100 meters tall. This giant was holding a fire wolf tooth mace. It was extraordinarily mighty. Raging Inferno Vajra. Song Yan's army destroyer has actually cultivated the raging inferno Vajra. Song Yan's talent is indeed shocking, to be able to master such a secret technique. His strength is definitely on par with Mo Jiu Yi and the Wuji sword art. Many people cried out in surprise. In the past, when Mo Jiu Yi and Jiandao Wuji cultivated the ancient god physique, many people thought that Song Yan and Pajuan would be surpassed. However, now that they had seen Song Yan's army destroyer cultivate the raging inferno guardian, they knew that Song Yan's combat strength wasn't weak at all. Kill! Song Yan's army destroyer roared. The raging fire Vajra roared and swung its mace towards Qin Wuyo. Facing the raging fire guardian, a serious look flashed across Qin Wuyo's eyes. Puff! Qin Wuyo's face suddenly turned pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Fresh blood gathered on his fists, making his fists even more powerful. The 7 injuries divine fist, the more injured one was, the more powerful it would be. Boom! Boom! Qin Wuyo wasn't afraid at all. He rushed towards the raging fire guardian and continuously threw out the 7 injuries divine fists, engaging in a fierce battle with Song Yan's army destroyer. The battle between the two had reached its climax, and both of them had used their ultimate moves. Boom! The raging fire guardian's power was shocking, and the temperature of the flames was frighteningly high. In the battle, it actually suppressed Qin Wuyo and gained the upper hand. Song Yan's army destroyer is going to win. The people of Qin Tian Star Field were overjoyed. In a battle between divine sons, he was finally not as passive and vulnerable as he was when he was fighting with sacred sons. This secret technique is somewhat similar to the divine dragon aspect technique. Lu Ming pondered. He felt that Song Yan's army destroyer's raging fire guardian was somewhat similar to the divine dragon aspect technique. However, he wasn't that optimistic. He was sure that Song Yan's army destroyer would win. Sure enough, at the beginning, Song Yan's army destroyer did indeed have the upper hand, suppressing Qin Wushang, and even injuring him. However, after Qin Wushang was injured, the power of the 7 injuries divine fists became stronger. Gradually, it became a tie with Song Yan's army destroyer. One had to admit that the 7 injuries divine fists was really abnormal. The more injured one was, the stronger the power. In a battle, this was extremely advantageous. For example, when others were injured in a battle, their strength would become weaker and weaker, but you would become stronger and stronger. How terrifying was that? Therefore, at the beginning, Song Yan's army destroyer had the upper hand, but in the end, the two of them became a tie. However, it would be difficult for Qin Wuyo to defeat Song Yan's army destroyer. Kill, kill, kill. Song Yan's army destroyer's fighting spirit soared to the sky. His 3-meter-tall body was filled with astonishing flames, and the space was distorted by the flames. His body was covered with a layer of armor, and there were runes flowing on it. He was like an invincible god of fire. The two of them exchanged another 100 moves. Boom! In the end, Qin Wuyo used the 7 injuries divine fists to attack Song Yan's army destroyer, and sent Song Yan flying. However, Song Yan's army destroyer controlled the raging fire Vajra, and its huge mace hit Qin Wuyo's body. Puff! Qin Wuyo coughed out blood, and his body flew out of the fighting ring like a cannonball. Qin Wuyo and Song Yan's army destroyer flew out of the fighting ring at almost the same time. Then, they took out healing pills at the same time, and started to heal their injuries. There was still no clear victor in this battle, and it ended with both sides suffering heavy injuries. In this way, there were 6 people left in the 9-Ju Heavenly King Palace, and 9 in the Qin Tian Star Field. Clang! The sound of a sword rang, and in the direction of the 9-Ju Heavenly King Palace, a sword light flashed, and a black-clothed young man landed on the fighting ring. This black-clothed young man carried a long sword on his back, and his body was as straight as a divine sword. Boom! The divine power in his body erupted like a volcano, and a ray of sword chi shot up to the sky. What a terrifying sword essence! Many people were shocked when they felt the terrifying sword essence. Even Mo Jiu Yi, Sword Dao Wu Ji, and the others narrowed their eyes. This person was also a divine son, and he possessed divine grade divine power. His cultivation was at level 6 heavenly god, and he was a terrifying sword cultivator. I am Absolute Sword, and you are also a sword cultivator. Come down and fight, and let me see what kind of strength the peerless sword cultivator of the Qin Tian Star Field has. Absolute Sword looked at Sword Dao Wu Ji, and his eyes were like divine swords. Just what I want. Sword Dao Wu Ji also showed a strong fighting spirit. He took a step forward, and his body appeared on the fighting ring. Similarly, a shocking sword essence burst out from his body. Boom! Before the two of them made a move, their sword essences had already clashed in the void, and rays of sword chi spread out in all directions. Bam! Bam! Their gazes met, and two tiny streams of sword chi shot out from their eyes, clashing in the air. Clang! Clang! Then, two sword cries resounded in the sky. The two of them drew their swords at the same time, and the sword light was as bright as the stars, so bright that some people could not open their eyes. Clang! Clang! In mid-air, the sounds of clashing could be heard. The people could no longer see the two of them, and they could only see two rays of sword chi clashing in the fighting ring. Chapter 29:36. Two sword lights appeared on the right side of the battle stage, then on the left side. Every time they collided, endless sword chi would burst out in all directions, forming a terrifying sword chi storm. Fortunately, they were on the battle stage, and there was a powerful array around the battle stage. The array appeared and blocked all the sword chi storm. Otherwise, it would have caused a terrible disaster. The two of them fought for a while before suddenly stopping. Then, the two figures flew backwards. Two figures, one black and one white, stood on both sides of the battle stage with swords in their hands. However, it could be seen that Limitless Sword's breathing was slightly hurried, while Absolute Sword's breathing was steady. Could it be that Limitless Sword is no match for him? Many people's hearts sank. Absolute Sword Dao was indeed very powerful. His sword was quick and decisive. In the previous confrontation, he had a slight advantage. Your Sword Dao is only at this level? You've disappointed me. Now, it's time to decide the winner. Sun Luo Sword Domain, God slaying 10,000 swords. Absolute Sword said coldly. Then, he waved his hand and the battle sword in his hand floated above his head, slightly vibrating. Buzz! Waves of strange field energy emanated from Absolute Sword's body. Suddenly, countless sword shadows appeared around his body. It really looked like countless swords. At a glance, it was impossible to see how many sword images there were. Whoosh! 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 Countless sword images pierced towards Limitless Sword. Break! Limitless Sword shouted. Sword lights bloomed from his hand, slashing towards those sword images. However, his expression greatly changed as soon as they came into contact. Because the power of those sword images was actually very terrifying. Each sword image was like Absolute Sword's full power attack. With so many sword images added together, the power was truly shocking. Limitless Sword's sword light shattered as soon as they came into contact. His body violently shook, and he rapidly retreated, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Several wounds appeared on his body, and blood flowed out. What a terrifying secret technique. Absolute Sword's battle strength is too shocking. At this moment, Bing Xian, Scarlet Flame Devil Pine, and Mo Jiu Yi exclaimed in shock. Lu Ming's eyes also focused. The battle prowess of this Absolute Sword was indeed incomparably terrifying. It was much stronger than Qin Huio from before. Zhu Jian's talent is extremely outstanding even in the Jiu Heavenly King Palace. There aren't many people who can match him at the same level. In the Qin Tian Star Field, it's impossible to defeat him at the same level. In the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion, a young man sneered. Lose for me. The Absolute Sword's cold voice sounded as he continued to control the sword's shadows to attack the Absolute Sword. Ancient God Body. At this moment, Everlasting Sword Tao let out a roar. His body expanded rapidly, turning into a 100-meter-tall, orange-armored ancient god. The battle sword in his hand also expanded rapidly. With a swing of his sword, a sword light as large as a mountain appeared. Bump bump, a series of collision sounds rang out. After the limitless way of the sword transformed into the ancient god body, his strength increased greatly. He finally managed to dodge many of the sword's shadows. This is the body of an ancient god. In the 9 Absolute Heavenly King manner, a youth cried out in surprise, appearing very surprised. I really didn't expect someone from the small Qin Heavenly Starfield to be able to refine an ancient god body. In the 9 Absolute Heavenly King manner, an old man stroked his beard and nodded in surprise. It's indeed surprising. However, it's just an orange-armored ancient god body. He's still not a match for the Absolute Sword. The golden-robed youth said coldly. They seemed to have a good understanding of the ancient god body. They didn't hide their conversation. Lu Ming and the others also heard it. Could it be that there's also someone in the 9 Absolute Heavenly King manner that has refined an ancient god body? Lu Ming's heart moved and he couldn't help but guess. According to legends, the ancient god was a tyrannical existence that was born naturally during the beginning of the universe. At that time, there were many ancient gods in the world. Since they were able to leave behind their descendants and inheritances in the Qin Heavenly Starfield, it was highly possible that there were other ancient gods in other places. Lose for me. The limitless way of the sword transformed into an ancient god and waved his long sword, attacking the Absolute Sword. A mere orange-armored ancient god wants to defeat me? Naive. The Absolute Sword only revealed a trace of surprise at the beginning, but he quickly regained his composure. With a wave of his hands, countless sword shadows whizzed towards the limitless way of the sword. The endless sword shadows converged into a long river and rushed towards the limitless way of the sword. The limitless way of the sword was 100 meters tall. He waved his huge sword like a stone pillar in the river, blocking the impact of the river water. However, no matter how tough the stone pillar was, it would eventually collapse under the constant impact of the river water. For example, the limitless way of the sword could still resist at the beginning, and even charge forward. However, his charging speed became slower and slower, and after a while, not only was he unable to move forward, but he was also forced to retreat. Clang! 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 Countless sword shadows slashed at the limitless way of the sword, and the orange scales on his body. Sparks flew everywhere. In the end, the scales on the limitless way of the sword cracked, and sword wounds appeared on his body, causing blood to flow. He was completely unable to defend himself, and the wounds on his body were getting bigger and bigger. Bang! In the end, the limitless way of the sword's body rapidly shrank. He could no longer maintain the ancient god body, and reverted back to his normal form. He flew out of the battle stage and fell heavily outside. Limitless, how are you? Immediately, the experts of the invincible Kenzo went up to heal the limitless way of the sword. On the battle stage, Zhu Jian waved his hand, and the sword's shadows that filled the sky disappeared without a trace. He calmly stood on the battle stage, looking around. Who wants to fight again? He glanced at the Scarlet Flame Devil Pine, Bing Xian, and Mo Jiuyi. In his opinion, only the 3 of them from the Qin Tian Star Field could fight against him. I'll do my best to exhaust his divine power. If I can't beat him, you 2 can go. Mo Jiuyi said to the Scarlet Flame Devil Pine and Bing Xian. The Scarlet Flame Devil Pine and Bing Xian were both stronger than him. Now wasn't the time to fight. Then, Mo Jiuyi directly charged onto the battle stage. 6th level Heavenly God. With your cultivation base, you're still not my match, said Zhu Jian indifferently. He didn't look arrogant, as if he was just stating a fact. Don't be so sure. We'll know after the battle, said Mo Jiuyi coldly. Then, he stepped forward. Peng Peng after taking a few steps, Mojo Ye's body rapidly swelled, and he turned into a 100-meter-tall orange-armored ancient god. Mojo Ye used his full strength as soon as he attacked. Another ancient god body. I didn't expect that there would be more than one person from the Qin Tian star field who managed to cultivate the ancient god body. Someone from the 9 Extinction Heavenly King residence was astonished. Looks like an ancient god world has appeared in the Qin Tian star field, and an ancient god inheritance has appeared. That's why there are so many people who manage to cultivate the ancient god body. It's rare to have such an opportunity in such a remote star field, said an old man from the 9 Extinction Heavenly King residence. Chapter 2937. On the battle stage, Mojo Ye and Absolute Sword were already fighting fiercely. Mojo Ye's battle strength was about the same as the Everlasting Sword Dao. In terms of offensive power, he was slightly weaker than the Everlasting Sword Dao. However, Mojo Ye's techniques were even stranger. However, he was still no match for Absolute Sword. Under Absolute Sword's sword images, he relied on all kinds of strange techniques to last a moment longer than the Everlasting Sword Dao. However, he was still heavily injured and was knocked off the battle stage. Good. Ha ha ha. Absolute Sword is truly a peerless genius. His battle strength is truly high. Some youths from the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace laughed, looking at the people from the Qin Tian star field. On the other hand, the Qin Tian star field side was silent. There were countless people around the plaza, but no one spoke. The atmosphere was extremely tense. The opponent, a 6th-level Heavenly God Realm Divine Son, had consecutively defeated 2 people of the same level. Mojo Ye and the Everlasting Sword Dao had been defeated consecutively. This was a heavy blow to the Qin Tian star field's people. Now, the opponents still had 6 people, while the Qin Tian star field only had 7 people left. In their opinion, the only ones who had the strength to fight against the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace's heavenly geniuses were the Scarlet Flame Devil Pine and Bing Xian. As for the others, facing a heavenly genius like Absolute Sword, they probably wouldn't be able to take a single move. And the opponents still had 6 people, each one of them unfathomably strong. How were they going to fight this battle? Are we sure to lose? There's only 10 years left. Many people felt despair. Even more people could only remain silent, hoping for a miracle to happen. You too, who's up? Absolute Sword's battle intense sword. His gaze locked onto the Scarlet Flame Devil Pine and Bing Xian. As for the others, he didn't even spare them a glance. The Scarlet Flame Devil Pine and Bing Xian exchanged a glance. They saw that Lu Ming didn't have any intention of going up, so they could only go up first. I'll go. The Scarlet Flame Devil Pine roared and charged onto the battle stage. You've used up a lot of divine energy. Originally, I didn't want to take advantage of you, but this battle is a battle of attrition. Don't say I won't have an unfair advantage. Crimson Flame Demon Pine said. His voice was deep and strong. As he spoke, he took a step forward and walked towards the Absolute Sword. With every step he took, his aura grew stronger. Boom! Raging flames rushed out of his body. These flames were incomparably viscous, like magma. 7th level of the Heavenly God Realm, the Scarlet Flame Devil Pine is at the 7th level of the Heavenly God Realm. Someone exclaimed. Then, many people in the Qin Tian starfield were overjoyed. The Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine's cultivation base had already reached the 7th level of the Heavenly God Realm. There was hope now. 7th level Celestial God? Huh, that's more interesting. Come. The Absolute Sword's silk was fearless. Around his body, sword shadows constantly appeared. Sunluo Sword Domain, 10,000 sword-slaying gods, kill. Absolute Sword shouted coldly and pressed both of his hands forward. Countless sword shadows attacked the Red Flame Demonic Pine. Roar! The Scarlet Flame Demon let out a roar as his body swelled rapidly and transformed into an ancient god. The ancient god that the Red Flame Demonic Pine had transformed into was also a 100-meter-tall ancient god with orange armor. In the past, Bing Qing had told Lu Ming that there were a total of 4 geniuses in the Qin heavenly star field that had successfully refined the ancient god physique. They were Sword Dao Wuji, Mo Jui, Scarlet Flame Devil Pine, and Bing Xian. As soon as the Scarlet Flame Devil Pine attacked, he transformed into an ancient god physique. At the same time, his ancient god physique was covered in scorching flames. He had merged his innate secret arts with his ancient god physique, making him even stronger. Falling Star. The Scarlet Flame Devil Pine roared and punched with both fists. His fists seemed to have turned into lava, and the lava turned into 2 huge meteors that shot toward Absolute Sword. The temperature on the stage rapidly rose. Another ancient god physique. Lose. Absolute Sword roared. Thousands of sword shadows formed a river that shot toward the Scarlet Flame Devil Pine. Boom! Their attacks collided, causing a series of explosions. At the start, it was difficult to determine a victor. But after a while, the Scarlet Flame Devil Pine's fists surged. His lava fists smashed through the thousands of sword shadows and shot toward Absolute Sword. Absolute Sword had fought 2 battles in a row and had exhausted a lot of his divine power. On the other hand, the Scarlet Flame Devil Pine's cultivation base was at the 7th level of the Heavenly God realm. He wasn't someone that Sword Dao Wuji and Mo Jui could compare to. You're the one losing. The Scarlet Flame Devil Pine roared. His mountain-like fists continued to smash down. The sky shook, and the temperature rose to a terrifying level. Even the air was about to burn. Huge meteors were smashing toward Absolute Sword. Don't be happy too early. Absolute Heaven Strike. Absolute Sword roared. Terrifying sword chi shot out of his eyes. He waved his hands, and the sword shadows in the sky converged into one. Absolute Sword's body seemed to have merged with the thousands of sword shadows, turning into a resplendent sword light. Swish! This sword light instantly destroyed several meteors and shot toward the Scarlet Flame Devil Pine. This was Absolute Sword's strongest attack. It was terrifyingly powerful, causing the Scarlet Flame Devil Pine's pupils to shrink. Myriad divine fists, star explosion. Die, die, die. The Scarlet Flame Devil Pine roared. All the flames on his body gathered on his fists. In an instant, he sent out thousands of punches. Those thousands of punches were sent out in an instant. From an outsider's point of view, it looked like thousands of fist shadows had appeared in front of the Scarlet Flame Devil Pine. Those fist shadows were completely condensed from flames and shot toward Absolute Sword. Boom! A heaven-shaking explosion came from the battle stage. The entire battle stage was constantly shaking. Boundless energy spread in all directions, but it was blocked by the battle stage's formations. Many people with weaker cultivations could only see the sky full of flames and sword light blocking the figures of the Red Flame Demonic Pine and the Absolute Sword. Who's going to win? Many people stared at the battle stage, not even daring to blink. They were afraid they would miss a wonderful scene. Bang! On the battle stage, a huge figure was continuously retreating. Not good, it's the Scarlet Flame Devil Pine. He's retreating. The Qin Tian Starfield's people's expressions changed. Their hearts sank. However, the next moment, to their delight, Absolute Sword was sent flying out of the fighting ring like a cannonball. He landed below the fighting ring and staggered backward for a few hundred meters before regaining his balance. Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He won. Many people were ecstatic. The Scarlet Flame Devil Pine was still standing on the battle stage, but Absolute Sword had already fallen off. Naturally, the Scarlet Flame Devil Pine had won. The Scarlet Flame Devil Pine is also injured, said someone else. Everyone's joy vanished. Indeed, the Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine was also injured. There was a deep sword wound on his chest. It was as if his body had been cut in half. Blood was flowing out unceasingly. Although the Scarlet Flame Devil Pine had defeated Absolute Sword, he had also been injured. The Qin Tian Starfield had only won a small victory. The situation was still very unfavorable for them. Chapter 29:38. I've lost. Peerless Sword said coldly. With a flicker, he returned to the crowd of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace and sat down with his legs crossed to heal his wounds. However, no one dared to underestimate Peerless Sword. Peerless Sword had defeated Sword Dao Wuji and Mo Jiu Yi at the beginning, exhausting a great amount of his divine force. However, he was still able to fight the 7th layer Heaven God Realm Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine until both of them were injured. His strength was truly terrifying. If Peerless Sword was at his peak, he might not necessarily lose to the Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine. As such, the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace still had 5 people left. The Qin Tian Starfield still had 7 people. Although they still had the advantage in terms of numbers, the people of the Qin Tian Starfield were not confident at all. The Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine did not speak. He was taking the opportunity to heal his wounds, hoping to recover more of his strength. 7th layer Heaven God Realm with the Ancient God Flesh. Your strength is not bad among the 7th layer Heaven Gods. The golden-robed young man from the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace spoke once again. He slowly walked forward and landed on the fighting ring. Jin Xing is going to make his move. Jin Xing is finally going to make his move. Well, with him around, the battle will come to an end, saving me the trouble. Let's just enjoy the show. The remaining young men of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace burst out laughing with a relaxed look, as if they were sure to win the battle. The Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine looked at the golden-robed young man with a stern look. The golden-robed young man had been representing the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace since the beginning. It was obvious that his talent was quite outstanding. You should take the time to recover, I'll give you a chance. Jin Xing said calmly. He stood still and allowed the Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine to recover with a confident look. The Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine did not show any mercy. He took out a few pills to recover his divine force and consumed them. He then executed a technique to recover his strength. The wound on his chest began to wriggle at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was recovering rapidly. Half an hour later, the wound on the Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine's chest had completely disappeared. He had also recovered to his peak. Bring it on, even though you're giving me time to recover, I won't go easy on you. The Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine stared at Jin Xing with a strong battle intent. However, Jin Xing shook his head and said, You alone are no match for me. You should also attack together. Jin Xing's last sentence was directed at the Ice Immortal. What? He's challenging the Scarlet Flame Devil Pine and the Ice Immortal at the same time? Could it be that his cultivation has already reached the 8th layer Heaven God Realm? Someone was shocked. No, I've observed him. His cultivation is at the 6th layer Heaven God Realm. In the Qin Heavenly Star region, a white-haired God King said. What? He's only at the 6th level of the Celestial God Realm, yet he's so confident to challenge the Ice Immortal and the Scarlet Flame Devil Pine at the same time? Where did he get his confidence from? That's right, the Absolute Sword is strong enough, but at his peak, he is at most comparable to the Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine. In the Qin Tian Star Field, many people roared in disbelief. A 6th level Heavenly God actually challenged the Scarlet Flame Devil Pine and the Ice Immortal at the same time. The Ice Immortal and the Scarlet Flame Devil Pine were equally famous. The two of them had fought many times in the past and it was hard to determine the victor. The Scarlet Flame Devil Pine had broken through to the 7th level of the Heavenly God Realm, so the Ice Immortal should be at the same level. Moreover, they were all divine sons, peerless geniuses. Where did Jin Xing get his confidence from? You really want to challenge the two of us? This doesn't conform to the rules. If we win, the Ice Immortal Dao. If you can win, then it's your victory. Before the Ice Immortal could speak, Jin Xing said indifferently. All right. The Ice Immortal directly agreed. Since the other party was so confident, how could he not agree? Taking a step forward, the Ice Immortal also appeared on the battle stage, standing side by side with the Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine. The Ice Immortal and the Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine, one cold and one hot, formed a terrifying wave that surged towards Jin Xing Bang. Jin Xing took a step forward and unleashed all of his aura. Sixth layer Heaven God Realm. His cultivation was indeed at the sixth layer Heaven God Realm. Golden divine power covered his entire body, instantly defeating the Ice Immortal and the Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine's aura. Ice Immortal, you go left, I'll go right. The Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine transmitted to the Ice Immortal, then charged towards Jin Xing's right. At the same time, the Ice Immortal charged towards Jin Xing's left. While charging, the Ice Immortal's body rapidly enlarged, turning into an ancient god body. Once the Ice Immortal made his move, everyone knew his cultivation was at the seventh layer Heaven God Realm. Falling Star. Rapid Ice Sword. The Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine and the Ice Immortal used their trump cards at the same time, attacking Jin Xing. Since Jin Xing was so confident, he definitely had terrifying strength. They didn't think Jin Xing was just showing off. The Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine and the Ice Immortal were mortal enemies. They had fought each other countless times, so they understood each other the best. Their cooperation was flawless. The two attacks wanted to drown Jin Xing. Jin Xing, who was the size of a normal person, was like an ant in front of the 200-meter-tall ancient god bodies. However, Jin Xing's expression was calm in the face of their pincer attack. Void-breaking hand, muttered Jin Xing. His two palms turned golden, as if they were made of gold. Then he sent a palm at the Ice Immortal and the Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine. Boom! Boom! Jin Xing's golden palm collided with the Ice Immortal and the Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine's attacks. Then the Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine's meteor directly exploded. The Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine's body shook violently, and he was forced back. At the same time, the Ice Immortal's attack also exploded, and he was forced back. This scene was extremely shocking and impactful. It was like two elephants had been forced back by an ant. How is this possible? Many people found it hard to believe. The Ice Immortal and the Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine were 7th-level heavenly gods, divine sons. Moreover, they had used a secret technique like the ancient god bodies, but they were still no match for Jin Xing. What terrifying power! Lu Ming's gaze fell on Jin Xing's two golden palms. Just now, Lu Ming had sensed a terrifying destructive power erupting from Jin Xing's palms. It had defeated the Ice Immortal and the Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine's attacks. Void-breaking hand? Muttered Lu Ming. This was a terrifying secret technique. Get down! Shouted Jin Xing after forcing the Ice Immortal and the Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine back. He took a step forward and charged at the Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine, sending a palm at the Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine. A golden palm formed. It was incomparably huge, even bigger than the Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine's ancient god body. The Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine roared, and his two fists continuously punched out. His lava-like fists continuously bombarded the golden palm. However, the golden palm's power was shocking. As it crushed down, the lava-like fists kept exploding. Chapter 2939. On the other side, Bing Xian also attacked Jin Xing when he was attacking the Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine. However, Jin Xing waved his hand and a golden sword flew out, blocking Bing Xian's attack. No matter how Bing Xian attacked, the golden sword was able to stop him. Jin Xing was attacking the Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine with all his strength. The golden palm pressed down, forcing the Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine to retreat. Jin Xing's strength was truly shocking. They were both at the 6th level of the Heavenly God Realm, but he was stronger than Zhu Jian. No wonder he dared to challenge the Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine and Bing Xian at the same time. The Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine roared and used all his strength, but unfortunately, he was still no match for Jin Xing Shua. Jin Xing quickly approached the Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine, and his golden palm slashed down again. The terrifying power caused the Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine's pupils to shrink. He roared and punched out twice with his fists wrapped in magma. However, the moment his fist collided with Jin Xing's palm, his fist exploded. The scarlet flame demonic pine screamed and retreated. Get lost. Jin Xing was like a golden ray of light, and his palm slammed into the scarlet flame demonic pine's chest. The scarlet flame demonic pine screamed again. His ancient god body's defensive power couldn't stop Jin Xing's attack. A large hole appeared in his chest, and he flew out of the stage. When he flew out of the stage, the scarlet flame demonic pine's body returned to its normal size, and he heavily fell off the stage, coughing up blood. Everyone saw that a large hole had appeared in the scarlet flame demonic pine's chest. His flesh had already disappeared. It was a tragic sight. The scarlet flame demonic pine quickly took out a healing divine pill and ate it. As a result, only Bing Xian was left on the battle stage. Shua. After defeating the scarlet flame demonic pine, Jin Xing turned around and attacked Bing Xian. Bing Xian's expression changed, and he retreated, not daring to face Jin Xing head-on. Ice Seal. Bing Xian sent out several palms, and the stage turned into a world of ice. He planned to use the moving method to fight Jin Xing, and then find an opportunity to see if he could win. You want to use this method to fight me? How foolish. Void-shattering palm. Shouted Jin Xing. He was surrounded by dazzling golden light. In the sky, a gigantic golden palm was formed, covering the entire battle stage and pressing down. As such, no matter what, the Ice Immortal would be enveloped by the palm imprint. No matter what, she would have to clash head-on with her opponent. The Ice Immortal had no choice but to use her full strength to block the palm attack. Facing Jin Xing alone, he was even less of a match for him. In the end, his result was the same as the scarlet flame demonic pine tree. He was sent flying out of the battle platform, heavily injured. Jin Xing defeated the Ice Immortal and the scarlet flame devil pine by himself. In the Qin Tian star field, many people were pale. Be defeated. The Qin Tian starfield was defeated. The Ice Immortal, the red flame devil pine, the sword Dao Wuji, Mo Jui, Tsang Yen, and Pejuan were defeated one after another. There was no longer any suspense in this battle. It seemed that the time that he wanted to fight for was no longer possible. Sigh, only 10 years? If we can't find the treasures of the 9 Absolute Heavenly King Mansion in 10 years, then when the 9 Absolute Heavenly King Mansion's army arrives, all the powers of the Qin Tian starfield will be exterminated. Who is it that stole the treasures of the 9 Absolute Heavenly King Mansion? Many people were roaring in their hearts. In their opinion, this battle had already ended with the defeat of the Ice Immortal and the Scarlet Flame Devil Pine Tree. Although the Qin Tian starfield has a few heavenly geniuses, they are still unable to withstand a single blow. Therefore, you only have 10 years. If you can't hand over the treasures after 10 years, then wait to be exterminated. Jin Xing said coldly. The battle hasn't ended yet. It's still too early for you to come to a conclusion. At this moment, a voice sounded. The person who spoke was naturally Lu Ming. Many people looked at Lu Ming. Could it be that he still wants to go up and compete? Although we still have 5 people left, the Ice Immortal and the Scarlet Flame Devil Pine Tree have both been defeated. What's the use of the remaining 5 people going up? The outcome is already decided. Many people shook their heads and sighed. Young man, forget it. Let's admit defeat in this battle. There's no need to humiliate ourselves. An old man advised Lu Ming. He had good intentions. In this competition, there was no rule that stated that one could not kill. If the difference in strength was too great, it would be a shame if one was killed by a palm strike. Junior is unwilling to accept the fact that we haven't fought. Lu Ming smiled and walked towards the battle platform. He landed on the platform and faced Jin Xing. You want to fight me? Jin Xing was also taken aback. His eyes flickered with golden light as he clearly saw Lu Ming's cultivation base. 3rd level Celestial Goda 3rd level Heavenly God actually wanted to fight with him? What a joke. Even 7th level Celestial God prodigies like Bing Xian and Scarlet Flame Devil Pine were no match for him. What could a third-level celestial god do? Even if the godly power he controlled was divine-grade godly power, he could crush it with a single finger. 10 years is too short. We won't be able to find the treasure you want. So, we can only fight for 1,000 years. Lu Ming smiled. However, if we were to risk it, we might end up paying with our lives. Jin Xing said. Of course I know, but I'm afraid you're still a little lacking if you want to take my life. Lu Ming smiled faintly, looking confident. This made many people in Qin Tian Star Field curl their lips. This Lu Ming was too confident. With Jin Xing's terrifying strength, it was still a little lacking to take his life. Jin Xing would probably be smashed to pieces in a single move. This brat waited until now to fight with Jin Xing. He's really courting death. Qin Huio mocked from the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace's side. He originally thought that Lu Ming would hide and not dare to fight. He did not expect to wait until now to come out and fight. In his opinion, it was not a coward, but a fool. Lu Ming. Ouyang Qingxiang, Yu Linglong and the others clenched their fists tightly. Although they knew that Lu Ming was very strong, the strength that Jin Xing had just displayed was too terrifying. Could Lu Ming really fight with Jin Xing? They were not confident in their hearts. Young Master will definitely win. Only Autumn Moon was completely confident in Lu Ming. She had watched Lu Ming's rise. Along the way, Lu Ming had created too many miracles. She always believed that Lu Ming would not lose. Is that so? You're very confident. I hope you have the capital to be confident. Jin Xing sneered. Golden light spread out from his body as he prepared to attack. Wait! At this moment, Lu Ming shouted. Jin Xing, who was about to step forward, stopped in his tracks. He almost could not catch his breath. What is this brat doing? Many people looked at each other. What are you doing? Jin Xing clenched his teeth and asked. I still don't want to fight with you right now. What's your name again? That's right, Qin Huio, that Qin Huio. Didn't you always want to fight with me? Come, I'll give you a chance to fight. Lu Ming looked at Qin Huio. Chapter 2940. What? He wants to challenge Qin Huio. Many people were stunned. They couldn't figure out Lu Ming's plan at all. Even Qin Huio himself had a dumbfounded expression. He had already been defeated before. He had never imagined that Lu Ming would challenge him now. Are you sure you want to challenge Qin Huio first? Qin Huio has already been defeated. If you really want to challenge him, don't say that we broke the rules. Jin Xing said. Don't worry, it won't take much effort to deal with him. Lu Ming said loudly. Many people looked at him with disdain. He really didn't know how to brag. Qin Huio was also a divine son. His strength was about the same as Tsang Yen and Pejun's. Lu Ming actually said it wouldn't take much effort to deal with him. Who did he think he was? Jin Xing? What is this Lu Ming doing? Mo Jui, Jian Dao Wuji, and the others were also confused. They didn't know what Lu Ming wanted to do. Mo Jui had fought with Lu Ming 200 years ago. He knew Lu Ming's strength. Lu Ming was at most a bit stronger than him. It was possible for him to defeat Qin Huio, but they didn't believe it would take much effort. I accept this battle. Qin Huio shouted. His figure flashed, and he appeared on the stage. He had been thinking of killing Lu Ming. Now that Lu Ming was courting death, how could he miss this opportunity? All right, then I'll leave him to you. Jin Xing nodded and retreated to the side. From his point of view, Lu Ming was only at the 3rd level of the heavenly god realm. Qin Huio was enough. You should have more or less recovered. I'll let you attack first. In the future, you won't have a chance to attack. Lu Ming shouted. But in the eyes of others, he was just showing off. Since you're in a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish. 7 injuries divine fist, kill. Qin Huio made his move. His first move was the 7 injuries divine fist. Actually, he didn't dare to underestimate Lu Ming. After all, Qin Wushang and the others had been ruthlessly beaten up by Lu Ming at the Kongxian school. One had to know that the strength of Qin Wushang and the others wasn't considered low. Therefore, Qin Wuyo immediately used his ultimate move to kill Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming also made his move, but Lu Ming did not activate the battle character's secret art to multiply his combat strength, nor did he transform into his ancient god body. 10 divine fires burned fiercely in his body, and a tremendous amount of god power surged. Ice chains. Lu Ming's heart stirred, and 9 ice chains rushed out from his body. Shoo shoo! 9 ice chains, like 9 long snakes, rushed towards Qin Wuyo. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, the ice chains he used were shockingly powerful. In particular, the 9th chain had refined a ball of special icy cold liquid. As Lu Ming's cultivation level increased, the power of the ball of liquid became more and more stimulated. Wherever the 9 ice chains passed, the temperature in the air would rapidly drop, and ice crystals would appear. Break for me! Qin Wuyo loudly shouted, wanting to break the ice chains. But when his fist energy collided with the ice chains, his expression wildly changed. He felt an extremely cold chill spread towards him, and he felt as if all the blood in his body was about to be frozen. He roared, and used his own strength to injure himself to increase the power of the 7 injuries divine fist. Boom! After injuring himself, the power of the 7 injuries divine fist had indeed increased by a level. His fist energy flourished, and among the 9 ice chains, 8 of them violently trembled and then collapsed. But the 9th ice chain was incomparably tough. It directly broke through his fist energy and wrapped around Qin Wuyo. At the same time, the ice chain's cold intent crazily surged out, sealing Qin Wuyo in ice. Qin Wuyo's body stiffened in midair. Bang! Lu Ming controlled the ice shackles, swinging it up and smashing it heavily on the fighting ring. The fighting ring shook violently. Qin Wuyo screamed miserably after being smashed. Dozens of bones were broken all over his body. He spat out mouthfuls of blood like a dead fish. The entire crowd was deathly silent. They were all dumbfounded. Many people thought they were dreaming, or that their eyes were playing tricks on them. A person at the level of a divine son, a genius who had been severely injured in the battle with Blue Flame's destroyer army previously, was defeated by Lu Ming in one move. This was simply like a dream. Bang! Just as everyone was in a daze, Lu Ming lifted Qin Wuyo up again and smashed him heavily on the fighting ring. Qin Wuyo let out a shrill scream. This time, he was even more seriously injured. He was like a pile of mud, rolling his eyes and vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. Everyone was finally roused from their stupor, and then they burst into an uproar. He won. Lu Ming actually won. Amazing. This Qin Wushang's strength isn't any weaker than Song Yan and Junpa, but he was defeated in one move. This is too exaggerated. I never thought that the Kongxian school would have such a powerful genius. I've never heard of him before. The Qin Tian Starfield's people were both astonished and excited. They had already given up all hope, but now they couldn't help feeling a tiny bit of hope. Of course, it was only a tiny bit. After all, Jin Xing was too strong. Amongst them, the most shocked were Mo Jui, Jian Dao Wuji, Song Yan, and Jun Pa. 200 years ago, Mo Jui had fought with Lu Ming. At that time, Lu Ming's strength was only slightly stronger than Mo Jui's. They were on the same level. But now, Qin Wuyo, who had fought with Song Yan and Jun Pa, had been defeated by Lu Ming in one move. Didn't this mean that Lu Ming's strength was far above theirs? 3rd level heavenly god, his cultivation base has broken through to the 3rd level. How could he break through 2 levels in just 200 years? Mo Jui roared inwardly. 200 years ago, he clearly knew that Lu Ming's cultivation base was only at the 1st level of the heavenly god realm. In the heavenly god realm, breaking through one level required a very long time. Even if they were peerless geniuses, it wouldn't be a short amount of time. 200 years was truly too short. Unless he had a huge fortuitous encounter. He must have had a fortuitous encounter in these years. Damn it. Mo Jui and Jian Dao Wuji roared inwardly. They were so jealous that they wanted to die. I've lost, let me down. At this moment, Qin Huio roared. Letting you down just because you've lost? You're too naive. Lu Ming said indifferently. He looked at Bing Xian and said, this guy killed one of your people. Today, I'll take his life in exchange for yours. Hearing this, Qin Huio was scared out of his wits. He frantically struggled, but he was sealed by the ice chains. There was no way he could struggle. He could only yell crazily, no, you can't kill me, you can't, save me. Stop. On the other side, Jin Xing also yelled and charged at Lu Ming, trying to save Qin Huio. However, Lu Ming would not give him the chance. A powerful force rushed through the ice chains and into Qin Huio's body. Qin Huio let out an unwilling cry as his body was torn apart, dying on the spot. Chapter 29:41. Everyone was stunned. They hadn't thought that Lu Ming would really dare to kill Qin Huio. No matter how arrogant Qin Huio was, he was still a heavenly genius of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace. His decisiveness was truly shocking. Lu Ming, you dare kill a heavenly genius of my Qin family? You're courting death. Roared a heavenly genius of the Qin family, glaring at Lu Ming. But Lu Ming directly ignored him and looked at Bing Xian. A life for a life. I'll help you take back the life of that brother from the Ice Soul race. Many thanks. Bing Xian cupped her fists. To tell the truth, she also wanted to kill Qin Huio, but she didn't have the chance. Boom. At this moment, the stage shook. Jin Xing landed on the stage, his body erupting with resplendent golden light. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were cold as he stared at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, right? Very good, your strength has exceeded my expectations. Now, I'll be your opponent. Wait! Shouted Lu Ming. Jin Xing was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. He gloomily stared at Lu Ming. What do you want now? Nothing. I just feel like you're not my opponent. Call a few more people to come at me together. Said Lu Ming. What? Everyone's eyes widened. They thought they had misheard. Lu Ming actually said Jin Xing wasn't his opponent and wanted to call a few more people to come at him together? Arrogant, arrogant. Jin Xing had called Bing Xian and the Scarlet Flame Devil Pine together. That was already arrogant enough. But now, Lu Ming was even more arrogant. The power Jin Xing had just displayed was extremely terrifying. But now, Lu Ming actually said Jin Xing wasn't strong enough. Although Lu Ming had easily defeated Qin Huio, Jin Xing wasn't someone Qin Huio could compare to. Although their cultivation bases were the same, Jin Xing could probably defeat Qin Huio in one move. Arrogant. Why would I need others to deal with you? Let me see what kind of ability you have. Shouted Jin Xing. His golden light became even more dazzling. Thump thump. Jin Xing took a few steps forward and arrived in front of Lu Ming. A golden palm chopped down at Lu Ming. Before the palm arrived, the terrifying force had already surged towards Lu Ming, erupting with a terrifying cutting power. If it was an ordinary third-level heavenly god, they would probably be torn apart by this terrifying force. However, Lu Ming was not an ordinary third-level celestial deity. His battle strength was many times stronger than an ordinary third-layer heaven god. At that instant, the 10 god flames in his body surged fiercely. 10 streams of powerful god force gathered together and sprang forward. At the same time, Lu Ming activated the battle character secret art to quadruple his combat strength. His combat strength skyrocketed. Lu Ming activated the divine dragon aspect art and punched out. Surging divine power surged towards Lu Ming's palm. Roar. A dragon's roar shook the 9 heavens as a 9-clawed dragon flew out from Lu Ming's fist. Its 9 claws grabbed at Jin Xing and collided with his golden palm. Bang bang bang. 9 consecutive explosions took place. Strong gusts of wind swept in all directions from the point of collision. Hand of the void, shatter everything, die. Jin Xing snapped coldly. His palm glowed even brighter. The nine-clawed dragon aspect shuddered violently before it exploded. Jin Xing's hair drifted wildly as he roared, "So this is what makes you so arrogant? How disappointing. You'll lose." Saying this, Jin Xing threw another palm at Lu Ming. "Let's do this then," Lu Ming said calmly as he threw a few punches forward. Roar roar, a series of dragon roars took place. Every time Lu Ming threw a punch, a nine-clawed dragon would fly out. 6 nine-clawed dragons flew toward Jin Xing and attacked him fiercely. Jin Xing's expression changed slightly. He had only used one of his palms before, but now, he was using the second one. 2 golden palms flew forward and struck at the nine-clawed dragon aspect. Jin Xing's hand of the void seemed ordinary. There was no rare phenomenon when he attacked, but its power was indeed shocking. It was said to be able to sever the void. Each time it collided with the nine-clawed dragon aspect, the nine-clawed dragon aspect would tremble violently. The two exchanged a few hundred blows in an intense battle. The surrounding people were already stunned. They never thought that Lu Ming would be able to fight against Jin Xing. Many people had thought that Lu Ming was just bragging, but now it seemed that Lu Ming was really capable, even if he was bragging a little by challenging so many people at the same time. This guy is so strong. At this moment, the geniuses of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace and the seniors were astounded. A third-layer heaven god is able to resist Jin Xing's hand of the void. Even the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace has never seen such a genius before. An old man exclaimed. It was too terrifying for a third-layer heaven god to fight against Jin Xing. Jin Xing was also a peerless genius. Although he was only a 6th-layer heaven god, he could easily slay an ordinary 9th-layer heaven god. However, it was unheard of for a 3rd-layer heavenly god to possess such powerful combat strength. I'm afraid such a genius would only appear in the core of the sacred dynasty. Another old man in the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace exclaimed. It was beyond their expectation that such a genius would appear in the tiny Qin Tian star field. Icy chains. At this moment, Lu Ming used the ice chains. 9 chains wrapped around Jin Xing, exuding a shocking chill. Void-shattering sword. Jin Xing said coldly. His forehead emitted a golden glow as a golden battle sword flew out. Whoosh! The golden battle sword slashed down and cut 2 ice chains in half. Then, with another slash, a few more ice chains were cut in half. In the end, only the 9th icy chain stood a chance against Jin Xing. Very good, Lu Ming. I didn't expect that you would be able to force me to this extent. It's your honor to be able to see my ultimate move next. Ancient shattering. Jin Xing roared. The golden battle sword flew toward Jin Xing and was grabbed by him. However, Jin Xing was not planning to attack with the battle sword. The battle sword melted in Jin Xing's hand like a puddle of golden liquid, merging with Jin Xing's palm. Whoosh! Jin Xing clasped his hands and slashed down. Rip! A terrifying golden ray burst out and slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes glittered. With a thought, 6 nine-clawed dragon images lunged at Jin Xing. However, the golden ray was truly terrifying. When the first 9-clawed dragon image collided with the golden ray, its claw crumbled, followed by its body, which was split in half. Then, the second and the third. Chapter 2942. Wherever the golden light from Jin Xing's slash passed, the 9-clawed divine dragon Dharma forms crumbled one after another. Ranwi. N. W. 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 R. A. N. W. Ana. Com. In an instant, the 6 divine dragon avatars all exploded. Even the 9th ice chain couldn't stop the golden light and was cut apart. The terrifying golden light directly slashed at Lu Ming. Its power was truly shocking. I originally didn't want to kill you, but you forced me to use this move. Even I can't control myself. Rest in peace. Jin Xing's gaze was cold as a thought flashed through his mind. Whoosh! The golden light shot straight at Lu Ming's face. Lu Ming retreated, but the golden light's speed was extremely fast. It chased closely behind Lu Ming. What's going to happen? The spectators' hearts were also in their mouths. Jin Xing's move was too terrifying. It had broken Lu Ming's attack in one move and forced Lu Ming to retreat. Would Lu Ming be defeated by this move, or even die under this move? Just as Lu Ming was about to be struck by the golden light, a roar rang out. Then, Lu Ming's body rapidly swelled, and a 100-meter-tall giant appeared on the stage. Moon severing. Lu Ming used his ancient god body, but Lu Ming didn't use his full strength. He only used his ancient god body to transform into a 100-meter-tall ancient god. The spear in his hand slashed out, and a crescent-shaped spear light slashed forward, colliding with the golden light. Boom! The two rays of light collided, causing a heaven-shaking explosion. The dazzling light was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. The two rays of light constantly trembled, but then the golden light trembled even more violently, and with a bang, it exploded. Whoosh! A figure retreated. It was Jin Xing. Jin Xing retreated several thousand meters, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with disbelief. His strongest move had actually been broken. Instead, he had suffered heavy injuries. Ancient God Body, he has also cultivated the Ancient God Body. The geniuses of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace exclaimed. The people of the Qin Tian Star Field were ecstatic. Jin Xing, what other moves do you have? Use them, or it won't be enough. Lu Ming shouted. He waved his spear, and another crescent-shaped spear light swept towards Jin Xing, void-breaking hand. Jin Xing hollered and continuously struck out his palms, trying to block Lu Ming's attack. However, after Lu Ming transformed into the ancient god body, coupled with the enhancement of 4 times his combat ability was already above Jin Xing's. He could not resist at all. Boom! Boom! Jin Xing's body shook violently. Every time they collided, he had to retreat 100 meters. Soon, he arrived at the edge of the fighting ring. Let's end this. Lu Ming shouted coldly. He held the spear with both hands and slashed it down. The huge spear gleam was like a mountain, pressing toward Jin Xing. Jin Xing shouted, trying his best to block the attack. Although he was unwilling, he could not change the fact. When the spear light pressed down, he spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying out of the fighting ring. Jin Xing was defeated. The crowd was silent at first, but then they burst into cheers. He won, he won. Lu Ming defeated Jin Xing. That's amazing. There's hope, there's hope. Many people shouted, their eyes full of anticipation and excitement. Previously, many people had ignored Lu Ming and did not pay attention to Lu Ming. Most of them had placed their hopes on Bing Xian, Red Flame Demon Pine, Sword Dao Wuji, Mo Jiuyi, Cang Yan, and Pajun. When they saw Bing Xian and Red Flame Demon Pine being defeated, they were in despair. They thought there was no suspense in this competition. They had not expected Lu Ming to suddenly appear and defeat Jin Xing. Jin Xing had defeated Bing Xian and Red Flame Demon Pine at the same time. In this way, they saw hope again. Perhaps, Lu Ming could create a miracle and win all the way. Perhaps, Jin Xing was the strongest person in the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion. This guy, Mo Jiuyi, Sword Dao Wuji, and the others looked solemn. They knew that Lu Ming had not used his full strength yet. At least, Lu Ming's ancient god body was not only an orange-armored ancient god. He had not used his full strength yet, but he already had such combat strength. They had been left far behind. I told you to join in the fight, but you didn't listen. Now, who wants to fight? Lu Ming looked at the remaining 4 people from the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion. There were 4 youths left in the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion. At this moment, 3 of them looked gloomy. The three of them were in the 7th level heavenly god realm. However, although their cultivation was higher than Jin Xing's, their combat strength was not higher than Jin Xing's. Jin Xing was a famous genius in the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion. He could even fight against geniuses. They did not have such ability. If Jin Xing could not win, they could not win as well. Their gazes landed on the last ordinary-looking young man. Among the 4 of them, only this person looked calm. Let me fight this battle. The ordinary-looking youth hugged a battle saber and stepped forward. A terrifying aura spread from his body. His divine force was extremely strong. 8th level heavenly god realm. Someone exclaimed. What? 8th level heavenly god realm. Many people in the Qin Tian starfield exclaimed. This ordinary-looking youth with a battle saber had reached the 8th level heavenly god realm. It was absolutely shocking to have such a cultivation among the younger generation. One should know that Bing Xian and Red Flame Demonic Pine had just broken through to the 7th level heavenly god realm. This is troublesome. Many people secretly worried for Lu Ming. Although Jin Xing was strong, he was only in the 6th level heavenly god realm. No matter how strong he would not be a match for a 8th level heavenly god realm genius. Could Lu Ming defeat him? Buzz. The ordinary-looking youth took one step at a time in the sky. The battle saber in his arms vibrated slightly. Following it, a saber glow pierced through the rift and soared into the sky. He was a saber artist, someone who was as famous as sword cultivators. He was famous for his offensive strength. 8th level heavenly god realm? Lu Ming's lips curled into a faint smile. Ever since this person revealed his cultivation level, Lu Ming finally had some confidence in his heart. Judging from the expressions of the remaining 4 people of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace, Lu Ming could tell that this saber artist was the strongest among them. As long as he was not as crazy as Jin Xing, Lu Ming was confident that he could defeat an 8th level heavenly god realm cultivator. I'm Wei Dao, I'll be your opponent. The ordinary-looking youth said. Wait, it's a waste of time to fight one by one. You should all come at once so that I can finish you all at once. Lu Ming said loudly, looking at the remaining 3 people of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace. I alone am enough. Wei Dao said coldly. No, you can't do it alone. Lu Ming shook his head. Many people were speechless. What was Lu Ming doing? Could it be that he was full of confidence after defeating Jin Xing? Or was Lu Ming still holding back his strength? Many people's imaginations ran wild. P.S. Dear readers, I'm the shepherd boy Ting Zhu. I recommend a free app that supports downloading, listening to books, 0 ads, and multiple reading modes. Chapter 2943. Wei Dao's expression darkened. His eyes flickered. Burn? Wen Shao? Say. W? R? A? N? W? E? N? A? Calm. He was not sure how strong Lu Ming was. Could it be that Lu Ming was still hiding his strength? However, Lu Ming was only a 3rd-layer heaven god. The strength that he had displayed before was already shocking enough. Could it be that he was still capable of unleashing a stronger strength? Wei Dao, all of you, attack together. We can't afford to lose the battle. A voice entered Wei Dao's ears. It was a god emperor from the 9 Extinction Heavenly Emperor Palace who was transmitting his voice to him. Wei Dao nodded silently while staring at Lu Ming. Since you're so confident, I'll grant your wish. Let's attack together. Wei Dao said coldly. Following the words, the remaining 3 young men stepped forward and stood beside Wei Dao. Their terrifying strength was unleashed. 7th-layer heaven gods, all of them were 7th-layer heaven gods. The people of the Qin Tian Starfield inhaled deeply with stern looks. The 9 Extinction Heavenly Emperor Palace was too strong. They still had so many experts behind them. Even though the Qin Tian Starfield had yet to make their move, they were not too strong. This time, even without Jin Xing, the Qin Tian Starfield had no chance of winning the battle. There were still 3 7th-layer heaven gods and an 8th-layer heaven god realm genius behind them. How could they possibly win the battle? Right now, they could only pin all their hopes on Lu Ming. 3 7th-layer heaven gods and an 8th-layer heaven god. Very well, make your move. Lu Ming said confidently. I'll grant your wish. As soon as Lu Ming finished his act, Wei Dao made his move decisively. A snow-white saber glow slashed at Lu Ming. Without a doubt, the remaining 4 were all God's sons with divine-grade God force. Meanwhile, the other 3 made their moves too, attacking Lu Ming. Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. Among the 4 of them, any one of them was probably stronger than the Ice Immortal or the Scarlet Flame Devil Pine. Among the young men at the 7th level of the Heavenly God realm, 2 of them were probably as strong as Jin Xing coupled with the even more terrifying Wei Dao. It would be hard for anyone below the Divine King realm to fight against him. Many people held their breaths, wanting to know how Lu Ming would respond. Roar. Lu Ming let out another ancient god roar. His body expanded once again. This time, Lu Ming did not hold back. He used his full strength. A 200-meter-tall green-armored ancient god appeared on the fighting ring. Break space. Lu Ming continuously used the sky-piercing move. Streaks of spear lights shot towards Wei Dao's group of 4 like meteors. Boom. 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 A series of explosions sounded out. Except for Wei Dao, the other 3 were forced to retreat, their faces unsightly. Green-armored ancient god. It's the green-armored ancient god. In the 9 Extinction Heavenly King's residence, a white-haired god king cried out in shock. The others in the 9 Extinction Heavenly King's residence also gasped in shock. It was beyond their expectations that someone in the Qin Tian star field could cultivate into a green-armored ancient god. The Taishu dynasty was vast and had occupied many star fields. What kind of geniuses did it not have? There were also many who had cultivated the ancient god body. However, most of them were low-level ancient gods. Those who could become green-armored ancient gods were few and far between, even in the history of ancient gods. He hasn't used his full strength yet. Jin Xing's face was extremely ugly. It's the green-armored ancient god. The eyes of Wei Dao and the other 3 young men were filled with astonishment. Let's attack together. I'll be the main attacker, you guys support me. Wei Dao shouted and launched another attack. The offensive power of a bladesman was truly startling. Furthermore, with the aid of some secret techniques, their shocking combat prowess was displayed to the fullest. Streaks of dazzling saber lights slashed towards Lu Ming. Let's deal with the strongest first. Lu Ming stared at Wei Dao and slashed out with his long spear. A crescent-shaped spear light slashed towards his opponent. At the same time, he activated the Divine Dragon Aspect skill. 6 9-clawed dragon aspects roared and pounced towards the other 3. Dong! Wei Dao was completely at a disadvantage in this collision. Although his combat strength was strong, Lu Ming was stronger. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, he could completely suppress a divine son of level 8 heavenly god realm if he used all his means. In particular, he had 2 divine-grade divine powers in his divine power. The inextinguishable sword force allowed Lu Ming's every move to be filled with the offensive power of a sword cultivator. Wei Dao was forced to retreat as he was completely defeated. It's over. Get down. Lu Ming's huge figure quickly caught up with him. He held his spear with both hands and slashed down. Another crescent-shaped spear light slashed towards Wei Dao. Wei Dao tried his best to resist, but he was still sent flying. His protective saber aura was shattered and his body retreated to the edge of the battle stage. The other 3 wanted to help, but they were held back by the 6 divine dragon aspects. They were powerless. Boom! Lu Ming struck out with his spear again. This time, Wei Dao retreated and was sent flying out of the battle stage. His body trembled and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Defeated. Wei Dao was defeated and was sent flying out of the battle stage. Lost. A divine king from the 9 extinction heavenly king residence shook his head and sighed. With Wei Dao defeated, the remaining 3 were no match for Lu Ming. Their defeat was set. Sure enough, although the remaining 3 did not want to lose, their strength was far from Lu Ming's. They had no choice. The long spear swept out continuously and one by one, they were sent flying out of the battle stage. When the last youth from the 9 extinction heavenly king residence was sent flying out of the battle stage by Lu Ming, there was an earth-shattering cheer around the square. Countless people in the Qin Tian star field were ecstatic and cheered loudly. This time, they had actually won. This was truly unexpected. After the Ice Immortal, Scarlet Flame Devil Pine, and the others had been defeated, many people had already despaired. They had never imagined that they would win in the end. It was truly a case of being at the end of the road. Every cloud has a silver lining. Lu Ming, Lu Ming, Lu Ming. Some people shouted Lu Ming's name, and then even more people joined in. Very quickly, the square was filled with cheers. They were all shouting Lu Ming's name. Lu Ming. Mo Jui and the limitless Sword Dao were looking at that godlike figure on the battle stage. Their expressions were extremely gloomy. They had enmity with Lu Ming. For Lu Ming to be this terrifying made them feel a trace of fear. Their gazes flickered. It was unknown what they were thinking. Other than that, many experts from the Mystic Academy and Invincible Kenzo had ugly expressions. Lu Ming was the holy son of the Kongxian school. When he matured in the future, he would be a great threat to the Mystic Academy and Invincible Kenzo. Lu Ming really is powerful. Ouyang Qingxiang, Yu Linglong, Wu Zifeng, and the others were all stunned. Of course, my young master is the most powerful. No one can compare to him. Autumn Moon looked worshipfully at Lu Ming. In her heart, Lu Ming was unrivaled. She smiled brilliantly, as if she had long since known that Lu Ming would win. P.S. Fellow readers, I am Shepherd Boy Ting Zhu. I recommend a free app that supports downloading, listening to books, no ads, and many reading modes. Chapter 2944. I can't believe we lost. At this moment, some of the young men in the 9 Heavenly King Mansion were mumbling to themselves. Ran? ENW? W? W? Ran one. Before the battle, they were full of confidence and thought that this was a competition without any suspense. It was impossible for them to lose. That was why they agreed to Lu Ming's condition of giving them a 1,000-year extension. Their purpose was to humiliate Lu Ming's group and put pressure on the Qin Tian starfield. They wanted to let the people of the Qin Tian starfield know that the 9 Heavenly King Mansion was not something they could go against. They wanted to scare the robbers and force them to hand over the treasures. At the beginning, the plot was similar to what they had imagined. When Jin Xing used his absolute sword, he crushed the sky prides of the Qin Tian starfield. However, they never expected that a dark horse would appear out of nowhere. Lu Ming, on the other hand, had displayed abilities that even they were amazed by. He had also defeated them, causing them to taste the consequences of defeat. At this moment, Lu Ming raised his hand and the crowd gradually quieted down. Lu Ming kept the ancient god tactics and his body began to shrink, turning into his human form. Now that you've lost, it's time for you to fulfill your promise. Lu Ming said loudly. The other people of the Qin Tian starfield also looked at the people of the 9 Heavenly King Mansion. Jin Xing, Wei Dao, and the others' faces turned ugly. They wanted to deny it, but they were the ones who said it in public. As the sky prides of the 9 Heavenly King Mansion, it would be embarrassing for them to deny it. Therefore, they did not know how to answer. What? The 9 Heavenly King Mansion won't go back on their words, right? Lu Ming's voice sounded. He put the blame on the 9 Heavenly King Mansion, making it impossible for them to deny it. How can we go back on our words? All right. This old man agrees to give your Qin Tian star field 1,000 years. After 1,000 years, if you still can't hand over the 9-Ju divine crystal, the army of my 9-Ju heavenly palace will definitely come. A white-haired old man from the 9-Ju heavenly king mansion said. His voice spread across the entire place. All right, it's a deal. Lu Ming said. Remember, you only have 1,000 years. Let's go. The white-haired old man said and left. Lu Ming's, one day, I will defeat you and avenge today's humiliation. Jin Xing's eyes fell on Lu Ming's was filled with battle intent. You won't have another chance in the future. Lu Ming responded, full of confidence. Let's wait and see. Jin Xing said King Mansion. Very soon, the people from the highest heavenly king residence had all retreated. The 9-Jus ts was. They had one's Ju sects. Although a T can sit be, it's have as Ju sex sect Ju heavenly king mansion sex Jus Ju heavens. However, many major forces still felt a sense of urgency. 1,000 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Could they really find the treasures of the 9 extinction heavenly king mansion? Let's go. Lu Ming came to Ouyang Qingxiang's side and left together. After a while, they returned to the Kongshan school. Soon, the news spread throughout Qin Tian Star Field. The 9-Ju heavenly king mansion's people had left Qin Tian Star Field. However, the atmosphere in Qin Tian Star Field did not relax. Instead, it became more serious. The major forces in Qin Tian Star Field were suspicious of each other. They were guessing who stole the 9-Ju heavenly king mansion's treasure. Who stole the 9-Ju heavenly king mansion's treasure? Hand it over quickly. Are you trying to get everyone killed? Which force is so selfish? Despicable. More and more such voices were heard. This force was guessing that it was that force that stole the treasure. That force was guessing that it was that force that stole the treasure. The major forces in Qin Tian Star Field had conflicts with each other. At this time, the conflicts were triggered. Some of the forces even had some friction and there were signs of fighting. The Flaming Tribe and the Ice Soul Tribe were like fire and water. The Flaming Tribe said that it was the Ice Soul Tribe that stole the 9-Ju heavenly king mansion's treasure. However, the Ice Soul Tribe was not to be outdone. They said that it was the Flaming Tribe that stole the treasure. The two major races were originally enemies. The conflict between them was extremely deep. As such, it completely ignited the flames of conflict between them. After a few months, the conflict between the two major races was finally triggered and a war broke out. Many God King experts were dispatched in this war. Both sides fought fiercely and both sides suffered losses. After that, it was a long tug-of-war. Both sides had invested a large number of troops in the border galaxies. Wars would break out from time to time. The atmosphere between the Qin Tian 13 sects was also extremely tense. As for those small forces, they were all in danger. Just like that, 10 years passed. The Qin Tian 13 sects barely maintained a balance. There were only some small conflicts occasionally. However, if this continued, a war would definitely break out as the 1,000 years approached. At that time, before the 9-Ju heavenly king mansion's army arrived, the Qin Tian Star Field would be weakened because of the internal strife. On this day, Lu Ming received a message from the Ice Soul Tribe. The Ice Soul Tribe invited him for a gathering. Lu Ming was a little puzzled but he did not refuse. He rushed to the Ice Soul Tribe alone. Brother Lu, long time no see. You're getting stronger and stronger. You've already left me far behind. The one who received Lu Ming was the Ice Soul Tribe's 9th young master, Bing Qing. Bing Qing laughed self-deprecatingly when he saw Lu Ming. When Lu Ming fought Jin Xing, Wei Dao, and the others, Bing Qing was in seclusion and did not see it. When he heard about it later, he was naturally shocked. Brother Bing, you're too polite. May I know why you're looking for me this time? Lu Ming asked. I heard that it's about the 9-Ju heavenly king mansion's treasure. Bing Qing's face turned solemn. He whispered to Lu Ming through voice transmission as if he was afraid that others would hear him. The 9 Jew Heavenly King Mansion's treasure? Is there news about it? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. They seem to have found some clues. Lu Ming, my father is waiting for you. Come with me. My father will tell you. Bing Qing whispered. Lu Ming was curious. If the Ice Soul tribe had found some clues, why would they ask him to come? What did this have to do with him? Lu Ming and Bing Qing came to a courtyard with curiosity. In the courtyard, there was a table. Only 2 people were sitting at the table. One of them was Bing Qing's father, the Ice Soul tribe's patriarch. The other person was the Ice Soul tribe's #1 prodigy, Bing Qing's 7th brother, Bing Xian. Lu Ming, you're here. Seeing Lu Ming, the Ice Soul tribe's patriarch and Bing Xian smiled and stood up to welcome him. Junior Lu Ming greets Patriarch Bing. Lu Ming cupped his fists politely and greeted Bing Xian. P.S. Readers, I'm the shepherd boy Ting Zhu. I recommend a free app that supports downloading, listening to books, 0 ads, and multiple reading modes. Chapter 2945. Lu Ming, please have a seat. The leader of the Ice Spirit clan smiled and invited Lu Ming to take a seat. Ran? ENW? W? W? R? A? N? W? E? N? A? Calm. Lu Ming and Bing Qing sat down. May I know why the patriarch is looking for Lu Ming? Lu Ming did not beat around the bush and directly asked the question in his heart. Lu Ming, I've called you here to talk about the theft of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion's treasure. The patriarch said. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly and he said, have you found some clues? I did find some clues, but I'm not sure yet. The patriarch said. He pondered for a while and then continued, Lu Ming, you should know about the Dark Ice Tribe, right? Dark Ice Tribe? You mean the tribe that betrayed the Ice Spirit Tribe? Lu Ming's expression changed. He still remembered that when he was assigned a mission by his sect to help the Ice Soul clan go to their ancestral land to retrieve the Ice Jade Heart, he had encountered a genius of the Dark Ice race in the Ice Soul clan's ancestral land. They had fought over the Ice Jade Heart. Could it be related to the Dark Ice Tribe? I think the Dark Ice Tribe is responsible for the theft of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion's treasure. The Dark Ice Tribe has been declining over the years, and the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal can help them rise again. They can even defeat us and return to the peak of the Qin Tian star area. The Patriarch said. Patriarch Bing, is this just your speculation or do you have any evidence? Lu Ming took a sip of tea and asked calmly. He would not believe the Patriarch's words so easily. The Ice Spirit Tribe and the Dark Ice Tribe had a deep hatred and both wanted to destroy each other. If the Ice Spirit Tribe wanted to frame the Dark Ice Tribe, it was possible that they could destroy the other party. Hearing Lu Ming's question, the Patriarch of the Ice Spirit clan smiled faintly. He had lived for countless years, so he naturally knew what Lu Ming was thinking. Lu Ming, you may think that I will frame the Dark Ice race, but this concerns the survival of the Qin Tian star area and the survival of our race. I will not play around. There are many opportunities to deal with the Dark Ice race. Why would I choose this time? The Patriarch of the Ice Soul clan smiled and continued, in the past, the Dark Ice clan was very active and often had conflicts with our clan. However, during this period, the Dark Ice clan has holed up and kept all of its clansmen away. It's very suspicious that they haven't done anything. I suspect that they've obtained a treasure and are secretly accumulating strength, waiting for the day they erupt. Clan leader Bing, even if the Dark Ice clan did it, how could the Dark Ice clan steal the treasure with the defense of the 9 Jew Heavenly King Mansion? Lu Ming asked again. If the Dark Ice clan was so powerful to steal the treasure from the 9 Jew Heavenly King Mansion, they would have destroyed the Ice Spirit clan and unified the Qin Tian star area. This is the key to the problem. I suspect that there's a traitor in the 9 Jew Heavenly King Mansion who colluded with outsiders. Otherwise, it's very difficult for outsiders to steal the treasure from the 9 Jew Heavenly King Mansion. The Patriarch of the Ice Spirit clan lowered his voice and said. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. To be honest, Lu Ming had thought of this before. The 9-Ju Heavenly King Mansion was one of the 27 Heavenly King Mansions in the Taishu dynasty. Not to mention the 9-Ju Heavenly King Mansion's cultivation, even the guards of the 9-Ju Heavenly King Mansion were extremely terrifying and unfathomable. It was almost impossible for outsiders to steal the treasure from the heavily guarded 9-Ju Heavenly King Mansion without anyone noticing. There was only one reason. There was a traitor in the 9-Ju Heavenly King Mansion who colluded with outsiders to steal the treasure without anyone noticing. However, which force in the Qin Tian Star area would collude with the 9-Ju Heavenly King Mansion? To be honest, in the Qin Tian Star area, whether it's the Ice Spirit Clan, the Flaming Clan, or the Qin Tian 13 sects, were not worth mentioning in the eyes of the 9-Ju Heavenly King Mansion. We're not qualified to make friends with the major forces and families in the 9-Ju Heavenly King Mansion. However, the Dark Ice Clan is an exception. After the Dark Ice Clan was defeated, they left the Qin Tian Star area and wandered to other places. After a long time, they returned to the Qin Tian Star area. Therefore, the Dark Ice Clan is most likely to make friends with the 9-Ju Heavenly King Mansion. Moreover, our clan has been secretly sending people to keep an eye on the Dark Ice Clan. Previously, the Dark Ice Clan was very active and often sent people out of the Qin Tian Star area to the territory where the 9-Ju Heavenly King Mansion is located. This is the most suspicious point. The Patriarch of the Ice Spirit Clan explained. I see. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. After listening to the Patriarch of the Ice Spirit Clan, he really felt that the Dark Ice Clan was the most suspicious. If it's really the Dark Ice Clan, why would the experts of the 9-Ju Heavenly King Mansion collude with the Dark Ice Clan to steal the treasures of the 9-Ju Heavenly King Mansion? What benefits would it bring to those people? Lu Ming asked. He still had a lot of doubts. I'm not sure about this. I'm also confused. On the surface, it doesn't seem to bring any benefits to the people of the 9-Ju Heavenly King Mansion. However, I reckon that the other party must have a purpose for doing so. The Patriarch of the Ice Spirit Clan frowned. However, this is just my speculation. There's no evidence. If I say it out loud, it won't be convincing. The people of the 9-Ju Heavenly King Mansion won't believe me. The Patriarch of the Ice Spirit Clan sighed. Ice Spirit Clan's Patriarch, what does this have to do with you inviting me here? Lu Ming asked again. Even if the Ice Spirit Clan's Patriarch's speculation was true, what did it have to do with him? What help could he provide? First, we need to find evidence that the Dark Ice Clan stole the treasures. However, it's almost impossible to find evidence in the Qin Tian Star field. We can only find evidence in the 9-Ju Heavenly King Mansion. The Patriarch of the Ice Spirit Clan said. Ice Spirit Clan's Patriarch, you want me to go to the 9-Ju Heavenly King Mansion to find evidence? Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he asked. That's right. The Patriarch of the Ice Spirit Clan nodded and said, we've planted spies in the Dark Ice Clan. However, the Dark Ice Clan has also planted spies in our clan. As long as we send people to the 9-Ju Heavenly King Mansion, they'll immediately be alerted and will alert the enemy. Moreover, it's not suitable for those with high cultivation to go to the 9-Ju Heavenly King Mansion. They'll also alert the Dark Ice Clan. Only those of the younger generation who head to the 9-Extinction Heavenly King Mansion with the excuse of training themselves and finding other geniuses to spar with them will not alert the others. That's because this kind of thing happens in every era. Lu Ming understood. The Patriarch of the Ice Spirit Clan wanted Lu Ming to go to the 9-Ju Heavenly King Mansion to investigate the theft of the treasures in the 9-Ju Heavenly King Mansion and find evidence that the Dark Ice Clan stole the treasures. Alright, I'll go. Lu Ming nodded and agreed. Ah. The Patriarch of the Ice Spirit Clan was stunned. Apparently, he did not expect Lu Ming to agree so readily. He had invited Lu Ming to come here just to make this suggestion. As for whether Lu Ming would agree or not, he would not force him. Unexpectedly, Lu Ming agreed without the slightest hesitation. P.S. Readers, I'm the shepherd boy Ting Zhu. I recommend a free app that supports downloading, listening to books, 0 ads, and multiple reading modes. Chapter 2946. The patriarch of the Ice Soul clan naturally did not know that Lu Ming had already planned to go to the 9-extinction Heavenly King mansion. Because of Jingyu, Lu Ming was bound to go to the Taishu dynasty, and the 9-extinction Heavenly King mansion was the only way to go to the Taishu dynasty. Lu Ming originally planned to go to the Taishu dynasty when his cultivation was higher. However, there were benefits to going to the 9-extinction Heavenly King mansion in advance. At least, he could learn more about the situation in the Taishu dynasty. There's no time to lose. I'll set off in a few days. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and then said. Lu Ming, you'd better go to the demon capital mountain first before going to the 9-extinction Heavenly King mansion. The patriarch of the Ice Soul clan said. Demon capital mountain? Lu Ming was puzzled. Yes, demon capital mountain. The patriarch of the Ice Soul clan nodded and said, to the west of the Qin Tian star field is a star field close to the Qin Tian star field called the Chu Tian star field. The demon capital mountain is in the Chu Tian star field. In the past, when the people of the Dark Ice tribe left the Qin Tian star field, they often went to the demon capital mountain. I suspect that the demon capital mountain is the place where the Dark Ice tribe and the 9-extinction Heavenly King mansion met. Therefore, we might be able to find some clues in the demon capital mountain. Very few people know about this. The patriarch of the Ice Soul clan said. Alright, I'll go to the demon capital mountain first. Lu Ming nodded. After chatting for a while, Lu Ming got up and left. Before leaving, the patriarch of the Ice Soul clan gave Lu Ming a starry sky map of the 9-extinction Heavenly King mansion. However, the 9-extinction Heavenly King mansion occupied a large territory and the starry sky map only gave a rough location. There were many small places that were not clearly marked. Therefore, Lu Ming thought of Wu Zifeng. Wu Zifeng was from the Wu clan of the 9-extinction Heavenly King mansion. He would need help to go to the 9-extinction Heavenly King mansion. Coincidentally, Wu Zifeng was at Kongxian School during this period of time. Not long after, Lu Ming returned to Kongxian School and found Wu Zifeng. He explained the purpose of his visit, and Wu Zifeng immediately agreed. Yu Linglong knew about it and wanted to join them. In the end, Lu Ming brought Autumn Moon, Wu Zifeng, and Yu Linglong out of Kongxian School quietly without alerting anyone. If they wanted to leave the Qin Tian star field, they would have to take the interstellar field teleportation array. The interstellar domain teleportation array of the Qin Tian star field was located on the Myriad Spirit Star. The 4 of them arrived at the Myriad Spirit Star. After paying an exorbitant fee, they stepped onto the teleportation array to the Chu Tian star domain. Lu Ming felt as if he was shuttling through the void. It was as if he was moving through a void passage. Looking at the lights and shadows that constantly passed by him, Lu Ming knew that he was moving forward at an astonishing speed. However, the distance between the 2 star fields was too far. Even if they took the teleportation array, the teleportation process was very long. This process lasted for half a month. The surroundings trembled and a ray of light pierced through. Lu Ming knew that they had arrived at the Chu Tian star domain. Lu Ming was secretly amazed. It took half a month to travel by teleportation array. One could imagine how long this distance was. If one relied on flying, who knew how long it would take? Even a godly monarch would find it difficult to cross such a long distance without tens of thousands of years. The distance between 2 star fields was often many times greater than the territory of the star field itself. This is the mandala galaxy of the Chu Tian star domain, which is closest to the Qin Tian star domain. Mo Du Mountain is on the other side. Let's go. Wu Zifeng was rather familiar with the Chu Tian star domain. He led Lu Ming and company and continued to take the teleportation array towards Mo Du Mountain. Mo Du Mountain was really a mountain. It was a huge mountain that floated in the cosmos. Like the Mountain of Desolation, it was extremely huge, bigger than many planets. In the vast cosmos, there were all sorts of strange things. Not all of them were planets. Some divine mountains that were even bigger than planets floated in the sky. There were even some continents that floated in the cosmos, forming their own worlds. Even more miraculous was that there was an extremely huge ancient city that floated in the cosmos. There were even huge ancient trees and massive desolate beast corpses that had evolved into their own worlds. There were countless such things. Lu Ming was already used to it. After a month of traveling, they finally approached Immerse Mountain. Standing in the universe star field, looking from afar, there was a huge mountain floating in the starry sky. Above it, there was a demonic mist. This was Immerse Mountain. Let's go. Lu Ming took the lead and flew over. At the same time, he used his divine power to envelop Wu Zifeng and Yu Linglong. This was because Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng had not reached the heavenly god realm. Both of them were at the 7th level of the true god realm. To be honest, this cultivation speed was already extremely fast. Of course, compared to Lu Ming and Autumn Moon, it was naturally much worse. The four of them landed at the edge of Immerse Mountain and then flew forward. Not long after, a large city appeared in front of them. Above the city gate, there were 3 large words, Devil General City. The city gate was quite lively, with people coming and going. The four of them walked in and then inquired about the situation of Immerse Mountain. Immerse Mountain was made up of a total of 37 large cities. The ruler of these cities was Immerse City. The other 36 cities were all satellite cities of the Demon Capital Mountain, and they surrounded Demon Capital City and protected it. In Immerse Mountain, Immerse City was high and mighty. It was the unquestionable ruler and was extremely powerful. It was said that the city lord of Immerse City was a divine king called the Dark Knight Divine King. Moreover, Immerse City produced a special product called the Demonic Night Spring. This Demonic Night Spring was extremely helpful to a cultivator's soul. It could nourish the soul and increase the strength of the soul. A cultivator's soul was the most important. It was very difficult to increase it. One could imagine the value of the Demonic Night Spring. Immerse Mountain's main source of income was selling the Demonic Night Spring. However, the Demonic Night Spring was so precious that there were definitely many forces eyeing it. Immerse Mountain's Dark Knight Divine King was just an ordinary Divine King. He could not control such a precious treasure at all. However, the truth was that no one dared to touch Immerse Mountain. That was because behind Immerse Mountain, there was a major force called the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion supporting it. Many major forces in Chu Tian's star field knew that Immerse Mountain was supported by the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion. However, they did not know which force it was. It seems like if I want to investigate whether the Dark Ice Tribe is colluding with the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion, I have to start from Immerse City. However, Immerse City's law enforcement officers are very strict. They forbid outsiders from entering. Lu Ming frowned as he pondered. Immerse City, unless it was a special occasion, outsiders were forbidden from entering. Therefore, Lu Ming had to think of a way to enter Immerse City first before he could start his investigation. Unfortunately, Lu Ming could not think of a good way to enter Immerse City for the next few days. On this day, Lu Ming and the other 3 were wandering around the streets, trying to gather information. Suddenly, several figures appeared in front of Lu Ming and the other 3, blocking their path. Chapter 2947. A total of 4 bulky men stood in front of Lu Ming and his crew. The 4 bulky men were wearing black metal armor. Their faces were chubby, indicating that they were ferocious characters. You 4 must be outsiders. I've never seen you before. One of the bulky men with a scar on his face scanned Lu Ming and his crew. His eyes flickered passionately when he saw Chiu, Autumn Moon and Yu Linglong. That's right, we're outsiders. We've just come here for training. Lu Ming replied casually. Just come here? What nonsense. The man with a scar suddenly yelled with a hideous grin. He stared at Chiu, Autumn Moon and Yu Linglong and said, "While ago, 2 female thieves appeared in Demon General City and stole the city lord's treasure. I can see that their figures are similar to the 2 thieves. I'm going to arrest them and bring them back for interrogation. Brothers, take them down." The man with a scar yelled. Ha, 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 you two female thieves, just surrender. The other three bulky men in black armor walked toward Xiao Autumn Moon and Yu Linglong with perverted grins. Now, even an idiot could see that the knife-scarred man and the others had taken a liking to Xiao Yu and Yu Linglong's beauty and wanted to get their hands on them. The female thief was just an excuse. Die. Wu Zifeng was infuriated. His aura burst out as he threw a punch forward. A mere 7th layer true god realm dares to attack me? Die. The man with a scar let out a hollow laugh and threw a punch forward. A terrifying force surged in Wu Zifeng's direction. 3rd layer heaven god realm. The man's cultivation was at the 3rd layer heaven god realm, significantly stronger than Wu Zifeng's. Even if Wu Zifeng was a genius, he would not be able to make up for the difference. Seeing this palm strike, even if Wu Zifeng didn't die, he would be crippled. Whoosh! A figure appeared in front of Wu Zifeng and nullified the force of the man's attack with a wave. Brat, you still dare to fight back? You don't know the difference between life and death. Brothers, leave these 2 brats to me. You guys take down those 2 chicks. The scarred man shouted. Attack! The other 3 men attacked at the same time. They stretched out their claws and tried to grab Xiao Autumn Moon and Yu Linglong. Lu Ming did not make a move. The other 3 burly men were only level 1 heavenly gods. They were no match for Autumn Moon. As expected, a snow-white blade light bloomed from Autumn Moon's hand. Puff! 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 Blood spurted out, and 3 blood-curdling screams rang out. The 3 black-armored burly men retreated in a frenzy. 1 palm of each of the 3 black-armored men was cut off by Autumn Moon. Furthermore, Autumn Moon's attack was infused with the god force of a sovereign lord. It would be difficult for the 3 burly men to recover from it. Ah, slut, you dare to break our hands? You're courting death. I'm going to take you down and ride you under my body. Bitch! The 3 black-armored burly men roared furiously, their anger soaring to the heavens. Die! Qiao Yu said coldly. With a wave of her hand, another blade light shot out from her hand. Crap! The 3 black-armored men were startled. They immediately backed away in an attempt to dodge the attack. However, Autumn Moon's attack was shockingly quick. In comparison, the 3 black-armored men were like snails. Puff! 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 Another 3 popping sounds rang out, and everyone saw that the 3 black-armored burly men's bodies had stiffened, and they were completely motionless. Blood was seeping out from their foreheads. There was no sign of life in their bodies. The 3 black-armored men had fallen. Their souls had been destroyed by Autumn Moon at that instant. You dare to kill the people of the demon generals? You're courting death. The scarred man roared furiously. A ferocious aura burst out from his mouth. I was planning to investigate in secret. I didn't want to cause any trouble, but you're courting death. Lu Ming said coldly. He took a step forward and threw a punch at the scarred man. Demon General Saber. The scarred man yelled. He drew out his saber and slashed at Lu Ming. However, even though the scarred man's cultivation was in the 3rd layer heaven god realm, which was on par with Lu Ming, he was only an ordinary heaven god with royal god force. His strength was too far away from Lu Ming's. Bang! A 9-clawed divine dragon flew out and charged towards the scar-faced man. The scarred man stood no chance against Lu Ming. As the 9-clawed dragon flew past, the scarred man's attacks were instantly nullified. Bang! The scarred man's body was torn apart by the 9-clawed dragon. He died on the spot. The scarred man and his companions were all dead. The streets were crowded with people who were watching the show. They began to discuss among themselves. Those 4 young men are bold enough to kill the demon generals. They're done for. I'm afraid the other demon generals have been alerted. They will be here soon. As if to prove the words, a loud roar came from deep within the demon general city. Close the gates and activate the formation. Those who dare to kill me will be ground to ashes. As soon as the words were spoken, the gates of the demon general city were swiftly closed. A light barrier rose into the sky above the city. Bang! Bang! Powerful auras burst out from all directions of the demon general city. Several black figures charged toward Lu Ming and his companions. Wu Zifeng and Yu Linglong were startled. On the other hand, Qiu Autumn Moon and Lu Ming remained calm. In the entire demon capital mountain, only the city lord was a god-emperor realm expert. With Lu Ming's current strength, as long as it was not a god-emperor, Lu Ming had nothing to fear. He could still escape. Whoosh! Whoosh! Figures flew over from all directions. They were all burly men in black armor, and there were people from all races. The demon general guards are here. The surrounding people were shocked. Many of them retreated to make space for the demon general guards. Lu Ming and his companions were surrounded by the demon general guards from all directions. There's quite a number of them. Lu Ming scanned the area and discovered that there were 3,000 demon general guards. 3,000 demon general guards were all heavenly god realm experts. Such a force was shocking. The demon general city is only one of the 36 citadels of the demon capital mountain. It's amazing that they have such a strong force. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. The strongest expert of the demon capital mountain was only in the first layer of the god king realm. Lu Ming couldn't help but marvel at the number of heavenly god realm experts under his command. Perhaps it has something to do with the demonic night spring? Lu Ming pondered. The demon capital mountain had the demonic night spring, so they were definitely rich. It wasn't impossible for them to gather so many heavenly god realm experts to form an army. Kid, you're the one who killed my demon general guards. A muscular man stepped forward. His violent aura pressed down on Lu Ming. The man was the general of the demon general guards. His cultivation was in the 6th layer heavenly god realm. That's right. Lu Ming replied calmly. Good, very good. You dare to kill my demon general guards in the demon general city? Very good. The general of the demon general guards said ferociously. He then yelled, attack, kill the man, leave the woman alive.